Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku's Classmate Was Kirishima's Sister? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ijiro looked as if he had seen a ghost. A small child with what looked like grapes on his head exclaimed that he never mentioned YN was his sister. Your brother practically mumbled that it never came up. Another boy, with blonde hair and a black lightning bolt, questioned Mineta about how he knew you. Mineta smirked and explained that you were the model YN, who had debuted in America and appeared on numerous magazine covers, boasting a couple million Instagram followers. The kid clearly knew his stuff, and while you would have been flattered, you assumed he had to be the class perv. Aizawa, clearly annoyed, instructed everyone to pair up and get to work, noting that there would be a group of 3 since the class was now an odd number. He told everyone to pick their partners. You glanced at Mina, hoping she would want to work with you, but she hurried away with 2 other girls. You turned to your brother, but he was already turning to the ash blonde next to him. You feigned a pout and asked Ijiro if he didn't want to work with his sister, hoping to get under his skin. He muttered that he did not particularly want to, glancing at you. You knew your relationship was strained, but you decided to dig deeper. You teased him, asking if he was afraid he would lose again. Before he could respond, a green-haired boy with freckles approached you and shyly asked if you wanted to be his partner. You paused, weighing your options. You could persuade Ijiro to work with you, which might lead to sibling rivalry, or you could partner with someone whose quirk you knew little about. Not one to shy away from a challenge, you accepted the green-haired boy's offer. As you walked away from your brother with Midoriya, he put some distance between you. He asked if you were ready, and you replied that you were as ready as you could be while fixing your ponytail. Suddenly, green energy enveloped him, and in a flash, he was in front of you, throwing his first punch. You quickly dodged, surprised by his speed. You could feel your brother's gaze on you, hoping Midoriya would take you down, but you smirked and used your quirk to grab him. Shock crossed Midoriya's face as he realized he couldn't move. You pulled your arm back and then moved it forward, sending him flying across the room. You crouched, waiting for him to get up. When he didn't immediately rise, you stood up and approached him. He brushed off the dust and admitted he had underestimated you. You grimaced, not liking the idea that he had gone easy on you. Determined to prove yourself, you used your quirk again to bring him closer, and in a low voice, you warned him not to underestimate you. You then threw him towards the wall again. This time, he got up faster and ran toward you, trying to gauge your next move. You could have kept him at a distance with your quirk, but you wanted to make it more interesting. When he threw another punch, you dodged and kicked your leg toward his face. He caught it, which didn't surprise you, but you weren't finished. Pushing off your other leg, you used your quirk to stabilize yourself and twisted, kicking Midoriya in the head with your free leg. He let go, and you landed crouched low to the ground. You knew this wouldn't be enough to keep him at bay. He quickly recovered and charged at you, grabbing your shirt. The buttons popped open, revealing your tank top underneath. You teased him, saying he should at least take you to dinner before starting to take your clothes off. His face turned bright red, and he stammered an apology, but you interrupted him with a kick to the chest, sending him flying back. He sat there for a moment, flustered, and tried to explain that he wasn't trying to do that. You couldn't help but laugh at his embarrassment, holding your stomach as you assured him you were just joking. Aizawa then called for everyone's attention, announcing that class was dismissed and instructing everyone to go study or something. He pulled out a yellow sleeping bag and began climbing in. You rushed to the girls' locker room, eager to change and head back to the dorms. It wasn't as if there was anything to look forward to after class. Small talk made you uneasy, and the thought of being cornered in the locker room, especially with Mina bombarding you with questions, filled you with anxiety. You cared for her, but you hadn't spoken since middle school. How could you explain your long absence? You were on the verge of escaping before anyone arrived, but luck was not on your side that day. Just as you were about to leave, the girls from your class began walking in. Mina spotted you and exclaimed that it had been ages since she last saw you, commenting on how different you looked now, especially with your vibrant hair. You chuckled lightly, acknowledging that it was time for a change since the last time she saw you, Your hair had been as dark as your brother's. Another girl with short brown hair and a round face then asked what you had said to Deku that made him blush. You were confused and asked who Deku was, only to learn that it was a nickname for Midoriya. You recalled a funny memory and downplayed it, saying it was nothing significant. The girl seemed disappointed, and you realized she might have a crush on him. It bothered you that girls viewed you as competition for someone you wouldn't even consider. You were just like anyone else, despite being photographed for ads and paid to promote products. You sighed, wishing you could express this to her without it seeming strange. You reassured her that it was just a silly joke, hoping to ease her nerves. Though she didn't seem entirely convinced, she nodded and smiled back. You quickly said goodbye to Mina and her friend, and before anyone could protest, you hurried out of the locker room and back to the dorms. You shook your head, realizing that making friends might be more challenging than you had anticipated. Your phone vibrated with a notification from your parents, reminding you that they would be bringing the rest of your belongings to your dorm that night. You couldn't help but sigh again. You were exhausted from the day's physical and written tests. Looking up, you spotted your brother's bright red hair as he walked back to the dorms, and you jogged up to him. You greeted him cheerfully, but he sighed and asked what you wanted. You tried to sound casual as you asked if he would help you carry some things to your dorm. He dismissed you, claiming he had better things to do, like watching paint dry. Rolling your eyes dramatically, you mentioned asking Mina for help, hinting at revealing something embarrassing about him. He reluctantly agreed to help you, and you noticed the boy standing next to him, an ash-blonde boy who caught your attention. He was more than just cute, he was quite attractive. You wondered why the name Bakugou sounded so familiar. As you walked, you turned to your brother and asked if the boy was his friend. He sighed again, questioning why you wanted to know. You quickly replied that it was for no reason, but he stopped and warned you not to think about it before turning away. You huffed in response, crossing your arms as you followed him. When you reached the entrance, your parents were there beside stacks of boxes they had brought. Your brother complained about how much stuff you had, and you told him to take a box so it would be over quickly. As you brought your belongings upstairs, you noticed that your parents had already set up most of your furniture, including a bookcase, desk, and a bed frame with drawers for your clothes. Your brother dropped the last box to the floor, and you scolded him to be careful with your things. He asked what was in all the boxes, and you explained that it was mostly clothes. He reminded you that you wore uniforms, to which you pointed out that your clothes wouldn't fit in your room at home. He rolled his eyes and started to leave, but you thanked him for helping you. He looked surprised, as your relationship had changed, and he didn't expect such words from you. He replied softly before heading out the door. You turned your attention back to the box you had opened, realizing you had a lot of work ahead of you. You got up, turned on your computer, and selected one of your playlists before diving into your tasks. Meanwhile, Ijiro had met up with Shiro, Denki, and Bakugou to study with Mina in her room. Bakugou glared at Denki, asking him to be quiet. Denki defended himself, saying he was just humming and blamed the music coming from next door. Bakugou growled in response, appreciating that Mina's room was the quietest compared to the rest of the dorm. Denki asked whose room was next to Mina's, and she revealed it was your room. Bakugou scowled, claiming your music was terrible, which made Kirishima laugh. Bakugou then growled at him, asking what was so funny. Kirishima chuckled, recalling how, when they were younger, you would play obnoxious music whenever you were mad at him, which would infuriate him. One time, he went to her room to tell her to turn off the music, but she wasn't there, she had just left it playing to annoy him. Mina started laughing, recalling how the girl had mentioned it to her. When she finally stopped, she turned to him again and asked what had happened between them, noting how close they used to be. He sighed, admitting that he didn't really remember. The night before she left for America, they had a huge argument, and she left before either of them could apologize. By the time she visited again, they hadn't spoken, and it felt like they had drifted too far apart to mend what had happened. The room fell silent, except for his sister's music still playing from the other side of the wall. Mina was the first to break the silence, suggesting they talk it out since they were both there now. He admitted that it wasn't that easy. With a determined look, he declared that while he dealt with family issues, he would go tell her to turn the music down. Bakugou hopped up from his spot and stormed out of the room. In her room, someone began pounding on the door, startling her. She wondered who could be so aggressive. Swinging the door open, she was taken aback to find her brother's friends standing there. Quickly masking her shock, she adopted a bored expression. He demanded she turn the music down. She paused, surprised by his tone, and then laughed, refusing his request. He shouted in disbelief, demanding she turn it down immediately. She smirked, challenging him to make her. As she began to close the door, he pushed past her and went straight to her computer. She shouted in protest as he turned the music down and walked back to Mina's room without another word. Still shocked by his boldness, she closed the door and returned to her desk. Weighing her options, she smirked and turned the music up even louder. Yelling could be heard from next door, and she couldn't help but laugh. Maybe this place wouldn't be so bad after all. Her first week at UA went smoothly. She settled into the routine of classes, training, and studying without any issues. Although she barely spoke with her brother, that was no surprise. She didn't expect their relationship to be fixed overnight. In reality, she wasn't sure if things would ever return to how they used to be or if this was her new normal. Most of her time was spent with Mina and a few of her friends, including Uraraka, who she got to know better. Lunchtime was filled with laughter as she sat with Mina, Jiru, Tsuyu, and Momo. Even though it had only been a week, she found herself growing fond of them and considering them friends. Mina asked if anyone had caught her eye yet. Uraraka chuckled, suggesting that she probably knew some famous, attractive guys. She laughed at the comment, knowing it was a joke, but the boys they referred to had never interested her. They lacked substance and were often more concerned with appearances and popularity. However, one boy at UA had caught her attention, the hot-headed ash blonde her brother had befriended. He was different from anyone she had met, treating her like he treated everyone else, not intimidated by her or her job. At least, that was how she convinced herself, even though they had only just met. She replied that no one had caught her eye, admitting she wasn't interested in dating at the moment, though it was only a half-truth. Before Mina could respond, the bell rang, signaling it was time to return to class. They all stood up and made their way to the classroom. Upon entering, she noticed a note on the board instructing them to study and catch up on homework, with a reminder of their class meeting at 6 p.m. Uraraka wondered what they would be doing, while Mina expressed hope that it would be fun. Momo suggested they study at the dorms until class. The girls agreed, and they headed to the common area at the base of the dorm. Studying with them was enjoyable, filled with laughter and fun, something she hadn't experienced during her time in America. She had never allowed herself to get close to anyone enough to have this much fun. In truth, she hadn't moved to America to pursue a modeling career. She had gone to spend time with her grandmother after her grandfather passed away. Her grandmother had decided to travel and see the world, starting with America, and wanted to stay for a few years. Her parents agreed she shouldn't be alone, so she decided to accompany her. After a while, agents approached her, and she agreed to try modeling, encouraged by her grandmother's words about living without regrets. While it had been fun, part of her wished it hadn't taken off so quickly. Yet, in that moment, sitting among her new friends, she felt completely normal, forgetting the past year. When 6 p.m. arrived, her class gathered outside ground beta, waiting for Aizawa to provide details about their assignment. He began by explaining that they would be working on hostage situations, where their teammates would be taken hostage. They had to work together to retrieve them, with teams of two, one team as villains and the other as heroes. They would have 30 minutes to either rescue their hostage or incapacitate the villains. Aizawa began to separate everyone into teams, and you only tuned in when he called your name. Lastly, YN and Bakugou will be partners. This announcement pulled you from your thoughts. You weren't entirely sure how to feel about being paired with him. While you found him attractive, he wasn't known for being a team player, and the two of you had never seen eye to eye since meeting. You tried to hide your nerves about how this would unfold. Our first teams, YN and Bakugou, will be the heroes. Kirishima and Siro will be the villains. Your hostage will be Denki. Great, you thought. Now you had to worry about working with Bakugou and facing your brother too. As you walked toward ground beta, you overheard Ijiro chatting with Bakugou. Don't think we'll go easy on you, Ijiro said with a chuckle. Doesn't matter, I'm still going to win, Bakugou replied, unfazed by the banter. He turned to you and simply stated, Don't get in my way, before striding past you and into the mock city. You rolled your eyes and exhaled. This was going to be interesting. Standing in the middle of the street, you were about a block away from the building where Shiro, Ijiro, and Denki were located. You turned to Bakugou and asked, "So, what's the plan?" "You stay out of my way. I'll handle Kirishima, you find Denki. I'll take out Shiro and you grab Denki and leave." You stared at him, incredulous. You wanted to remind him that you could help, but he dismissed your abilities. "No, I don't know much about you, and I can't trust your skills right now. I'm your partner, I'm not some incompetent civilian." "Maybe that's true, but we're not going to put that to the test right now." You were taken aback. Perhaps you had misjudged him. He didn't see you as an equal. To him, you were just someone who couldn't contribute to the mission. Anger bubbled inside you, and you wanted to shout at him, to prove him wrong. But you held back, knowing that arguing wouldn't help. You needed to show him and everyone else that you were capable. Determined, you began walking toward the building, spotting Ijiro on the front steps. "All right, you wait here and I'll distract Kirishima." You sneak by, get inside, and find Denki. "Let me know where he is and I'll meet you there. Don't do anything until I arrive. Got it?" "Whatever," you said, rolling your eyes as you approached the building. "Hey, wait, I told you to..." Ijiro noticed you as you made your way toward him. "How did I know you'd walk through the front door?" "I guess you just know me that well," you replied in a teasing tone that you knew annoyed him. "I didn't think Bakugou would let you do much of anything during this," Ijiro remarked, trying to hide his smile. "Oh, he didn't. But I don't need his permission to do anything." "Where's Denki?" Your tone turned serious, reflecting your frustration with Bakugou's attempt to control the situation. "Why would I tell you that?" Ijiro asked, mimicking your sweet voice, fully aware it would irritate you. "Don't mess with me." You knew Aizawa could hear everything, but you were too angry to care. "You know what I can do, and you can't hide anything from me." "Where is he?" "Like I said, I'm not telling you anything." Bakugou stepped between you and Ijiro, reminding you of his presence. "We don't have time for your sibling rivalry. Just go inside and find Denki, I'll handle this." "No, I don't think I will." Ignoring his protests, you stepped out from behind him and used your quirk to pull Ijiro closer. Your quirk wasn't something you could use constantly, but your emotions fueled it, and in your current state, you felt powerful enough to hold back a truck. "I'll ask you one last time. Where is Denki?" He struggled against your grip. "Like I'll tell you. You can't just take what you want anymore," he shot back. "Oh, yes I can." You disliked using this aspect of your quirk, as it made you feel villainous, but you were too focused to care. You reached into Ijiro's mind, searching for the information you needed. His expression shifted to one of pain as he clenched his teeth. "What are you?" Bakugou began, but his question was cut off. "I won't give this up. You won't find your answer. I'll keep it hidden for as long as it takes." Ijiro's face hardened with determination, but you could still see the pain in his eyes. "Go ahead and try, brother, but you know I always find what I'm looking for. It will be much easier for you if you just give in." Your probing was more challenging than usual, but with a bit more effort, you sensed his resolve weakening. His head fell forward as he succumbed to the effort of resisting. "The basement," you stated as you let Ijiro drop to the floor and headed toward the building. Bakugou stared at you, his expression a mix of confusion and something else you couldn't quite identify. "He'll be fine, he should regain consciousness soon. It was his own fault for resisting." Together, you made your way down the stairs toward the room where Shiro and Denki were. Bakugou grabbed your shoulder, halting your progress. "What was that?" he asked. "Nothing you need to worry about right now," you replied. "Ijiro will be up soon, and I'm sure he's told Shiro all about my quirk. I'll go in first and distract him. While he's focused on me, you can attack, and we can get Denki and leave." He seemed ready to protest, but time was running out. If he wanted any chance of succeeding in this assignment, he would have to accept your plan. Fine, let's just get this over with." You stopped in front of a door at the end of the basement hallway. You announced that they were inside and asked if your companion was ready. The response was filled with impatience, urging you to open the door. Rolling your eyes, You swung the door open. Zero greeted you with a smirk, immediately using his tape to bind your arms at your sides, boasting that you couldn't use your quirk now. Bakugou, filled with determination, leaped into the room, targeting Zero. You knew Zero would be taken aback by the unexpected arrival of both you and Bakugou, and the encounter would be over quickly. Scanning the room, you spotted Denki and started to make your way toward him. However, you barely made it before Ijiro pushed you to the ground, standing over you with a playful grin. He laughed, clearly enjoying your frustration. From across the room, Denki called out, eager to assist. But before Bakugou could warn him against it, Denki activated his quirk. You noticed the flash of electricity before a jolt of pain hit you, but it faded almost as quickly as it came. Your eyelids grew heavy, and as you began to lose consciousness, you heard the sound of 3 thuds as the boys collapsed around you. The exercise concluded with all 4 of you on the floor, while Denki remained taped to the chair. Light filtered through the window of the dorm, waking the character with a throbbing headache. Denki had certainly gone all out with that playful attack, thinking he was being helpful. Fortunately, it was Saturday, and there were no obligations for the day. Rising from bed, the character made their way to the bathroom connected to the room. As they gazed at their reflection, it became clear that their hair color had faded, with roots starting to show. Sighing, they decided that if nothing else was on the agenda, a hair touch-up would be a good use of the day. After brushing their hair into a ponytail, they quickly brushed their teeth and washed their face. Heading to the closet, they pulled out a hoodie and leggings, slipping on some sneakers. Grabbing their phone, they went downstairs to look up the nearest store for hair dye. Distracted by their thoughts, they accidentally bumped into someone in the common area. The brother, noticing the character's hasty departure, raised an eyebrow and asked where they were rushing off to. The character fell into step beside him, explaining the need for hair dye as they pointed to the ponytail swaying behind them. He chuckled in response, which prompted the character to ask what was so funny. He revealed that he was also on his way to buy some hair dye. A smile crept onto the character's face, realizing that as twins, it wasn't unusual for them to have the same idea. They reminisced about the first time he dyed his hair red and how their bathroom had turned into a chaotic mess, resembling a scene from a thriller, all while managing to keep it a secret from their parents for a week. Breaking the silence, the brother expressed his regret for not being more welcoming since the character's return home, admitting that his behavior hadn't been very manly. The character paused, surprised by his apology, feeling that they were the ones who should apologize for their own teasing. They acknowledged their shortcomings as a sister, and he chuckled, teasingly agreeing with them. As they continued walking, he asked if they were good now, to which the character playfully shoved him and confirmed they were. He then mentioned that Mina wanted to host a get-together that evening but had held off on inviting the character until they could talk. The character inquired if it was a party, and he nodded, explaining that they didn't really have a choice since he had already told Mina they would attend. With a sigh, the character agreed to go, but only if he helped with their hair. He enthusiastically accepted the deal. Time flew by, and by the time they returned to campus, it was already early afternoon. With the party in mind, they both got to work with the dye. Ijiro then unexpectedly asked the character to promise not to pursue Bakugou, expressing discomfort with the idea of his sister dating his best friend. He joked that Denki had already claimed dibs on her. The character laughed, assuring him that while Bakugou might have seemed cute at first, his personality was a significant turnoff. They meant it. Bakugou had been rude, and the character still felt frustrated about the previous day's events. However, they quickly returned their focus to the hair dye, and by the time they finished, it was time to prepare for the party. Ijiro reminded the character that Mina's party was starting soon, suggesting they get ready unless they wanted to show up in dye-stained clothes. Rolling their eyes, the character promised to meet him downstairs. They changed into their favorite jeans, a simple black t-shirt, and combat boots, styling their hair and applying some makeup to look presentable. Taking their time, they walked downstairs to find Mina and a few girls on the couches, enjoying music and snacks. Denki and Zero were setting up a TV and gaming console in the corner. Denki approached the character with an apologetic smile, asking if there were no hard feelings about the previous day. The character assured him they were good, though they couldn't help but let out a humorless laugh at how casually he brushed off the incident. Searching for her brother, the character spotted him in the kitchen and made her way over, teasing him about where his boyfriend was. He tossed a chip at her, stating that Bakugou didn't participate in class hangouts and questioned why it mattered to her. The character shrugged, saying he just looked lonely. Momo called out to the character, waving her over to the girls, prompting her to say goodbye to her brother and join them. The excitement of the gathering began to fill the air as they settled in for a fun evening. Mina excitedly threw a helmet-like device at you, urging you to try it out. Curiosity piqued, you asked what it was. Zero chimed in, explaining that it was similar to Guitar Hero but with lightsabers. He handed you the controls, and though you felt a bit awkward at first, you quickly adjusted to the immersive experience. As you began to play, Mina cheered you on, while Denki expressed disbelief at your skills. When the song ended, your name appeared at the top of the leaderboard, and Denki rushed to share your achievement on social media. You stepped back, allowing the others to debate who would play next. The night was turning out to be a lot of fun, a refreshing change since leaving Japan. You found yourself wishing this time with your new friends would never end. Lost in thought, your brother approached you, noting that someone might not be pleased about your victory. Before you could inquire further, Ijiro's phone rang, and he answered, only to be met with loud shouting from the other end. He hung up, remarking that Bakugou had finally emerged from his solitude. Confused, you looked at your brother, but before he could clarify, Bakugou stormed into the room, demanding to know how you had beaten his score. He glared down at you, arms crossed, and declared he would reclaim his title. Rolling your eyes, you challenged him, confident in your abilities. Bakugou pushed past you, heading toward the game, and Ijiro laughed, noting that once Bakugou was determined, he wouldn't leave until he won. The competition began, with both of you fiercely trying to outscore the other. You didn't care about winning, but Bakugou's earlier comments fueled your determination. You taunted him, which only seemed to make him more frustrated, leading to your victories. Denki groaned, suggesting it was time for someone else to play, but Bakugou refused to relent. He snapped back, insisting he wouldn't let anyone else take a turn until he won. Bakugou pointed at you, declaring that their rivalry was far from over. As the weekend approached, you reflected on Mina's party. Your classmates had finally pulled Bakugou away from the game to give others a chance, but he soon challenged you to a rematch in the common room. Despite his abrasive personality, you found yourself enjoying the competition. The week dragged on with schoolwork, and by Friday, you were eager for a break. After dropping your bag and collapsing onto your bed, your phone buzzed with a message from a designer you admired. She invited you to dinner with her family on Saturday night. Though exhausted, you couldn't turn down the invitation from someone you considered family in the fashion industry. After responding, you quickly fell into a deep sleep, only to wake up late the next day. Realizing it was nearly noon, you checked your phone and saw several missed messages, including one from Mina asking to study and another from your brother about plans for a movie night. You replied to each message, apologizing to Mina for missing out and letting your brother know you had other plans but would hang out later. You were excited about dinner at 6 and decided to take a shower before getting ready. On your way back to your dorm, you ran into Ijiro, who fell into step beside you. He asked about your absence the previous night, mentioning Mina's attempts to reach you for studying. You chuckled, explaining that you had fallen asleep from exhaustion but teased him about spending time alone with Mina. He rolled his eyes and inquired about your plans for the evening, expressing disappointment that you couldn't join him, Mina, and Denki for a movie. You explained your dinner plans with the designer, and he wished you well, reminding you to stay safe and not to back out next time. Denki was hesitant about going out with just Mina and the narrator, and he had been urging the narrator to convince someone to join him. The narrator suggested that he should take Zero or Bakugou with them instead. They remained silent about Denki, knowing that the situation would likely end poorly. The narrator didn't feel that way about Denki and was aware of Jiru's feelings for him, unwilling to jeopardize their new friendship. Zero had mentioned needing extra time to study, as he was falling behind in math, while Bakugou had received permission to spend the weekend with his family, as his mother wanted him home for a few days. The narrator then prompted to ask Jiru to join them, hoping that Denki would take the hint and the two could finally find happiness together. He seemed to appreciate the idea and promised to text later, reminding the narrator to stay safe. The narrator rolled their eyes and walked down the hall toward their door. They rummaged through their clothes, searching for something suitable to wear. Despite being well into spring, the nights had been surprisingly cold, reminiscent of winter's lingering chill. They settled on a black long-sleeve shirt that fit comfortably, paired with a black and gray plaid miniskirt, black tights, and platform boots. In the bathroom, they applied just enough makeup to enhance their favorite features. Once ready, it was time to go. The house was nearby, so the narrator left their dorm and headed to the campus entrance. They slipped on their headphones, playing their favorite playlist, and let their thoughts drift. It had been a while since they had seen the family, and they were excited to meet them. They recalled how the family had joked about considering the narrator part of their family, with only the need to convince their son to marry them. The thought brought a smile to their face, and they felt a buzz of excitement. Before long, the narrator arrived at the house and rang the doorbell. Mitsuki greeted them with a warm hug that nearly took their breath away. The narrator expressed gratitude for the invitation, and Mitsuki called for her husband, Masu. He welcomed the narrator with a much gentler hug, and they shared a light-hearted exchange about being his only work daughter. The delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen prompted the narrator to ask what was being prepared. Mitsuki mentioned it was a family favorite and went to fetch Katsuki to help set the table. The narrator's heart raced at the mention of his name, realizing that Katsuki Bakugou was indeed the same person they knew. Katsuki entered the kitchen, initially responding to his mother with a dismissive remark before noticing the narrator. His expression shifted to a glare, and he questioned their presence with an unfriendly tone. Mitsuki reprimanded him for his rudeness, and the narrator couldn't resist teasing him about their previous encounter at Mina's party, prompting laughter from Masaru in the next room. Katsuki grumbled but complied with his mother's request to set the table. He begrudgingly prepared a plate for the narrator, who expressed appreciation for the meal. As they moved to the dining room, the seating arrangement placed the narrator directly across from Katsuki, who continued to glare. Katsuki demanded an explanation for the narrator's visit, prompting Mitsuki to intervene and ask him to be polite. The narrator explained their connection to Mitsuki and Mazu, sharing fond memories of their time working together. Katsuki's sarcastic remarks about his mother's kindness elicited laughter, revealing the source of his personality. Dinner continued with playful banter, and soon everyone finished eating. Mitsuki began to clear the table and inquired about dessert, only to discover that Katsuki had eaten all the ice cream. She expressed her frustration, and Masaru joined her in heading out to get something sweet, instructing the narrator and Katsuki to behave in their absence. Once alone, the narrator avoided eye contact with Katsuki, but eventually found him staring. He broke the silence with a curt question, prompting the narrator to ask about his hobbies. Katsuki rolled his eyes and stood to leave, which led the narrator to follow him, curious about his next move. He stopped at a closed door and suggested the narrator wait in the living room, but the narrator playfully questioned whether he was hiding something, refusing to let him block the door. You pushed past him and opened the door. He protested, saying no one had given you permission to enter, but he didn't stop you as you walked in. You smirked and turned to look at him, reminding him that no one had given him permission to enter your room a few weeks ago. His space was quite basic, but something in the corner caught your attention. You questioned the presence of a drum set, turning back to face him. He stared down at you, asking what it mattered to you. You held his gaze, refusing to back down. For a brief moment, his expression softened, but it quickly returned to its usual hardness. You remarked that you hadn't expected something like that from him, Bakugou. He rolled his eyes and turned away, telling you that you could call him Katsuki. Surprised, you responded that you hadn't known that and asked what you had done to earn such a privilege. He mumbled that you called his parents by their first names and that it felt weird since you were Kiri's sister. He seemed a bit embarrassed as he looked back at you. You wondered if he would let that embarrassment show, pointing out that Ijiro didn't call him Katsuki. He turned his face away again, clarifying that he had only said you could call him that, not that you had to. He mentioned that his parents already thought you were part of the family for some reason and added that since you were Kiri's sister, you were like his sister. He abruptly stopped, his face turning a deeper shade of red. You were taken aback by his words. Perhaps Ijiro had nothing to worry about, though it didn't matter to you. You had no interest in dating someone like him. You trailed off, turning to look away from him. The sound of the door opening interrupted you, and you heard Mitsuki and Masaru talking as they returned home. You decided to see if his parents needed help with anything, leaving him standing alone in his room. In Bakugou's mind, he was confused about why he had said that. It wasn't like he had feelings for her or anything. She just made him flustered with her questions. Why couldn't she just agree and move on? Why did she have to be so difficult all the time? He stood there for a moment, not ready to go downstairs and face her or his parents yet. He could hear their chatter in the kitchen. With a sigh, he closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose, wondering what was wrong with him. You could hear Mitsuki's voice clearly as you made your way back to the kitchen. You couldn't shake what Bakugou had just said, and it annoyed you that it bothered you at all. It shouldn't have mattered, yet it did. Mitsuki noticed you walking into the kitchen and mentioned that they had ice cream, but it might be too cold for it now. You knew it had been cold lately, but it couldn't have been that bad. When she told you it was snowing, you rushed to the window above the sink. She was right. The snow was falling steadily, covering the ground. Mitsuki insisted that you couldn't walk back to UA in that weather, especially not at night. She decided to call the school to let them know where you'd be. The shock of the situation left you speechless, and you wanted to argue that it wasn't necessary, but you knew her motherly instincts would not allow you to leave during a snowstorm. When Mitsuki returned, she informed you that you could sleep in Katsuki's room, and she would make him sleep on the couch. You immediately protested, saying you could take the couch instead. She gave you a perplexed look and assured you it was no problem. Katsuki had already agreed. You were taken aback, unable to believe he would agree so easily. Mitsuki laughed at your expression and suggested you might need to lay down. She motioned for you to follow her to Katsuki's room, where you found he was no longer there. She handed you a blanket and a pillow, telling you to let her know if you needed anything before leaving you alone. You stood there, lost in your thoughts, trying to process everything. Suddenly, something soft hit you in the back of the head. You turned to find a black shirt and sweats on the floor, and when you looked up, Katsuki was leaning in the doorway. He teased you about throwing things like a child, explaining that his mother thought you would want to sleep in something comfortable. When you expressed your gratitude, he smirked, clearly amused by your flustered reaction. As he walked away, you closed the door and quickly changed into the clothes. You glanced in the mirror, realizing these had to be Katsuki's. There was no way Mitsuki would wear something like that. The thought made you feel a bit dizzy. You checked the clock on Katsuki's nightstand. It was only 8:30, and you knew you wouldn't be going to bed anytime soon. Unsure of what to do, you hesitated, not wanting to disturb Mitsuki or Masaru. A knock at the door startled you. Hesitantly, you approached it and opened it to find Katsuki standing there with his hands behind his head, his expression indifferent. You laughed, commenting on how strange it must be to knock on his own door. He rolled his eyes and informed you that his mother had made you a bowl of ice cream. You had completely forgotten about the ice cream amidst the whirlwind of events. When you expressed your interest, he handed you the bowl and led you into the living room, where he sat on the couch and turned on the TV. You took a seat on the opposite end, trying to put as much space between you as possible. He asked what you wanted to watch, and you teased him about his early bedtime. He dismissed your comment, insisting he didn't always go to bed early and demanded you pick something or he would. You asked for the remote and he tossed it to you. Flipping through the channels, you landed on a movie you hadn't seen in a while. As you began to eat your ice cream, the cold from both the snow and the treat started to get to you. You curled up, bringing your legs to your chest, and turned to Katsuki. You hesitated before asking if he had any popcorn. He sighed, rolling his eyes at your request. He didn't say anything as he got up and went into the kitchen. This felt like the most awkward encounter of your life. There was no reason for you to feel nervous, but being alone with him like this made it hard to shake off the feeling. The cold air didn't help either. You noticed the blanket lying on the back of the couch, pulled it towards you, and wrapped yourself in it. Stretching out your legs across the couch, you felt cozy and secure. Katsuki returned with a bowl of popcorn, stopping at the end of the couch where your feet were. He told you to move, and you protested, claiming how comfortable you were. He picked up your feet and pushed them off the couch, settling back into his spot and popping a piece of popcorn into his mouth. You sat up and crossed your legs, reaching for the bowl, but he pulled it away from you, teasing you about wanting some. You insisted that you had asked for the popcorn, glaring at him and urging him to share. He continued to pull the bowl further away, prompting you to reach across him for it. You snatched the bowl and placed it between the two of you, settling back into the couch and rewrapping yourself in the blanket. You noticed that the distance between you had shrunk, and you were now only a foot apart. Trying to focus on the movie, you couldn't help but be aware of every little movement from him. Before long, the popcorn was gone, and Katsuki moved the empty bowl to the coffee table in front of you. Your heart raced slightly as you realized nothing separated the two of you on the couch. The closeness made you acutely aware of the warmth radiating from him. You wished you could splash your face with cold water to shake off these feelings. You shouldn't care about any of this, and you definitely shouldn't feel nervous sitting next to Bakugou. Staring at the TV, you focused on your breath to calm your racing heart. The warmth of the blanket combined with Katsuki's body heat began to help you relax. It wasn't long before your eyelids felt heavy. You rested your head against the cushion attached to the back of the couch. It happened slowly. You tried to stay awake, but soon enough, you succumbed to the pull of sleep. Katsuki sat slouched on the couch with his arms crossed, trying not to glance at the girl beside him. He focused on the movie she had chosen, but suddenly he felt pressure on his shoulder and had no choice but to look over. He stopped short when he realized she had fallen asleep next to him, her head resting on his shoulder. He shook his head, thinking about how she must have thought he was the one who went to bed early. He pondered what to do. He could wake her up and tell her to go to bed, or... He sighed, got up, and slipped his arms under her legs and back, lifting her gently. He carried her to his room and laid her on the bed. Just as he began to stand back up, he heard her mumble his name. He froze, wondering if she had woken up, but after a moment he realized she was still asleep. The thought crossed his mind that she might have been dreaming about him, but he dismissed it as silly. He picked up the blanket his mother had left for her and laid it over her sleeping form. Standing up, he grimaced, trying to shake off the feelings that were surfacing. There was no way he felt any sort of way about her. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose to clear his head. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at her one last time before closing the door and returning to the couch. You woke up groggily, reaching for your phone, but it wasn't in its usual spot. Wondering what time it was, you opened your eyes and blinked, taking in the unfamiliar room. Instantly, you sat up, the events of yesterday flooding back to you. The last thing you remembered was watching a movie with Katsuki, but that didn't explain how you ended up here. Searching for your phone, you realized you hadn't talked to anyone since leaving campus, and you didn't want anyone, especially your brother, to worry about you. It seemed you must have left it in the living room. Getting up from the bed, you made your way to the door. Peeking out, you listened for any signs of life. The house was eerily silent. Katsuki appeared in the hallway, looking at you with an eyebrow raised. He asked what you were doing, and you explained that you weren't sure if anyone was awake. He informed you it was already 11 o'clock and questioned who wouldn't be up by now, except for you, apparently. With an eye roll, you inquired about his parents. He replied that they had gone to the store or something, and then asked if you were going to stay hidden behind the door. Realizing you were still lingering there, you stepped out into the hallway. Katsuki crossed his arms and asked if you were hungry. You teased him about his recent kindness, jokingly asking who he was and what he had done with the real Katsuki Bakugou. He dismissed your comment, stating that he was only being nice because of his mother, Mitsuki, and pressed if you wanted something to eat or not. You suggested a 5-course breakfast, grinning at your own joke. Katsuki responded that you were no longer allowed to decide what was for breakfast and began walking away. You insisted it better be something good, and he motioned toward the kitchen, advising you to brush your hair since it looked messy. You playfully complained about his rudeness, wishing for the nice Katsuki back. As you both entered the kitchen, Katsuki rummaged through the ingredients while you took a seat at the dining room table. You watched him mix things in a bowl, occasionally adding new ingredients. You found yourself stealing glances at him when you thought he wasn't looking. He caught you staring and asked what you were looking at, and for a brief moment, you thought you saw a smile on his face before it vanished. You stammered that you were curious about what he was making, to which he raised an eyebrow, as if it were obvious. When he pointed to the syrup bottle, you finally realized what he was preparing. Feeling a bit embarrassed, you rubbed your forehead, realizing you had been so focused on him that you had become oblivious to everything else. Remembering your phone, you jumped up and headed to the living room. Picking it up, you saw a flood of messages, mostly from your brother asking where you were and if you were safe, along with a few from Mina expressing similar concerns. One message from your brother brought you some relief, stating that Aizawa had informed him of your whereabouts. At least he wasn't mad, you hoped. Mina's messages were a different story, demanding details about your situation. You didn't mind chatting with her, but you were not ready to discuss what had happened. With a sigh, you turned off your phone, pressing it to your forehead for a moment before returning to the dining room. A stack of pancakes sat in the middle of the table, with a plate and utensils already placed at your seat. Katsuki was across from you, scrolling through his phone. You thanked him for breakfast, and he shrugged, pushing the plate closer to you. Taking a bite, your eyes widened. These were the best pancakes you had ever tasted. Katsuki looked at you, confusion etched on his face, and asked about your reaction. You explained that the pancakes were just really good. He seemed to suppress a smile when suddenly the front door swung open. Mitsuki called out that they were home, and you felt a wave of relief. She entered the kitchen with groceries, instructing Katsuki to help put them away. Katsuki protested, saying he needed to get ready to return to UA, but Mitsuki insisted he help. He huffed but complied, putting away the groceries. Afterward, he mentioned he was going to change, glancing at you and suggesting you should get ready to leave or he would leave you behind. Mitsuki called after him, reminding him not to let you walk by yourself. She then sat beside you, taking a pancake and asking if Katsuki had made them. You nodded, finishing the last bite. Mitsuki remarked that she could never get him to cook for them, despite how good he was at it. Looking back at you, she suggested you probably wanted to change and led you to a bathroom down the hall. She rummaged under the sink, pulling out a new toothbrush and some toiletries, offering them to you. She promised to get you some clothes and a jacket while you got ready. It was still pretty cold outside. You brushed your teeth and washed your face while Mitsuki was away. When she returned, she brought the clothes you had worn the night before, along with a black hoodie. She mentioned that she had washed them that morning and hoped you didn't mind. You shook your head, expressing your gratitude for her hospitality. After giving her a quick hug, she left. Once you changed, you realized the hoodie was a bit too big, almost like a dress. But it was warm and cozy, which was all that mattered. As you walked out of the bathroom, you found Katsuki waiting in the hallway. He asked if you were ready to go and paused, noticing the hoodie. When you mentioned that Mitsuki had let you borrow it, he pointed out that it was his. With a smirk, you teased that if it meant that much to him, he could have it back. But he stopped you, insisting you should just wear it since he didn't like it anyway. He then made his way to the front door. Mitsuki and Masaru met you both at the front door, giving you hugs and assuring you that you were welcome to visit anytime. You smiled and waved goodbye as you began walking back to campus. Looking back, you saw Katsuki already down the street. You called out to him, jogging to catch up. Mitsuki stood at the door, laughing as she watched you trying to keep up with Katsuki. Masaru chuckled and walked back inside, but Mitsuki replied that it wasn't a lost cause. She mentioned that Katsuki had made you breakfast that morning and noted that the jacket had been his favorite since middle school. She believed he would eventually admit his feelings. Masaru chuckled again, suggesting they should stay out of their son's love life from now on. You finally caught up to Katsuki and asked why he walked so fast. He retorted that you were just walking slowly, but he slowed down to match your pace. The two of you walked in silence for a while. Usually, you would listen to music on longer walks, but it felt rude to put in your headphones now. The silence was comfortable, but you would have preferred some conversation. You hesitated before asking about school, elongating your words as you did. Katsuki sighed, questioning the need to discuss something so trivial. You challenged him to come up with a better topic. When he said he didn't know, you asked why someone so mean wanted to be a hero. He protested that he wasn't that mean. You were about to argue when your foot slipped on some leftover ice, and you braced for impact. But instead, you felt a hand wrap around your wrist, pulling you back before you could fall. Katsuki steadied you, reminding you to watch where you were walking and guiding you to the side away from the street. You thanked him, joking that a broken nose wouldn't be good for business. He dismissed your comment, telling you to learn to use your eyes. As you continued walking, you pointed out that his attitude didn't match his hero aspirations. Your playful banter continued, much to his annoyance, as you made your way to campus. When you reached the common area of your dorm, Mina appeared in front of you, questioning where you had been. She eyed the hoodie you were wearing. You explained that you knew Bakugou's parents from work and that they had invited you for dinner, insisting it was nothing like she might think. Katsuki walked around Mina and continued on as soon as she stepped in front of you. You weren't sure if he noticed that you had used his last name, and it didn't seem to matter. You told Mina you had a lot of homework and needed to catch up later. Before she could protest, you bolted away. It wasn't a lie, you hadn't done any homework over the weekend. You wanted to occupy your mind for the rest of the day, avoiding the thoughts and feelings that had surfaced recently. There was a knock on the door. Your brother called out, urging you to hurry or you would be late for class. You jumped out of bed, realizing it was Monday morning already. Your bed was covered in schoolbooks, a clear sign you had fallen asleep while doing homework. You quickly gathered everything and stuffed it into your backpack before rushing to the bathroom to get ready. After slipping on your uniform, you dashed out the door, glancing at your phone to check the time. You had only 5 minutes to get to class, and you were grateful your brother had checked on. You sprinted across campus, slowing down as you entered the hall to avoid drawing attention from Ida. You speed-walked to your desk, sliding into your seat just as the bell rang. Your brother turned to face you, commenting on how you had made it just in time and asking what had been going on with you lately. You sighed, explaining that you were just trying to catch up on homework. Mina, sitting nearby, chimed in, suggesting that you study together later that evening. You lifted your head to agree, realizing that it would probably help you a lot. Mina excitedly informed you that they would meet in the common room at 4 and urged you not to be late. Aizawa stood at the front of the classroom, signaling that it was time to start class. The first half of the day dragged on, feeling like an eternity until the lunch bell finally rang. You made your way to the cafeteria, grabbed a lunch tray, and picked up a few items before heading to your usual table. The girls were chatting about classes and their weekends, but you remained quiet, not wanting to discuss your eventful weekend at the Bakugou. Mina occasionally spoke, but she was mostly absorbed in her phone, which you appreciated since it kept her from asking too many questions. Suddenly, Mina's eyes widened in shock as she showed you something on her phone. You took a look at the article she had opened, which read, "Why Kirishima returns home to Japan." You felt a wave of embarrassment wash over you. You had kept your return low-key to avoid the paparazzi. But the article continued, asking if you had returned for newfound love, and there, right below the title, was a picture of you and Katsuki walking back to campus. You wore a genuine smile, while Katsuki had his usual serious expression, holding onto your wrist. It was mortifying to see how the paparazzi had twisted a simple moment into gossip. You buried your head on the table, pleading with Mina to put the phone away and never show it to anyone again. She tried to comfort you, insisting it wasn't that bad and that no one paid attention to gossip sites anyway. You could only hope that was true. The lunch bell rang, signaling it was time to return to class. You struggled to focus during your hero classes, still preoccupied with the article. Before you knew it, the day was over, and you found yourself back in your dorm. You rummaged through your classwork, trying to figure out what homework needed to be done. You weren't failing, but you weren't excelling either. Glancing at the clock, you realized it was nearly time to head downstairs. Entering the common area, you spotted Mina and your brother at one of the tables. You took a seat across from him and pulled out your homework, starting with math to get it out of the way. Siro soon joined you, taking a seat next to you and inquiring about Bakugou's absence. Your brother mentioned that Bakugou had arrived just then, taking a seat at the head of the table between you and Ijiro. You worked in silence for a while until Siro brought up Denki, wondering if he would show up since he needed help. Your brother glanced at you nervously before revealing that he had made a bet with Denki, and if he lost, Denki would get to go on a date with you. You took a deep breath, closing your eyes for a moment. You opened them to glare at Ijiro, asking if he had really lost to Denki. He stammered an explanation, claiming he had been distracted with worry about you. You rolled your eyes, asking when this date was supposed to happen. He replied it would be whenever you were free, trying to smile at you. You teased him, asking what if you were busy for the rest of your life. He insisted it was just one date and joked that maybe Denki could be your true love. You scoffed at the idea, throwing your pencil at him. You then noticed Bakugou staring at you, smirking as you asked if he wanted to go on a date too. He simply scoffed in response. In dreams, one might encounter the unexpected. The group of friends sat together, working quietly. Occasionally, one of them would break the silence to ask for assistance. Shiro had a question about a math problem, which sparked a debate between you and Bakugou regarding the correct answer. You insisted it was 36, while Bakugou argued it was 26, his expression fierce. After a minute of back and forth, Shiro suggested checking the answers in the back of the book. Both you and Bakugou reluctantly agreed, neither willing to concede. As Shiro flipped to the back, he quietly confirmed that the answer was indeed 36. You couldn't help but stick your tongue out at Bakugou, who grumbled and turned away, clearly displeased. You rolled your eyes at his childish behavior and returned to your English homework, determined to finish. With a sigh of relief, you closed your book after completing the last few questions. Ijiro and Mina soon followed suit, putting their books away. Ijiro announced he would see everyone tomorrow as he stood up, while Mina yawned and prepared to leave as well. As you stood to stretch, you overheard Shiro mention playing video games with Denki and Mineta. You waved goodbye to him before gathering your belongings. Katsuki was absorbed in his phone as he walked back to his dorm. You approached him and, without missing a beat, recalled someone once telling you, "Watch where you're walking." You mimicked his angry expression and tone. He rolled his eyes, pocketing his phone. He asked what you wanted, his tone sharp. You pretended to be offended by his meanness, but he shot back that he wouldn't be so harsh if you weren't so annoying. You simply wanted to know if he wanted his hoodie back. He snapped that he hated it and wouldn't want it back, glaring at you. You didn't fully believe him and decided to let it go, turning down the hall toward your dorm. Once inside, you dropped your bag and changed into your favorite pajamas before climbing into bed. As you scrolled through your phone, you noticed several messages from your agent. She had likely seen the article from earlier that day. You were grateful for starting at UA, as she had given you space to adjust to your new school, but it seemed a few weeks was enough for her. She urged you to call her as soon as possible, expressing concern about a boy she believed was not good for your image. You rolled your eyes, questioning why your image mattered at that moment. You were uncertain about continuing modeling. After all, enrolling at UA was about becoming a hero. Slipping on your headphones, you closed your eyes, seeking an escape. Through music, the calming melodies allowed you to focus on the lyrics, momentarily forgetting everything else. Your week followed a similar routine, attending classes, returning to your dorm to relax, and then heading to the common room to study with your brother and his friends. You chose to ignore your agent's messages, craving a sense of normalcy. Classes and studying became your anchors, and you found joy in the light-hearted conversations with your peers. Friday arrived just like any other day, filled with classes, chatting with Mina and the girls, and finally gathering with your study group. However, focusing on your work proved challenging that day. You found yourself distracted by your phone, scrolling through various apps until you opened your email, avoiding your homework. The clock read 4:15, and you glanced over at Katsuki, who was focused on his math problems. With a sigh, you returned to your phone, overwhelmed by the number of unread emails. Katsuki noticed your lack of productivity and questioned why you weren't doing your homework. You explained that you didn't think the others would show up and that you simply didn't feel like working at that moment. He insisted that it didn't matter if the others came. The purpose of meeting was to complete your assignments. He urged you to either get to work or leave him alone. One email caught your attention. It was an announcement from UA about the grand opening of a new rec room. This facility was a 3-story building filled with exciting activities like bowling, laser tag, a movie theater, an arcade, and a snack bar. UA had created this space to keep students on campus, away from the dangers lurking outside the school gates. The email served as a reminder of the grand opening that day. You felt a surge of excitement and wished to abandon your homework for a chance to enjoy the arcade. When you turned your phone to show Katsuki the email, he asked what your point was, clearly unimpressed. You would rather be here doing homework than there? You shook your phone, emphasizing your point. He stared at you with a bored expression, saying that he just wanted to finish his homework so he wouldn't have to worry about it later. You decided to go regardless of whether he joined you. He muttered for you to have fun as he turned back to his work. With a smirk, you faced him, remarking that it was too bad he was such a nerd because it would have been fun to challenge him at the arcade. He stopped and slowly looked up at you, his gaze sharp enough to cut. He asked if you were serious, sounding like he was holding back a shout. You taunted him, suggesting that the only reason he didn't want to go was that he was afraid of losing again. You reminded him of the events at Mina's party, implying that the shame was too much for him to handle. Your voice took on a sickeningly sweet tone as you prodded him into joining you. He declared that the only person who would be losing was you, standing up and pointing his finger at you with anger evident on his face. You smiled, asking if that was a challenge. He huffed, grabbing his books and walking up to you, stating that you were going, but he wouldn't let you win at anything the arcade had to offer. The two of you dropped your books in your dorms before meeting back in the common area. You laughed, telling him to prepare for defeat as you made your way across campus. Upon entering the new building, you were greeted by the flashing lights of arcade games. The cacophony of sounds mingled into an obnoxious background noise, while music played throughout the building, almost drowning out the chatter around you. The snack bar was visible on the other end, and you noted that bowling and laser tag were on the second floor, with a movie theater and karaoke rooms on the third. You asked if he was ready to be challenged, playfully punching his shoulder. He retorted that he had already told you that you were the one who would lose. With determination on his face, he asked what you would be competing in first. You laughed, noting his confidence, and suggested starting with something easy. You both wandered around for a few moments before finding the game you were looking for. When you suggested skee-ball, he raised an eyebrow, questioning if you were backing out. You approached the game, your hand hovering over the single-player button. He pushed your hand aside and pressed the two-player option instead. As you both played, focusing on your scores, it wasn't long before your side of the machine began to flash and ring, indicating that you had won. You turned to him with a smug look, reminding him of his earlier claims. He insisted that it was just a warm-up game and moved on to a new machine. The two of you continued taking turns picking different games, neither able to pull far ahead without the other evening the score. Hours passed as you became lost in the fun and excitement, your surroundings fading into the background. It wasn't until someone spoke up that you were pulled back to reality. Katsuki Bakugou on a date? The mockery in the voice was thick. You looked over to see a boy with blonde hair and a smug expression, someone who seemed familiar but whom you had never met before. Katsuki told him to get out of his face, turning away from him. The boy continued, questioning why you were hanging out with someone like Katsuki instead of someone better. You noticed Katsuki's jaw clench tightly, his hands balling into fists as if he were restraining himself from reacting. A monotone voice interrupted, warning the blonde to stop before he got himself into trouble. Another boy appeared next to him, his expression emotionless except for the indigo shade of his hair. He apologized for the blonde's behavior, dragging him away. Katsuki stood still for a moment before relaxing, muttering that Class B was annoying. He glanced back at you, asking what game you wanted to pick next. You stood there, thoughtful, your mind still on what had just happened. Who was that guy? Did Katsuki really not deny that this was a date? Realizing he was waiting for your response, you suggested that you were kind of hungry and wanted to get something to eat. Katsuki protested that the point of coming was to prove he was better at arcade games, not to eat snacks. You countered that the point was to have fun, playfully jabbing him in the ribs. He insisted it wasn't fun until he won, pushing your elbow away. You rolled your eyes, grabbing his arm and pulling him toward the back of the arcade for food. Staring at the options, he declared that you wanted cotton candy. Katsuki looked at you, confusion on his face, questioning how you could be hungry for something so sugary. You conceded and added that you would get popcorn too. He shook his head as you went to get your bags of popcorn and cotton candy. You eagerly brought them to a table, ready to dig in. Katsuki sat across from you, staring blankly. You offered him some popcorn, and he accepted, popping a few pieces into his mouth. As you enjoyed the cotton candy, savoring the sweetness, you wondered aloud what game would break the tie. Before Katsuki could answer, he mentioned that there was one game you hadn't played yet. And what's that? He got up, leading you through the maze of arcade games. He stopped in front of a row of racing games and declared that this would determine the winner of the night, smirking as he picked his seat. You took the seat next to him, remarking on his confidence. After selecting your cars, you both prepared for the game to start. Throughout the first lap, you alternated between first and second place, but it wasn't long into the second lap before Katsuki pulled ahead. He laughed, teasing you about keeping up. You grimaced, noticing a side road toward the end of the course just before the finish line of the third lap. This could be your chance to win or lead to your downfall. As the moment approached, you decided to take the risk. With determination, you turned your wheel swiftly and hit the boost button on the side of your steering wheel. Katsuki's disbelief echoed in your ears as your car crossed the finish line, and a first-place winner banner appeared on your screen. You celebrated, throwing your hands up in victory and doing a little dance in your seat. Katsuki insisted on a rematch, claiming you had cheated. You laughed, reminding him that if it was in the game, it wasn't cheating. He crossed his arms, turning away, but you tugged on his arm, suggesting that you must have earned a bunch of tickets and should see what you could get. You pulled him across the building toward the exit where the prizes were displayed. You examined the various options: candy, lights and signs, stuffed animals, and more. Katsuki handed you his game card, and when you asked if he didn't want anything, he dismissed the prizes as garbage. You encouraged him to help you pick something out, and he pointed to a large stuffed animal hanging on the wall. Surprised, you asked if he really thought girls liked that kind of thing. You laughed and shook your head, walking up to the counter to exchange the cards for the bear. It was heavy, and you struggled to carry it with both arms. You mentioned that it would be a nice addition to your room if it fit. Katsuki questioned your choice, and you explained that you thought it was cute. He suggested it. He protested, insisting he wasn't cute, and crossed his arms, pouting again. As you both began your walk back to the dorms, the weather felt pleasant, more like spring than the previous weekend. A slight breeze was refreshing after the heat of the arcade. Katsuki broke the silence, expressing curiosity about your quirk. You turned slightly to look at him as you walked, explaining that while you were twins, you were fraternal, which was why you didn't inherit the same quirk. Your brother had a variation of your father's quirk, while you took after your mother's side of the family. Katsuki nodded, recalling the day in class when you were partners. He noted that your quirk was telekinesis, but it didn't explain what you had done to Kiri. You elaborated that your mother had a twin sister, and the twin trait ran in the family. You had a hybrid of their quirks, your mother's telekinesis and your aunt's mind-reading ability. You could read minds, but it required deliberate focus and was said to be painful for the person involved. Katsuki continued his line of questioning, asking how many people you had used that part of your quirk on. You reflected on the painful memories of using it on your brother and parents, recalling the fear you felt when you first discovered this aspect of your quirk. You had never wanted to use it unless absolutely necessary, knowing it was not a pleasant experience for them. Katsuki stopped walking, observing you with a serious expression. You confirmed that you chose not to use it, not wanting to hurt anyone. He stepped closer, the bear in your arms creating a barrier between you. He searched your eyes, asking how you would know its full potential if you didn't use it. You took a breath, admitting that you might never know. Your heart raced, feeling as if he could hear it pounding in your ears. After a moment, he stepped back, glancing toward the dorms and suggesting it was time to return. You agreed, and together, you walked back to your rooms. You spent the rest of the weekend catching up on the homework you had neglected on Friday. When Monday arrived, your brother had to wake you up once more. After persistent knocking failed to rouse you, he swung open your door and pulled you out of bed. The two of you walked to class as he scolded you for oversleeping. You hadn't meant to, but you had trouble sleeping and found yourself awake until the early hours of the morning. Fortunately, you managed to stay alert during your morning classes. At lunch, the girls were chatting about typical school topics, and you enjoyed listening to their stories about weekend adventures. Mina leaned toward you, lowering her voice. She asked what you planned to do about the date with Denki. You felt your eyes widen in alarm, worried someone might overhear. Glancing at the one person you hoped wouldn't hear, you realized it was too late. Mina didn't quite grasp the concept of whispering. You reached out to Jairu, trying to stop her as she excused herself from the table and left the lunchroom. You grimaced at Mina, feeling frustrated before following after Jairu. Mina simply said, "Oops," as you walked away. You pushed through the cafeteria doors and spotted Jairu heading toward the courtyard. You jogged after her, grabbing her shoulder to stop her. You pleaded with her to listen. She didn't respond, only looking away with a sad expression. You seized the moment to explain your side. You insisted that you didn't like Denki in that way at all. You explained that your brother had made a silly bet and that you would never do something like that to her because she was your friend. You emphasized the word, never, hoping she would understand how much you valued her friendship. She sighed and expressed her desire not to be upset, remarking that boys were so stupid. You laughed and hugged her, assuring her that you understood. She returned the hug, sharing a laugh with you. You promised to do everything you could to avoid the date, and if you couldn't, you would make it the worst date possible. You added that she deserved someone much cooler than Denki. She smiled and commented on how surprised she was that Denki wasn't in trouble for trying to take you out. Confused, you asked if she meant your brother. She clarified that she was referring to Bakugou, mentioning that she had seen you both at the arcade on Friday. Your face heated up as you tried to explain that it wasn't what it seemed, you were just friends. You weren't entirely sure what your relationship with Bakugou was. Jairu assured you that your secret was safe with her just as the bell rang, signaling it was time to return to class. As you walked back, a deep voice interrupted you from behind. You turned to find the purple-haired boy from Friday, who introduced himself as Shinso from Class B. He apologized for Monoma's outburst and explained that they had to keep an eye on him sometimes, hoping he hadn't bothered you too much. You thanked him for the apology, feeling unsure of how to respond. He wished you a nice day before someone pushed between you, a rough voice declaring, "Out of my way, extras," as they walked past toward your classroom. You wondered what his problem was and said goodbye to Shinso before entering the classroom. Inside, everyone was chatting, except for Bakugou, who sat with his arms crossed, staring angrily out the window. Aizawa surprisingly dismissed the class a few minutes early. You walked with Mina back to your rooms and told her that you and Jairu were good again before parting ways to change and grab your things. You met up in the hallway outside your dorms and walked to the common area together, joking and laughing as you pulled out your homework while waiting for the others to join you. Your friends gradually arrived, but when Bakugou joined, the atmosphere shifted. He still seemed upset from earlier, and as time passed, you noticed he wasn't talking to you at all. He didn't even argue about the answers, completely ignoring you. You wondered what was bothering him, especially since he had been acting strangely since lunch. You tried to focus on your work and finally finished your math homework. After saying goodbye to everyone, you took one last glance at Bakugou, but he didn't acknowledge you, his eyes fixed on the book in front of him. Later, you made your way to your room, sitting on your bed. You weren't tired and knew you wouldn't be able to sleep for a while. You turned on your computer and decided to binge-watch a show on Netflix. As you sat there, trying to concentrate on the storyline, your mind wandered, replaying the events of the day. You were almost finished with the first season when a message popped up asking if you were still watching. To be honest, you had stopped paying attention a while ago. Checking the clock, you realized it was only 10 p.m. and decided you wanted something sweet before continuing your show. Slipping on some slippers, you made your way to the kitchen in the common room, rummaging through the fridge for something to satisfy your sweet tooth. Suddenly, you jumped at the sound of a rough voice behind you. Katsuki stood there, arms crossed and glaring at you. You placed a hand over your heart, startled, and told him not to sneak up on people like that. He maintained his angry expression and told you to pay more attention to your surroundings since you were training to be a hero. You confronted him about his behavior, pointing out that he had ignored you all day and then chose to lecture you. He sighed, disregarding your words as he grabbed a cup from the cupboard and filled it with water. He turned towards her, leaning against the counter and reminding her that he had asked a question first. She replied that she had a sweet tooth and had come down to find something to snack on. He let out a small laugh at her answer and inquired about her presence at that hour, noting that it was past her bedtime. She grumbled that she couldn't sleep, to which he responded that it made two of them. As she closed the fridge and opened the pantry, she groaned at the lack of sweet options. Katsuki appeared behind her, pulling out a few ingredients and placing them on the counter before retrieving 2 mugs from the cupboard. She peeked over his shoulder, curious about his intentions. He turned slightly towards her and asked if she wanted something sweet. She confirmed her desire, and he asked if she had ever made a mug cake before, his tone exasperated. When she admitted she hadn't, he declared that was what they would be making and handed her various ingredients, guiding her through the process. As she placed one of the mugs in the microwave, Katsuki rested his hands on the counter, positioning himself on either side of her. She turned slowly, realizing he had her trapped between the counter and himself. She asked what he was doing, her words coming out slowly, but he didn't respond. Instead, he looked at her intently, as if searching for something in her expression. The intensity of his gaze reminded her of a previous conversation about her quirk, and she found herself wishing she could know what he was thinking. Although she could technically access his thoughts, it would be a painful invasion of privacy. She asked if she could try something, meeting his stare. He questioned what she meant, his expression hardening. She explained that she wanted him to think of something, anything, and promised to stop if it became too painful. After a moment of hesitation, he agreed and closed his eyes. She activated her quirk, reaching into his thoughts. He grimaced slightly but soon relaxed, adapting to the sensation. What she saw made her laugh. He had envisioned himself punching Monoma, but at the last moment, Monoma transformed into Shinso. She teased him about his thoughts, questioning what Shinso had done to deserve such treatment. Katsuki's angry expression returned as he pushed himself away from the counter, freeing her. Crossing his arms, he remarked that it was personal. She shook her head, a small smile on her face, and glanced at the clock before suggesting it was time to finish binge-watching her show. He asked if she wasn't going to bed, and she reminded him that she had already mentioned her inability to sleep. When he inquired about her show, she admitted it was just a silly program on Netflix. With a smirk, he proposed they watch her show together. She was taken aback, unsure of his sudden change in demeanor. He gently pushed her jaw back up with his finger, tilting her head to look at him, and reiterated that he couldn't sleep. She stammered, trying to form a coherent response, but he urged her to follow him. He grabbed both mugs with one hand, and they made their way back to her dorm. As she entered the room, she wondered what had just happened. One moment, Katsuki had been ignoring her, and now he was acting differently. Although they weren't particularly close, she had never seen this side of him before. He was usually ill-tempered or competitive, often seeming to tolerate her presence. She woke her computer from sleep and resumed her show, joining him on the bed. Sitting cross-legged next to him, she took a spoonful of the cake, marveling at how delicious it was. She asked him how he was so good at cooking, and he shrugged, claiming it was just something he had picked up. She took another bite, enjoying the moment. As they sat in comfortable silence, she reflected on his earlier comment about her being like a sister to him. Perhaps that was how he viewed her, as a female version of his best friend, Ijiro. She tried to dismiss any notions of deeper feelings, convincing herself that it was impossible for either of them to feel that way. Time passed unnoticed as they continued to watch the show, and she found solace in the simplicity of the moment. Suddenly, loud knocking at her door jolted her from her thoughts. Still groggy, she could barely make out her brother's voice from the other side, reminding her that she would be late. She pushed herself up, sitting on her bed, and noticed something moving next to her. Startled, she jumped out of bed and into the middle of her room. Her brother's voice called out again, teasing her about needing to come in and wake her up. Panicking, she rushed to the door, stopping him from opening it further. She assured him she was awake and promised to see him in class later, quickly closing the door. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Katsuki had come to her dorm to watch TV, and she must have fallen asleep at some point. Once she was sure her brother had moved away, she picked up a pillow that had fallen during her startled jump. She whispered loudly, urging Katsuki to wake up so they wouldn't be late, and threw the pillow at him. With remarkable reflexes, he caught it before it hit him. He grumbled about her choice of pillow, tossing it back at her. It flew toward her face, but she used her quirk to stop it mid-air, letting it drop to the ground after a moment. You scowled, knowing it was just a pillow, but the way it was moving suggested it would still hurt. You glanced over at Katsuki, who was now sitting on your bed. He started making his way toward the door, telling you to stop talking. He smirked as he opened the door, insisting that nothing had happened and that you were just friends. You urged him to leave, shoving him out of your room. Hurrying to the bathroom to get ready for the day, you grabbed your books and bag and rushed to class, ignoring Ida's demands for walking properly in the hall. Bursting into the classroom, you bent down, resting your hands on your knees to catch your breath. Looking up, you spotted Bakugou sitting in his seat, completely relaxed as if nothing had happened that morning. How had he gotten there so quickly? You took your seat behind your brother. He turned to you, suggesting you needed an alarm clock or to start going to bed earlier. You could only nod, resting your head on your desk. The rest of the day passed by normally, and neither you nor Bakugou mentioned what had happened the night before. You tried to forget about it entirely, as thinking about it only complicated your feelings. Bakugou had said you were just friends, but his expression and tone hinted at something more. Ignoring it seemed the best option. Your brother had expressed discomfort with you dating, but he hadn't mentioned anything about you and Bakugou being friends. If you could push your feelings aside, everything would be fine. The week continued, and you acted as if everything was normal. Soon, it actually felt normal again. There were no more late-night meetings in the common area, and you were grateful for that. You didn't want to tempt yourself with the possibility of something more with Katsuki. Friday arrived, and you decided to skip your usual study group to spend the weekend with your parents. Although you had been in Japan for a while, you hadn't spent much time with them, and this weekend felt like the perfect opportunity. Your mother called from the kitchen, saying dinner was almost ready and that she had invited your brother, who would be arriving soon. You replied while sitting on the couch, working on your Animal Crossing island, which had become overrun with weeds. Your family's husky, Sora, was thrilled to have you home, curled up at your side with her head in your lap. Though she was the family dog, she had chosen you as her favorite, following you everywhere and only greeting others when you were around. You heard your brother open the front door, and Sora's ears perked up. She jumped off the couch and rushed to the front door, causing a thud in the front room. Confused, you stood up and asked your brother what he had done to make Sora so excited. You found him standing fine, but noticed someone else on the floor. Sora was liking Bakugou's face, and your brother tried to pull her away. You couldn't help but laugh, teasing Bakugou about being taken down by a dog. He dismissed your comment, insisting he wouldn't hurt your dog. Your mother emerged from the kitchen, excited to see Bakugou and giving him a hug, leaving you bewildered. Your brother explained that while you were away, your mother would always make too much food, so he started bringing Bakugou over to help. He joked that Bakugou had basically replaced you. You playfully shoved him, telling him to be quiet. Your mother instructed everyone to make themselves at home as she returned to the kitchen. Your brother and Bakugou headed to his room to talk about a new game, while you returned to the couch, picking up your Switch to escape into island life. It wasn't long before your brother emerged with one of his consoles. He announced that they would play in the living room because the TV was bigger. You rolled your eyes and went back to your game. Your brother sat next to you, with Bakugou on the other side. Sora walked over and sat by Bakugou, resting her head on his knee, which made you think of her as a traitor. The three of you played with your brother and Bakugou yelling whenever they lost. Your mother entered the living room, asking your brother to help their father with something in the shed. She then turned to you, asking you to go to the store. She requested Bakugou accompany you, expressing concern about the dark and the paparazzi. You sighed but agreed after seeing the worry in her eyes. As you slipped on your shoes, your mother handed you a grocery list and hugged you tightly. You and Bakugou walked out, and you glanced at the list, noticing that none of the ingredients seemed to go together. You led Katsuki toward the store by your house. After walking for a while, you heard someone calling your name. Turning slightly, you spotted a boy jogging toward you. You felt a wave of discomfort and attempted to hide your face, even though you had already looked back. Katsuki asked what was wrong, and you explained that the boy was a childhood friend who had a crush on you since you moved to the neighborhood. You admitted that he kind of creeped you out. He was just a bit pushy, and you wanted to keep walking, pretending you hadn't heard him, but it was too late for that. He called out to you, saying he hadn't seen you in the neighborhood for ages and asked where you had been. You replied that you had mostly been at school, half turning towards him while stepping in the opposite direction. He noted that you hadn't been posting on Instagram as much either and mentioned he missed seeing your posts on his timeline, smiling as he looked you over. You instinctively leaned back, trying to create some distance. Suddenly, you felt an arm wrap around your shoulders. Katsuki had lifted his other arm, small sparks dancing from his palm as he warned the boy to leave. The boy's eyes widened in realization, and he began to back away, mumbling that he hadn't realized you were with someone. Katsuki simply stated that the boy wouldn't be seeing you again as he turned you both around and walked toward the store. You laughed, expressing how happy you were to have someone accompany you. Katsuki shrugged, saying it was nothing and that you needed to be more assertive with people like that. You muttered that it was easier said than done and pointed out that Katsuki's arm was still around you. He retorted that if the boy turned around, you had to make it believable. You smirked, suggesting that since he was your fake boyfriend, it called for a nickname. Katsuki firmly told you not to even think about it, but you playfully suggested, Suki. He shot back that you could be a royal pain, suggesting princess as a nickname, which he delivered without any affection, making it sound almost like an insult. You crossed your arms in response, declaring that you hated him. He laughed, squeezing your shoulder, and when you asked what that meant, he stopped and spun you to face him. He placed both arms on your shoulders, intertwining his fingers behind you, and teased that you were so into him. Your heart raced as he leaned closer, but then he burst into laughter at your shocked expression. You shoved him, telling him to quit messing around and pulled out the grocery list your mom had given you, rolling your eyes as you both walked into the store. After meandering around for a while, you checked off the last item on the list and headed back home. The trip back was uneventful, and as you searched for your house key, you shifted the bag to one side. Once you opened the door, you both made your way to the kitchen to set down the groceries. Your mom greeted you with a smile, thanking you for going to the store and announcing that dinner was ready. You questioned her about the point of going to the store if dinner was already prepared. She explained that they were just running low on some things and she hadn't felt like going herself. You sighed, feeling a bit exasperated. At the dinner table, the atmosphere was warm as Bakugou and your brother discussed their games while your parents asked about school, with your mom playfully scolding you for ignoring your agent. You enjoyed the family dinner, realizing how much you had missed it. After everyone finished eating, you and Ijiro began to clear the table in sync. Your mother commented on how alike you and your brother were, observing the slightly confused expressions on Bakugou and her face. Once you finished, your brother headed toward the door, saying it was time to return to school. Your mom, looking a bit sad, asked if he had to leave so soon, expressing how much she missed having the boys around. Ijiro's heart softened at her expression, and he quickly offered to stay if she wanted. Her face brightened immediately, and she declared that since everyone was there, they should have a family game night. She picked a game from the coat closet and brought it to the coffee table. Ijiro complained that Monopoly would take forever, glancing at you and Bakugou for support. You suggested that you could play for a little while but probably wouldn't finish. Your mom insisted it was settled, and as she set up the game, your brother shot you a look that said, "Are you serious?" You picked up a dog game piece while your parents chose their usual ones, and Ijiro and Bakugou squabbled over who would get to be the race car. Bakugou won that argument, and the game began slowly, with everyone rolling the dice and moving around the board. Bakugou ended up with one of the railroads and proposed a trade, offering any of his properties in exchange. Your brother warned Bakugou not to trust you, claiming you were pure evil. You defended yourself, saying that just because you had made him go bankrupt last time didn't make you evil. Bakugou asked if he could have any property, and you slyly replied that he could have anything you had. He reached for the green property you had recently acquired, dropping the railroad in its place. You hid your grimace behind a smile, knowing you'd have to get that back later. Not long after, your brother rolled the dice and landed on your newly owned railroad, prompting you to declare that he owed you money. You owned 3 of them, and you smiled sweetly at your brother. He huffed and tossed you the money, insisting that you were being unfair. Even if you hadn't traded it, he would still have had to pay you. He pointed out that you didn't own 3 railroads, which was true. The game continued, with each of you taking turns buying property, adding houses and hotels, or paying the property owner. Your parents went broke fairly quickly, showing little interest in the game, and they were among the first to be eliminated. Soon, it was just you, your brother, and Bakugou left in the game, but Ijiro seemed close to going broke as well. Your brother checked his phone and noted the time, exclaiming that it was late and that you all needed to leave. Your mother, grinning, reassured him that she had already called the school to inform them that the three of you would be staying. She had missed you all so much. Ijiro went to give her a hug, sensing that she had something planned. She mentioned going to get pillows and blankets, reminiscing about the sleepovers you used to have when you were younger. As she disappeared into the house, your brother declared he was tired of the game and laid back on the floor. You laughed, teasing him that he only wanted to quit because he was losing. But honestly, you agreed that the game had gone on for too long. In unison, the three of you declared your intention to quit. You put the game away, and your brother and Bakugou returned to playing their video game. Grabbing your Switch, you and Sora headed to your room. You turned on the TV and sat on your bed, with Sora curling up next to you as you worked on fixing your island and chatting with your villagers. A couple of hours passed when Sora hopped off your bed, turning to face you and making a quiet whine. She wanted to go outside. Reluctantly, you agreed but reminded her not to bark since it was late. You tiptoed around the house, noticing the living room was dark and quiet, indicating that everyone else had gone to bed. You spotted your brother making a makeshift bed on the floor by the coffee table, his red hair peeking out. You opened the sliding door as quietly as possible to let Sora out and then tiptoed toward the kitchen to get a glass of water. As you entered, you found Katsuki leaning against the counter with a glass of his own. You let out a small yelp in surprise. He looked at you with confusion, noting that he hadn't even snuck up on you this time. You explained that you hadn't expected anyone to be there. He pointed out that the light was on, and you muttered that you thought someone had just left it on. He rolled his eyes and stepped aside so you could grab your cup. After filling it with water, you hopped up to sit on the counter, lost in thought. Katsuki always seemed to act differently each time you saw him, which was frustrating. Your mind wandered back to earlier in the week when he had ignored you for no apparent reason. He glanced at you while taking a sip of his water and asked if you had said you were friends the other day. You confirmed that you had. He then asked if he could ask you something, and you hesitated, looking at the water in your cup. He pointed out that you had just asked him something, urging you to get to the point. You took a deep breath and asked why he had ignored you the other day when he seemed upset. You couldn't bring yourself to meet his gaze, feeling a bit foolish for asking. He replied that he didn't know, just that he had been upset. You pressed further, noting that he hadn't ignored anyone else, and gathered the courage to look at him. He stood with his arms crossed, staring blankly at the wall, making you anxious as you awaited his response. He sighed and complained about your annoying questions. You argued that if you were friends, he owed you an answer. He sighed again, expressing his frustration with your persistence. You challenged him, insisting that he should treat you like a real friend and give you an honest answer. He admitted that you got under his skin and that your attitude confused him. He stepped closer, his words rushing out as he expressed his bewilderment over how someone like you could make him feel this way. You froze on the counter, processing his words. When you asked him to repeat what he said, he stammered, denying he had said anything. Just then, Sora barked, signaling that she wanted to come back inside. You decided to let her in, but as you hopped off the counter, your pant leg got caught on the drawer knob, causing you to lose your balance. Katsuki caught you before you could fall, setting you back on the counter and untangling you from the drawer. He scolded you to be more careful, and as he turned to look at you, your breath caught. You were so close that your foreheads nearly touched, and for a brief moment, his usual hard expression softened. Your heart raced in your chest, urging you to pull away. Your brother could walk in at any moment, and you wouldn't know how to explain the situation if he caught you. Every rational thought screamed for you to move, yet an invisible force seemed to draw you closer. As your eyes fluttered shut, the distance between you diminished, and his lips brushed against yours softly, like a gentle test before taking the plunge. There was a brief pause, a moment to reconsider and retreat. Katsuki didn't let you finish your thought as he leaned in, his lips meeting yours with a sudden intensity. He cupped your chin, drawing you nearer. The words you had intended to say faded from your mind. You leaned into him, wrapping your arms around his neck, and in that instant, everything else vanished. It was just the two of you, and the world outside ceased to exist. However, the moment was abruptly interrupted by Sora's bark, and the sliding back door opened. Your eyes widened in surprise as you pushed Katsuki away and hopped off the counter. You walked into the living room to find your brother standing there, mid-yawn. He rubbed his eyes, trying to shake off sleepiness, and asked why he hadn't heard Sora barking. You stumbled over your words, explaining that you had been in your room, unable to hear her over the TV. He accepted your excuse and began to head back to bed. Relief washed over you as you realized Katsuki had vanished, leaving you grateful and confused about what had just transpired. You hurried to your room, Sora trotting happily beside you. Once inside, you closed the door and leaned against it for support. Sora jumped onto your bed, waiting for you to join her. You lay down, covering your face with your hands, the sound of the TV still playing in the background. Sighing, you knew sleep would be elusive tonight. In that moment, you wished for someone to confide in. Normally, you would talk to your brother about crushes, but this situation was different. You couldn't approach the person who had advised you to stay away from their best friend. Thus, of your other friends crossed your mind, but you dismissed them. Mina would undoubtedly spill the secret, and you weren't close enough to Shiro and Denki to discuss something so personal. Under normal circumstances, Bakugou would have simply told you to ask someone else. Jiru was another option, but glancing at the clock, you figured she was likely asleep. With another sigh, you reached out to pet Sora, closing your eyes in hopes that your racing thoughts would quiet enough for you to find some rest. Light began to shine in the room, waking you from a deep sleep. You had been so out of touch the previous night that you hadn't even dreamed. As you woke up, exhaustion weighed heavily on you, leaving you feeling far from refreshed. You rolled out of bed and made your way to the kitchen, where you found your mom sitting at the table with her coffee and some toast. Glancing at the clock, you noted it was a little after you took a seat across from her and rested your head on the table. Your mom greeted you with a smile, recalling how you liked to sleep in. She mentioned that breakfast was ready, but your dad had gone to the store, and your brother and Bakugou had already returned to school. It was just the two of you this morning. You replied that you were okay and could have cereal or something, relieved to hear that everyone else was gone. Your mom noticed something was off and asked if something had happened since you seemed fine the day before. You sighed, admitting there was something on your mind and proposing a deal. You would share your thoughts if she shared hers first. She agreed with a chuckle. You then asked her about her behavior the previous day, noting that she seemed unusually eager to see Ijiro unless she wanted something. Feigning defeat, she confessed that she had seen an article featuring you and Bakugou and thought you both looked cute together. She acknowledged that your agent Kyoko might not approve but believed Bakugou was a good guy, perhaps better than the other boys Kyoko suggested. You couldn't help but laugh, realizing your mom's meddling might have had some merit. She encouraged you to share everything, so you recounted Ijiro's warning to stay away, what Katsuki had said, and the kiss that had startled you. Your mom observed that you were in quite a predicament and finished her coffee while looking at you. You groaned, expressing your uncertainty about what to do. She reached out and took your hand, asking if you liked Ijiro. You admitted that you did but worried about potentially ruining their friendship. Your mom reassured you that if they were true friends, whatever happened between you and Ijiro shouldn't change that. You acknowledged that Ijiro might not be happy about it, but your mom suggested that he could be persuaded. Before you confronted Ijiro, she advised you to talk to Bakugou first to sort things out. Feeling overwhelmed, you buried your face in your hands, unsure if you could face either of them at that moment. Your mom reminded you that you didn't have to return to campus until Sunday, giving you time to avoid them. You both shared a laugh, and you realized she was right. After getting your cereal, you spent the rest of your Saturday morning working on homework. By the time your father returned, you had finished. Your parents decided to have a movie night with you. The three of you, along with Sora, piled on the couch to watch your favorite films, complete with snacks, popcorn, and ice cream. You hadn't realized how much you missed spending time with them. After the first movie, you checked your phone and found a text from Jiru, asking if you were busy the next morning and if you wanted to go to a cafe. Meeting Jiru would delay facing the two people you wanted to avoid, so you responded, asking when and where. After watching a few more movies with your parents, you went to bed, still tired from the previous night. Sora curled up next to you, and you fell asleep while petting her. The next morning, your phone alarm jolted you awake, surprising you since it rarely did for school. After turning it off, you sat in bed for a while, knowing you didn't have to meet Jairu for another hour. As you scrolled through your notifications, one message stood out, a text from Katsuki Bakugou, simply stating that you needed to talk. You hesitated, not wanting to open that can of worms, but fate had other plans as you accidentally opened the message. Accepting your fate, you got ready to meet Jairu. The weather was pleasant, so you chose a t-shirt, jean shorts, and sandals. You hugged your parents goodbye, promising to visit more often, and walked to the cafe Jairu had suggested, which wasn't too far from your house. She was waiting outside for you. As you approached, you greeted her with a side hug before both of you entered the cafe. After ordering drinks and a cookie shaped like a flower, you settled into an empty spot near the window. Jairu wasted no time, insisting you spill what was bothering you. You feigned innocence, but she quickly pointed out that you seemed off. You admitted that everyone could read you easily and decided to share your troubles once more, recounting everything that had happened up until Friday night. Her only response was a surprised, "Whoa." You then pulled out your phone, showing her the text from Bakugou, which she noted was vague. She reassured you that both boys had seemed normal when they returned the day before. You expressed your confusion about what to do and what the message could mean. Jairu suggested that you would need to talk to Bakugou to figure that one out. But she wouldn't worry too much. He always seemed to make things seem worse than they really were. She smiled at you, hoping to lift your spirits. You suggested changing the topic, asking her about her situation with Denki. Her face turned pink as she hesitated, mentioning that there was still an uncertain vibe between them. Honestly, she was considering giving up, feeling that he seemed too interested in other girls. You reassured her that you were on her side, stating that boys often chased after everything new. If she decided to move on, you promised to help her find someone even better. The two of you continued chatting, and after finishing your cookie and drinks, you got up to walk back to campus. Laughter filled the air as you climbed the steps to your dorm building. However, you paused, feeling unready to walk through the doors. You told Jairu to go in without you, needing a moment to yourself. She looked at you, concerned, but you smiled back at her. Standing at the doors, you focused on your breathing, reassuring yourself that everything would be okay. After taking a deep breath, you opened the door and found your brother approaching, his expression revealing that he was upset. He stormed up to you, stopping directly in front of you, and handed you Mina's phone. Confusion washed over you as you looked down to see yet another photo of you and Bakugou. This time, it captured a moment from your walk to the store, with Bakugou's arms around your neck and a shocked look on your face. The article claimed that sources had confirmed a relationship between you two. You grimaced, feeling frustrated with Bakugou. You began to explain that it wasn't what it looked like, but your brother interrupted, pointing out that it appeared you had gone against his wishes. You clarified that Bakugou had stepped in when a kid from your neighborhood, who had a crush on you, was acting creepy. You insisted that it was all Bakugou's doing, and the paparazzi had a knack for twisting the truth. You looked at your brother, pleading for him to believe you. He searched your face for any signs of deception and let out a deep breath, finally saying he believed you. He apologized for getting upset, admitting that he thought you had lied to him. You closed your eyes for a moment, feeling a wave of relief. You told him you didn't feel well and decided to head to your room. As you walked upstairs and shut the door behind you, you flopped onto your bed, hiding your face with your arms. You weren't sure how long you stayed there, but it felt nice to be alone. Suddenly, your door swung open and closed again. You expressed your desire to be alone, but a rough voice that didn't belong to your brother responded. When you lifted your arms slightly, you saw Katsuki standing in your room, arms crossed and glaring at you. You admitted that you had considered leaving him on red. He grumbled to himself while you tried to ignore him, but it was clear he wasn't leaving anytime soon. You urged him to start talking if he wanted to discuss something. When he remained silent, you confronted him about why he barged into your room unannounced after kissing you and then leaving the next day without saying goodbye. You hadn't realized how much you needed to express your feelings until now. Katsuki stammered that you had kissed him first and that he hadn't pushed you away. You stood up, feeling the heat of the moment. You pointed out that you didn't want to be caught kissing your brother's best friend in your parents' kitchen and admitted your confusion about what had happened. You stepped closer, crossing your arms defiantly, demanding to know what he wanted to talk about. Katsuki glared down at you, still silent, his gaze drifting away from yours. Just as you were about to press him further, he suddenly pulled you into a kiss. You were taken aback, momentarily lost in the moment, but soon you kissed him back. After a brief pause to catch your breath, you pulled away, reminding him that he couldn't just do that. He told you to be quiet and pulled you back toward him, this kiss softer and less aggressive. Your knees felt weak as his fingers tangled in your hair, and for a moment, the world around you faded away. When you both finally pulled away for air, you looked up at him, unsure of how to process everything. Katsuki admitted that he had lied the other day, confessing that he felt a certain way about you but struggled to articulate it. You asked what to do next, trying to find the right words, but nothing seemed to fit. He admitted he didn't know either, appearing agitated by the question. You turned away, feeling the weight of the situation. You pointed out that you didn't truly know anything about each other. Katsuki countered that getting to know someone was the point of dating. You smirked, teasing him about wanting to take you on a date. His face turned a light shade of red as he stammered that he didn't know, maybe. You couldn't help but smile at his flustered reaction, playfully challenging him about coming into your room and kissing you but not asking you out properly. He turned away, clearly flustered. You knew him well enough to recognize that words were not his strong suit. He was more of an action-oriented person. Still, you couldn't resist teasing him a little. You suggested a study date for the following day after class. He looked at you, puzzled, and questioned how that could be a date if everyone else was studying too. You chuckled and clarified that you never intended to invite the others. You proposed studying in your room or his, looking up at him for an answer. He hesitated but eventually agreed to study at his place. You couldn't deny your curiosity about his room and whether it resembled the one at his house. You confirmed your plans to meet the next day after class. As he turned to leave, you called out to him, asking for a favor. He turned back, sounding slightly annoyed as he inquired about your request. You explained that you wanted to keep this between the two of you for now. You figured he wouldn't want the class in his business, and you didn't want Ijiro to find out just yet. He looked perplexed by your reasoning, and you elaborated that since he and Ijiro were best friends, you didn't want to upset him over something that might not even lead anywhere. After considering your words, he reluctantly agreed for the time being and left your dorm, closing the door behind him. You felt a pang of guilt for asking him to keep it a secret, but you weren't ready to face Ijiro. His earlier reaction had made it clear he wouldn't approve, and you wanted to avoid that conversation while sorting out your feelings for Katsuki. Sitting on the edge of your bed, you buried your head in your hands, questioning whether you were making the right choice. In class, you tapped your foot on the floor, distracted by the pop quiz Aizawa had assigned after Denki failed to answer a question properly. The quiz covered basic first aid, a subject most hero students learned in their first year. You reviewed your answers, deciding they were as good as they would get. Leaning back in your chair, you played with your pencil, knowing Aizawa wouldn't let anyone leave until everyone finished. Given Denki's indecisiveness, it seemed your class would be there for a while. You glanced across the room at Bakugou, who was staring out the window. It was no surprise he was one of the first to finish. He always took his studies seriously. Your gaze shifted to your brother. Appeared to be weighing his options on a question. As time passed, more students completed the quiz, and it wasn't long before everyone was done. As Aizawa collected the papers, he reminded the class that although the topic was from last semester, it was crucial for their future as heroes. After dismissing the class, everyone began to gather their belongings. You walked back to the dorms with Mina, who was animatedly discussing the quiz, but your mind was elsewhere. Now that class was over, it was time for your study date with Bakugou. You tried not to dwell on it all day. It wasn't much different from studying with friends, and you had studied with Bakugou before. So why were you feeling so nervous? Mina interrupted your thoughts, suggesting that you could review some material with the group that night. You suddenly remembered that you wouldn't be joining them. You told Mina that you weren't feeling well, claiming your stomach had been hurting since lunch and that you wouldn't be able to meet that evening. Concern crossed her face as she asked if you were okay. You assured her you would be fine, just needing to rest for a bit. As you both reached your doors, she offered to help if you needed anything. You promised you would let her know and gave her a small smile before slipping inside your room. Leaning against the door, you sighed. You didn't want to lie to her, but you weren't sure how to explain your situation. You set your bag down and laid back on your bed, needing a moment to relax. Math wasn't your worst subject, but ectoplasm had a knack for making tests difficult. With a chapter test coming up that Friday, you pulled out the study guide he had given the class. To create some background noise, you turned on your computer and played one of your favorite playlists. After arranging your pillows and blankets, you made a comfortable spot for your books. You began working on the first problem of the study guide, but you didn't get far before you heard your door open and close. Katsuki entered, commenting that sitting like that would hurt your back and suggesting you use your desk instead. You replied that the chair wasn't comfortable and that you had been sitting in desks all day. He rolled his eyes at you, taking a seat on the floor beside your bed and pulling out one of his books. You both got to work, but it wasn't long before he tilted his head back to look up at you, questioning how this was considered a date. You chuckled and reminded him that you needed to get through the study part first. He then asked what the actual date part was. You pointed out that for someone who complained about being interrupted while doing homework, he was stalling on his work. He dismissed your comment, and you held back a laugh as you returned to your study guide. After completing about half of it, you decided to shift your focus, knowing you had the rest of the week to finish your math. Cementas had assigned some English work, and Aizawa had given a chapter to read in one of the hero course books. You leaned back onto your bed, not quite ready to start the rest. Taking a deep breath, you closed your eyes. A nap sounded great right about now. Katsuki entered the room, noting your lack of progress on your homework. You rolled onto your stomach and looked over his shoulder to see what he was doing. You felt the need to defend yourself, stating that you just wanted to take a break. He turned his head slightly to look at you, questioning whether you wanted to work on your homework or not, urging you to make up your mind. You replied that you would get back to it, but your brain was starting to feel like mush. Katsuki shook his head at you before finishing the English homework. He then turned to face you, asking what you were looking at. Ignoring his question, you inquired about the drum set in his room, curious if he actually played it. His annoyance was evident as he responded that it was obviously not just for looks. You leaned forward, genuinely curious about his skills. He pulled back slightly, caught off guard by your question, and admitted he guessed he was okay at it. You teased him about being modest, knowing he believed he was great at everything. He made a face, confidently asserting that he was indeed great at everything. You smiled in response, recognizing his conceit but also noting that he was different from others. Most guys acted that way to seem superior, but Katsuki truly believed he was the best. His hard demeanor seemed to fade as you observed him, and you began to see a change in his expression. It was as if he had heard your thoughts, for once you recognized the shift, his usual grimace returned. He commented on the music you were listening to, calling it terrible for studying. You smirked, pointing out that he was being mean to someone he supposedly liked. He grumbled that he never said he liked you, only that he felt some way about you. You shook your head, realizing you couldn't respond, as you hadn't revealed your feelings either. Opening your English book, you attempted to focus on your work, but your mind wandered back to the tension between you two. It was clear there was something mutual, yet neither of you wanted to admit it. You recalled how breathless you felt after sharing a kiss with him, but with both of you being so closed off, could you ever share something like that emotionally? Katsuki interrupted your thoughts, asking about your distracted expression. You hadn't realized how lost in thought you were, having stopped writing altogether. He observed you closely, trying to decipher your expression. You pointed to a random question in your book, claiming you were stuck on it. Katsuki stood up and moved closer, pushing you over to sit on your bed with you. He took the book from your hands and read the question you had pointed to, incredulous that you had chosen such an easy one. He urged you to stop goofing off and get to work, flipping through one of the hero textbooks assigned by Aizawa. You playfully suggested he read it aloud so you wouldn't have to later, but he shot you a glare. You smirked, teasing him about wanting to listen to his voice. His face flushed slightly before he collected himself and asked you to stop being annoying. You smiled mischievously, wondering about the effect you had on him. Leaning into him, You tried to emulate your mother's signature puppy dog eyes, pleading with him. He froze, looking down at you, stammering that he wouldn't. You feigned disappointment, asking why not, but before you could press further, a pillow was shoved into your face. He muttered for you to stop looking at him like that, turning away from you. Biting your lip to suppress a smile, you relented, stating you would only agree if he read the chapter. He sighed in response, finally picking the textbook back up as you returned to your English homework. It wasn't long before you both completed your assignments successfully. You pushed your books off the bed and suggested watching a movie. Katsuki leaned back, covering his face with his arms, looking exhausted. You noted that it was still early in the evening, questioning why he was so tired. He explained that getting up at 5 in the morning made him go to bed early. You expressed your disbelief at anyone willingly waking up that early. He sighed, reminding you that there was more to being a hero than just textbooks. You weren't sure if he was being sarcastic or genuinely thought you were that oblivious. However, it made sense. He wanted to be number one, which required hard work beyond the classroom. Understanding this, you got up and turned on a movie anyway. When you returned to your bed, Katsuki got up and sat beside you. About 15 minutes passed before you noticed that he had somehow moved closer. After another 15 minutes, he took hold of your hand, prompting you to turn and look at him. You felt a mix of emotions as you considered his presence. You would be lying if you said it didn't give you butterflies to feel his hand in yours, but you chose to focus on the movie, not wanting to disrupt the moment with any teasing remarks. Surprisingly, Katsuki stayed awake throughout the film, despite how exhausted he had looked earlier. As the credits began to roll, he sat up and stretched his arms. He remarked that the movie wasn't entirely bad and then turned to you, stating that he would choose the next date activity. Curiosity piqued, you asked if he might give a hint about his plans. He leaned in closer, playfully refusing to share any details. Your heart raced as he closed the distance and gave you the lightest kiss. Instinctively, you leaned in, but he pulled away, laughing at your puzzled expression. He teased you about leaving a little mystery, referencing something from the movie. With a smirk, he stood up to leave, calling you a dumbass as he walked away. You were left with a swirl of emotions, eagerly anticipating what tomorrow would bring. The week returned to normal, and neither you nor Katsuki mentioned your study date again. You rejoined your usual study group the next day, as did Bakugou, and no one was aware of what had transpired between the two of you. Ijiro was glad to have you back. He needed help with the math study guide since numbers weren't his strong suit. By the time Thursday night arrived, you felt confident going into ectoplasm's test. It was around 8 p.m. when you realized you couldn't study any longer. If you sat there any longer, you would just overwork yourself, which wouldn't help at all. You got up, said goodbye to your friends, and felt surprisingly exhausted, wanting to go to bed. As you made your way to your dorm, your mind wandered. Katsuki had mentioned wanting to choose your next date, but with all the schoolwork, the two of you hadn't had a moment to yourselves. You were curious about what he would decide, but asking him directly felt awkward. After getting ready for bed, you turned off your light and crawled under the covers, falling asleep while wondering what Katsuki might come up with. The next day unfolded like any other. You attended lectures, took your math test, which turned out to be easier than expected, and trained with Jairu and Mina during Aizawa's class. The three of your quirks didn't mesh perfectly, but you all needed to improve your close combat skills. By the end of class, you were ready for a nap. It was nice having three of you. It allowed one person to take a break while the others continued working, but by the end, all three of you were exhausted. Aizawa called your class to attention and announced that UA and Shiketsu High had arranged a training exercise between your classes, with Class B joining in. He urged everyone to think about who they should train with for the upcoming week and warned that if anyone hadn't found a partner, he would choose for them. With that, class was dismissed. As you walked with Mina and Jairu to the locker room, Mina exclaimed that everyone should work together. Jairu suggested that it might be wise to pair up with someone whose quirk complemented theirs. The conversation continued as you all changed and headed back to the dorms. Mina expressed her relief at not having to study that night, admitting that the math test had been tough. You laughed with her, looking forward to a nap. Mina then mentioned that Momo wanted to do something with the girls that evening. You agreed, telling her to text or knock on your door later. After parting ways, you felt both mentally and physically drained, and your bed looked incredibly inviting. Just then, your phone vibrated in your hand. You looked down to see a message from Katsuki. Katsuki's message instructed you to meet him outside the dorms that you found it cryptic but decided to comply. With plenty of time before then, you set an alarm and fell asleep on your bed, still in your uniform. After hitting the snooze button several times, you finally woke up around 7. Realizing you needed to get ready, you sat up and remembered that Katsuki hadn't mentioned why he wanted to meet. You rummaged through your closet and, with no clue about your plans, opted for a pair of ripped jeans and your favorite t-shirt. After brushing your hair and touching up your makeup, you checked the time. 7. It was time to find out what Katsuki wanted. You went downstairs, where a few classmates were hanging out. You spotted Denki talking to someone, likely Mineta, but couldn't see him over the couch. Making your way outside, you found Katsuki leaning against the railing of the steps. You walked over to him, stopping a few steps above, feeling a bit odd looking down at him. He didn't respond at first. Instead, he grabbed your arm and pulled you down a few steps so he was taller than you again. You asked him why he called you down, trying to suppress a laugh. He simply told you to follow him and pushed himself off the railing, walking away from the dorms. As you followed, you felt a mix of curiosity and uncertainty about where he was leading you. After a few minutes, you couldn't help but ask where you were going, but he remained silent. You then inquired if this was the date he had mentioned picking, but still received no answer. As you walked in silence, you reached the edge of the school, where the trees of the small forest surrounding the campus began to envelop you. You joked about sending Ijiro your location in case you didn't return, prompting Katsuki to stop abruptly. He groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose and squeezing his eyes shut, clearly exasperated. You couldn't help but laugh, knowing your comment was ridiculous but hoping for some kind of reaction. After taking a deep breath, he grabbed your wrist and pulled you next to him as he resumed walking. There wasn't an obvious path, but he seemed to know where he was going. At some point, he let go of your wrist, allowing his hand to slide down and interlock with yours. You were still getting used to gestures that indicated he liked you as more than just a friend. Suddenly, he stopped, and you realized you had arrived at your destination. You stood at the edge of a small clearing, surrounded by trees that formed a natural circle. Off to the side was a large boulder. You were unsure what this place was, so you asked Katsuki about it. He explained that it was a spot he liked to visit when things became overwhelming. You smirked at him, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. He walked behind you, wrapping his arms around you and resting his chin on top of your head, telling you to be quiet. You felt frozen in place. Katsuki wasn't much of a hugger. You had never seen him willingly embrace anyone, not even his parents after dinner at his house. You were afraid to move, worried that if you shifted too quickly or reached for him, he would let go, or worse, you would wake up and find it had all been a dream. You laughed, recalling how long it had taken him to get to this point. You had begun to think that your last date had been a figment of your imagination. You wondered what he did when he came out here. He took a breath, contemplating his answer. He mentioned that he stared at the sky and the stars, thinking about anything to distract himself from why he had come out there. As he spoke, you glanced up at the sky, seeing the stars peeking through the leaves and branches. Closing your eyes, you focused on the wind rustling through the trees, appreciating the serene sound it created. You understood why someone would want to escape to this place when they had a lot on their mind, but you still questioned why he had brought you here tonight. Curious, you asked why he had invited you along if he came here to think. He moved to stand beside you, keeping one arm around your shoulder. He explained that he figured you could keep him company, and then, unexpectedly, he fell back, pulling you down with him. You landed on the ground with a squeal, exclaiming why he would do that. He laughed as you playfully shoved him. Rejoining him on the ground, you turned your head toward him, asking what he was trying to figure out tonight. He replied that he wasn't trying to get something off his mind but was simply trying to understand something. When you pressed for details, he told you it was nothing you needed to be concerned about right now. He reached for your hand again, interlacing your fingers, but instead of looking at you, he stared at your hands as if they held the answers he sought. His rough, calloused hand felt warm against yours, fitting perfectly together. This moment felt surreal, It was the closest you had ever felt to Katsuki, and you both hadn't spoken much the entire time. Suddenly, he broke the silence, asking you to tell him something. He wanted to hear a childhood memory, a secret you had never shared, or what you were thinking about in that moment. You reflected on how strange things were now, how different they had become, yet some things remained unchanged. He paused before asking if that was bad, tightening his grip on your hand slightly. You reassured him that it wasn't bad, just different. You admitted that you had never seen this side of him with anyone and that part of you didn't think he had a softer side. He remained silent for a while, still gazing at the sky, and finally said in his usual tone not to get too used to it. You weren't sure what he meant by that, but you didn't want to risk souring the mood, so you stayed quiet. You both continued to gaze at the sky, occasionally breaking the silence to discuss various topics, from school to your time in America. Time slipped away as you lay on the ground, your hands intertwined. Katsuki was the first to stand, pulling you up beside him. He suggested it was time to head back, leading you toward the dorms. You asked if he had figured out his earlier situation, still curious about why he had wanted to come out here in the first place. He stopped walking, the trees surrounding the campus providing a sense of privacy. He looked down at you, his expression unreadable, and replied with a vague, maybe. You pressed him for an explanation, but he glanced away, contemplating his answer before looking back at you and repeating, maybe. You should have expected that response. With a smirk, he added not to worry about it, calling you a dumbass. In jest, you declared that now that he had said that, it was all you would do. He half smiled in response and gently grabbed your chin, tilting your face up to meet his gaze. He complimented you, saying you didn't look half as bad as usual that night and asked if you had done something different. You rolled your eyes, recognizing that was the closest thing you would get to a compliment from him. He didn't pull away, and it felt as if he was leaning in closer. His clean scent enveloped you, intoxicating your senses and making your heart race. His face was mere inches from yours, and you could feel the warmth of his breath mingling with yours. Then he gently pressed his lips against yours, and unlike last time, he didn't pull away. His other arm wrapped around your waist, drawing you closer until you were against him. Your hands found their way to his chest, sliding up to wrap around his neck, while his hand brushed against your jaw and got lost in your hair. You both pulled away slightly breathless. He stared at you for a moment longer before letting you go, suggesting it was time to get back. You nodded in response as you both started making your way back to the dorms. Gyro asked what had happened the previous night as she applied a face mask. You had spent most of your Saturday in your room, relaxing until Gyro invited you for a girls' night. The two of you watched movies, snacked, and were now indulging in some self-care. You had been with Bakugou all night and hadn't realized that Mina had been trying to invite you to hang out with the girls. Mina had been texting you all night and even knocked on your door, thinking you were ignoring her. You couldn't help but laugh. You hadn't meant to ignore Mina, just a bit preoccupied. You put on a headband, selected a green face mask, and began applying it before responding. You admitted you had been busy, unsure of how to explain without revealing too much. You had asked Bakugou to keep things a secret, which meant you needed to do the same. Gyro gave you a knowing smile, suggesting she had an idea of what was going on. You hesitated but eventually confirmed her guess. Part of you felt relieved to share this with someone, even if it was nerve-wracking to keep it a secret. Her surprise was evident as she expressed disbelief that you hadn't mentioned anything before. She was curious about what you both had done. Suddenly, a hard knock came from your door. You asked Gyro to hold that thought and went to answer it, expecting it to be your brother or Mina. To your surprise, Bakugou stood there, dressed in his usual muscle tank and shorts. You felt your cheeks warm at the sight of him. He commented on your face mask, calling it hot, which made you blush even more. You collected yourself and asked why he was there. He pushed past you and entered your room, looking for a textbook he might have left behind. When he noticed Gyro sitting on the floor, he simply turned back to you, asking if you had seen his book. You feigned innocence, saying you hadn't seen it. He left without another word, and you closed the door, turning to Gyro, who had a teasing grin on her face. She questioned why Bakugou's book would be in your room, and you tried to deflect her curiosity. Gyro insisted you tell her everything, and with a deep breath, You recounted your night with Bakugou, explaining how he had taken you to a peaceful spot in the woods. Jairo found it amusing and a bit creepy, but you reassured her that it was a nice experience, even if it felt unusual. She laid back on the floor, teasing you about your feelings for Bakugou. You playfully denied it, but she pointed out how you had reacted when you opened the door. You were surprised by her observations, realizing that perhaps you had changed since meeting him. Jairo explained that you had once seemed intimidating, which had kept others at a distance. She admitted that your softer side was unexpected but welcomed. You reflected on how your past experiences had shaped your demeanor, especially with your brother around, but now you felt more comfortable. The conversation shifted back to lighter topics, but the idea of losing your edge lingered in your mind. You didn't like the thought of being putty in Bakugou's hands, especially if Jairo had noticed. That night, Jairo stayed over, and the next day you both caught up on homework. Sunday passed uneventfully, and soon Monday arrived. In class, the morning sessions dragged on, but everyone looked forward to the afternoon hero classes. After lunch, your class regrouped with Aizawa in one of the training rooms. Aizawa instructed everyone who had chosen partners to group up and begin working, while those who hadn't were to stay behind. He reminded everyone to focus on their weaknesses in preparation for the upcoming exercise with Shiketsu High. As the class began to move, you turned to Mina and Jairo, only to realize they had already formed groups without you. She tried to smile at you before they all disappeared, suggesting that Aizawa would have someone for you to work with. Great, you thought, just great. Turning to Aizawa, you overheard your brother explaining that he had to accept a partnership request from a girl, as it wouldn't have been manly to turn her down. Bakugou growled at your brother, expressing his frustration about the situation. Your brother only gave him an apologetic look before stepping back. Bakugou stomped off to join the group of students without partners, crossing his arms with a pout. Aizawa addressed you and your classmates, stating that he would give one last chance to choose a partner before assigning them randomly. You glanced at the few students around you, feeling reluctant to work with any of them. Mineta approached you with a sly smile, asking if you wanted to be partners. You politely declined, not wanting to work with him. Bakugou interjected, grabbing your arm and pulling you away, insisting that you didn't want to partner with someone like Mineta. When you questioned why you had to be his partner, he raised an eyebrow and pointed out that you wouldn't want to work with those he deemed losers. You crossed your arms, defending your classmates, but he dismissed your concerns. Bakugou suggested starting with a simple challenge. No quirks, just land a punch on him, and then you could move on. You were incredulous at the suggestion, but he simply beckoned you to come at him. Taking a deep breath, you decided to give it a shot. You lunged at him, but he easily dodged your attempts. Frustration built as you realized how difficult it was to land a hit. You expressed your annoyance, asking why you couldn't use your quirk. He responded with a serious tone, questioning whether you could handle a match against someone like Aizawa. You argued that not many had a quirk like his. Bakugou then challenged you about your control over your quirk, asking if you could manipulate multiple objects at once. You admitted that you weren't quite there yet, which led him to explain that this was precisely why you needed to practice. Feeling overwhelmed, you rubbed your face in frustration. You knew you could hold your own against many classmates, but you hadn't realized how much you relied on your quirk. Bakugou pressed you to take action instead of just dodging. You shot back, frustrated that he kept avoiding your moves. He challenged your confidence, claiming he could take you down in seconds. His seriousness irritated you further, making you feel undervalued. Instead of letting it go, you challenged him to try. He shrugged, suggesting it would be your loss. Without waiting, you lunged at him again, hoping for a surprise. It seemed like you might finally land a hit, but he quickly grabbed your wrist, spun you around, and pinned you to the ground. He looked down at you with an amused smile, teasing you about your skills. Feeling competitive, you pushed yourself to the side and swung your leg, catching him off guard and knocking him down next to you. You celebrated your small victory, sticking your tongue out playfully. Bakugou, clearly annoyed, got back up. You felt a sense of accomplishment for at least landing a hit. Just then, Aizawa called for the class's attention, dismissing you for the day. Bakugou rolled his eyes as he walked over, offering his hand to help you up. He warned you that tomorrow would be different, and you needed to bring your best game because he was done going easy on you. Katsuki was serious when he said he was done going easy. The next day during class, you found yourself flat on your back more times than you wanted to admit. You had a better chance whenever you could use your quirk, allowing you to push him away when you needed a moment or to stop him from dodging, giving you the opportunity to land a hit or two. Throughout all your practice, he never once used his quirk against you. You weren't sure why. It was certainly destructive, yet he had no trouble using it on the rest of the class. Trying not to dwell on it too much, you focused on his fighting style, analyzing it to find a way around it. As the week progressed, you improved significantly compared to when you first started. Periodically, he would stop to give you pointers on what you were doing wrong or where to fix your technique. It was annoying at first, his DLVOI wasn't the kindest. However, once you set your pride aside and listened, you could see the improvement. Cementos was observing the class with Aizawa today and had created a designated area for practice. Now that you had things to work with using your quirk, you wanted to see if you could get Bakugou to use his. He stood across from you, waiting for you to make the first move. You also wanted to test your quirk's ability to handle multiple objects. Picking up 2 boulder-sized rocks that Cementos had created, you threw them at Bakugou. The moment you released them, you used your quirk to propel yourself over and behind him. You heard 2 explosions as both rocks shattered. Bakugou looked through the debris, only to find you were no longer where you had been. You nearly yelled in excitement as you popped up from behind him. Using your quirk, you stopped him in place as you grabbed his arm, still outstretched from the earlier explosions. Quickly, you brought it behind his back and kicked behind his knee, forcing him to fall. Using your body weight, you pushed him to the ground and held him there. A grin spread across your face as you celebrated your accomplishment. However, he sternly reminded you not to get distracted. He ripped his arm from your grasp, flipped himself over, and pinned you to the floor. You grimaced in response. Just because you had him down didn't mean it was over. You couldn't let up. He stared at you with a serious expression, his face hovering inches above yours. He still hadn't released you, and after a moment, his expression softened slightly. Your heart raced, not from the physical exertion but from having him so close. He moved closer, searching your face, but suddenly froze, shaking his head as if to clear his thoughts, reminding himself of the situation. You could hear Aizawa calling for the class to regroup. He pushed himself off you, grabbing your wrist to pull you up before heading toward Mr. Aizawa. You dusted yourself off, still somewhat dazed from what had just happened. As you walked over to the class, you could hear Aizawa speaking. Tomorrow was the day of the exercise, and he hoped everyone had learned something new or improved their abilities throughout the week. He instructed everyone to be ready for the next day. Everyone dispersed to change before heading to the dorms. Jairu approached you, holding you back to walk behind the rest of the class. She smiled at you, clearly amused. She teased you about what she had seen, suggesting that something almost happened between you and Bakugou. You jumped, insisting that was not the case, but she laughed, saying that something had definitely occurred. Rolling your eyes, you headed into the locker room to change. You were exhausted and wanted nothing more than to go to bed, but you still had your study group that night. Suddenly, your phone vibrated with a notification. You looked down to see a text from Katsuki asking if you could study in your room that night. He mentioned he didn't feel like being around everyone. You wondered what had happened, but you didn't want to push him and risk making his mood worse. So, you left it at that and turned to Jairu, waiting for both of you to head back to the dorms. Meanwhile, Katsuki made his way to the school's locker rooms, feeling frustrated with himself for almost crossing a line. As he gathered his things, 2 voices pulled him from his thoughts. Kaminari was whining to Kiri about a bet, insisting he deserved a date with Kiri's sister. Kiri expressed uncertainty, saying he couldn't force her to go. Kaminari pleaded for Kiri to help him persuade her, claiming he only needed 1 date. Kiri reluctantly agreed to ask her 1 more time at the study group, which made Kaminari celebrate. Katsuki, irritated by their conversation, growled at them to be quiet. He stormed out of the locker room, his teeth clenched in frustration. He couldn't believe Kaminari had made such a comment, especially since he only liked her for her looks and had no idea what she was truly like. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his phone. You had made it to your room, closing the door behind you. Turning to your computer on your desk, you picked a playlist and went to your dresser to pull out some comfortable clothes to change into. With your favorite joggers on and one of your flowy crop tops, you settled into bed and pulled out your textbooks. You didn't have too much homework since Aizawa wanted everyone focused for tomorrow. Suddenly, the door swung open and Katsuki stormed inside, nearly slamming the door behind him. He threw himself on the end of your bed, sitting with his back against the wall as he pulled out his books and began working. You paused and looked over at him, smirking as you noted his frustration. He didn't respond, only focusing on the work in front of him. You frowned, wondering if he would talk to you at all. He pinched the bridge of his nose with a groan, expressing his annoyance. He stated that he just didn't feel like talking right now. You raised your hands in surrender and returned to your work. It was hard to concentrate on your math with him grumbling to himself, but you tried to drown him out with music. Once you finished your math, you moved on to history. You were almost done when Katsuki closed his book and put his face in his hands. You glanced at him before returning to your question. History wasn't your favorite subject, but it was straightforward enough. Finally finishing the last question, Katsuki spoke up, apologizing for getting upset earlier. He admitted that you hadn't done anything wrong. He had just gotten mad. He turned away as he spoke, but after a moment, he looked back at you. You smiled at his apology and asked if he would tell you why he was upset. He sighed, mentioning that some people were just annoying. Scooting to sit next to you, he asked if you were done, motioning toward your textbook. You confirmed that you had just finished, and he grabbed the book from you, tossing it to the floor. One of his large arms wrapped around you, pulling you down on the bed with him. His other arm snaked behind you, drawing you closer as he hid his face in the crook of your neck. Your eyes widened in surprise, but as he didn't let go, you relaxed and wrapped your arms around him, resting your head on top of his. His hair felt soft against your face. He stiffened slightly at your touch, but then relaxed into your embrace. You could feel his breath on your neck as you listened to the music fill the silence. You spoke quietly, asking what he was thinking about. He responded with a sleepy hum. When you let your quirk reach out to him, you sensed his emotions, contentment and happiness mixed with nervousness and some turmoil. It was similar to how you felt when you thought of him. He then pulled your chin to look at him, curious about what you had found. You explained that you hadn't found anything specific, just sensed how he was feeling. He nodded, seemingly to himself, and you wondered about his earlier comment regarding annoying people. You asked if you had made him mad earlier. He rolled onto his back, pulling you onto his chest, questioning why he would be upset with you. His usual annoyed tone returned, but you were curious if he had thought you made a cheap shot that day. He reassured you that he was just glad you had improved that week. You smiled to yourself, teasing him about it being a compliment. He told you not to let it go to your head, which made you chuckle as you looked up at him, suggesting watching a movie. He looked at you with an expression you couldn't quite place, but he agreed. As you started to get up to pick a movie, he stopped you, grabbing your chin and giving you a soft kiss. Your mind went blank, and your heart raced, knowing he always had this effect on you. He pulled back, looking into your eyes and asking if you were going to pick a movie. With an eye roll, you got up and selected a random movie from Netflix. Crawling back into bed, Katsuki pulled you to him, wrapping his arms around you. Leaning into him, you remembered a night at his parents' house when you wanted nothing more than to curl up next to him because he felt so warm. Now, wrapped up next to him, you never wanted to leave. Your eyes began to feel heavy. After a week full of training, it was no surprise you were physically exhausted. You reached for Katsuki's hand, not resisting sleep as it took over. You intertwined your fingers with his, feeling his thumb run small circles on the back of your hand as you drifted off. The sound of your alarm pulled you from your dreams. One of Katsuki's arms was still wrapped around you. He groaned, asking you to turn off the alarm, his voice thick with sleep. Sitting up, you reached for your phone to silence it. You sat there for a moment to fully wake up before trying to get up, but Katsuki pulled you back toward him. You chuckled, noting that for someone who supposedly got up at 5, he certainly enjoyed sleeping in. He made an annoyed noise into the pillow before shoving you away and stretching his arms, revealing the way his muscles contracted and relaxed as he moved. He stopped and glanced at you, asking if he could help. You shook your head, bringing yourself back to reality, and made your way to your closet to pull out one of your uniforms. He smirked at you, suggesting you should tell your brother you were awake before he found him in your room. In response, you threw a pillow at him and picked up your phone. It was as if he had read your brother's mind. There was already a text from me asking if you were awake. Normally, you appreciated your brother checking in on you. He and your parents knew how you struggled with getting up on time, and they probably asked him to look after you. But now that you were hiding things from him, you couldn't help but feel guilty about his kindness. You quickly replied to your brother before returning to get ready for class. You glanced over at Katsuki, who was still sitting on your bed, and asked if he was going to sit there all day or get ready for school. His usual annoyed demeanor returned as he told you to shut up. He approached you, turning your head to face him, holding your jaw gently between his thumb and forefinger. He stared at you intently for a moment, as if searching for something in your features. Letting go, he said he would see you in class before turning and leaving your room. You didn't quite understand him. He could show affection, yet he struggled to express his feelings with words. You knew you couldn't either, but your reasons were different. A part of you held back because once feelings were expressed, they couldn't be taken back. You pushed these thoughts aside as you finished getting ready for school. As you left the dorms and headed to the classroom, you found Jairu walking and caught up with her, syncing your steps. You greeted her cheerfully with a smile. She looked like she was holding back a grin and teased you about having a good morning. If you were trying to keep your relationship with Bakugou a secret, she suggested he should sneak out of your room earlier. You put your face in your hand, feeling embarrassed. You admitted to her that it wasn't what it looked like, explaining that you were just studying last night. Jairu reminded you that you were lucky it was only her who saw him, and you realized you had been a bit reckless in letting him stay in your room. The morning classes passed quickly, as Fridays often did. The teachers seemed eager for the weekend, allowing class time to be used for finishing work, so you wouldn't have to spend all weekend on regular homework. Before long, you were sitting at your usual lunch table, listening to everyone chatter about the upcoming exercise with the other class and Shiketsu High. Uraraka wondered what the activities would entail, while Mina expressed her excitement about working with new people. You smiled at her enthusiasm, though you felt a mix of nerves about the day ahead. It wasn't the fear of new people or their potential judgment that made you anxious. You had dealt with that too often for it to bother you. So why did you feel this way? You couldn't dwell on it for long as the bell rang, bringing you back to your friends. Everyone got up at once to put away their trays and head back to class. Jairu stopped you, asking if you were okay. You smiled at her, appreciating that she could pick up on your feelings. It had been a long time since you had a friend who understood you so easily. Mr. Aizawa met your class and led you to a large gymnasium filled with rock-like structures created by Cementos. The Shiketsu students were already waiting inside, and soon Class B joined the group. Both the UA and Shiketsu teachers stood in front of the classes. Aizawa explained that for today's training, you would be participating in a capture-the-flag-like exercise. You would be split into random groups of 4, with 10 teams on the floor at a time. Each group would have a flag to protect while trying to take another team's flag. You would have 20 minutes to defend your flag and capture your opponents. He specifically addressed your class, stating that if you ended the exercise with both flags, you would pass. If you only had one, you would have to write a 10-page paper due Monday at the start of class. If you finished with no flag, you would face detention along with the paper. His serious expression made Denki and Mineta gulp in fear. The teachers began to assign the first 10 groups, and when they called out the names, you found yourself placed in a group with Bakugou Katsuki, Kirishima Wien, Shinso Hitoshi, and Yurashi Inesa. You recognized Shinso as the boy from Class B, who stood next to a taller guy with a giant glove and a Shiketsu High hat. Before you could say anything, Bakugou approached from behind, grumbling about being paired with a bunch of losers. You turned to him, moving to push his shoulder, but he swatted your hand away before you could make contact. Shinso suggested that before making a plan, everyone should share their quirks. You and Yurashi nodded in agreement, while Bakugou huffed, claiming he already knew everyone's quirks. You playfully hit his chest with the back of your hand to silence him, and then you all took turns explaining your abilities. When it was Shinso's turn, you were amazed to learn that his quirk was brainwashing, and your eyes widened in excitement. Bakugou began grumbling to himself next to you. Yurashi spoke up next, explaining that he could control the air around him and use multiple air currents simultaneously. Shinso, taking charge, suggested a plan. He proposed that they split into pairs. One group would protect the flag while the other would attempt to capture the opponents. He decided that Yurashi and Bakugou would stay with the flag while you and he would go after the other one, using your telekinesis to retrieve it without being seen. Bakugou approached Shinso with his arms crossed, questioning why he should trust them to secure the flag. Shinso replied, pointing out that Bakugou wasn't exactly the stealthiest member of the team. Bakugou's jaw clenched, and you could see his frustration building. They both stepped closer to each other, unwilling to back down. You intervened, placing yourself between them and pushing them apart. You urged them to remember that they were supposed to be a team, glancing between Shinso's emotionless expression and Bakugou's simmering anger. Yurashi chimed in, expressing his support for Shinso's plan, but Bakugou shot back with a sharp remark. Yurashi, lifting his hat to prove he wasn't bald, tried to defend himself. Bakugou, frustrated, declared he would work alone and stormed off. You rolled your eyes and decided to follow him, jogging to catch up. You grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. You asked what was going on and where he was headed. He turned his back to you, telling you to leave him alone, his anger palpable. You pressed him, questioning why he didn't want to work as a team. When he mentioned Shinso, you noticed his body tense at the name. You pointed out that Shinso was on their team, but you couldn't understand why Bakugou was so angry lately. He turned to face you suddenly, his expression fierce. He accused you of wanting to work with Shinso, implying something more. Confused, you asked what he meant. His glare intensified as he suggested that you were hiding something, insinuating that you were involved with other guys. Shocked by his accusation, you took a step back, needing space. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. You didn't want to hear what he had to say and began to walk away. His hand grabbed your wrist, urging you to listen, but you pulled your arm free and faced him one last time, expressing your frustration before turning away. You returned to Shinso and Yurashi, your emotions a mix of anger, hurt, and confusion. You heard explosions behind you, but you focused on the two in front of you. When you arrived, Shinso remarked that Bakugou likely wouldn't return. You nodded, unable to find your voice, still processing Bakugou's words. Did he really think that about you? It was frustrating, especially since nothing had happened with Shinso. Yurashi suggested sticking to the original plan, stating he would guard the flag. You agreed with Shinso, and together you ventured into the obstacle course. The flag you were after belonged to the red team, easily recognizable. You and Shinso decided to stay on the outer perimeter, scanning the area for the flag. Shinso asked how far away you could grab the flag, and you estimated about 10 to 15 meters for a stronghold. He nodded, and you both continued searching. You tried to distract yourself from thoughts of Bakugou. Suddenly, Shinso pointed out the red flag peeking over a small hill. You both crept over and hid behind a rock, noticing no one was around. After a nod from Shinso, you used your quirk to grab the flag and pull it toward you. Then, your brother and Mina appeared, blocking your path. You pulled harder with your quirk, determined to keep the flag. In a moment of desperation, you lifted the rock you were hiding behind and threw it at your brother, sending him tumbling back. He emerged from the rubble, joking about your actions. Prompted by your brother, sprang into action, but Shinso intervened, using his quirk to make her walk away. You were impressed by his ability. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from your brother's direction, powerful enough to knock everyone back. Realizing the danger, Shinso urged you to run, and you followed closely behind. Mina, recovering quickly, called out after you, determined not to be left behind. You noticed the acid from her quirk spreading across the ground, making it too slick to run. Both you and Shinso lost your balance and slid to the floor. Suddenly, two large hands from a student in Class B wrapped around you and Shinso, one hand gripping you and the flag, while the other held Shinso and an additional flag. The announcement echoed throughout the room, declaring that time was up and instructing everyone to stay in place for a teacher to discuss the group's results. Shinso stood beside you, expressing hope that Yurashi could hold on to your flag. Aizawa was the first to approach you both, with Bakugou standing off to the side. He pointed out that while you hadn't managed to secure your opponent's flag, your teammate had successfully guarded your team's flag until the end. Aizawa then assigned you and Bakugou an essay on the importance of teamwork, due Monday morning, before moving on to the next group. You turned sharply to glare at Bakugou, feeling frustration boil over. You stomped over to him, jabbing your finger into his chest as you confronted him about his need to overshadow your success. He initially avoided your gaze, but as you continued, he finally glanced down at you with a blank expression, seemingly trying to ignore your words. You felt the weight of the situation as you expressed your annoyance at being stuck writing the essay because of him. As you turned to leave, you heard your brother approach Bakugou, asking what he had done to upset you, but you didn't linger for the answer. Shinso walked beside you as you made your way back to Yarashi, trying to lighten the mood by pointing out that at least you hadn't received attention along with the essay. You muttered your agreement, feeling the tension still simmering inside you. The rest of the class dragged on, and you stood with Shinso and Yarashi until everyone had finished the exercise. With your arms crossed, your emotions churned within you. Once dismissed, you left without a word, heading back to your dorm. You quickly changed and left, deciding that physical exertion was the only way to distract yourself from your feelings. You put in your headphones, turning up the volume to drown out everything around you. You ran until you felt completely exhausted, pushing yourself even further despite your dislike for cardio. You hoped that the physical strain would help alleviate your anger towards the particularly frustrating blonde. Finally, you stopped, your lungs burning and your muscles aching as your heart pounded in your chest. After catching your breath, you walked back to your dorm, the sweat cooling your skin. You still didn't feel like yourself, but it was an improvement from before. As you entered, you ran into your brother, who greeted you with a smile that quickly faded upon seeing your expression. You told him you weren't in the mood for anything, but he insisted he had something to ask before leaving you alone. You sighed, asking what it was while checking your phone. You saw a message from Bakugou stating that you would be talking tonight. You scoffed at his demanding tone, feeling that after the chaos he caused, he should at least ask if you wanted to see him. You looked back at your brother, catching the end of his question about whether you wanted to go on a date with Denki. Surprised, you hadn't expected that line of questioning. While your honest answer would have been no, the text from Bakugou made you desperate to escape your room for the night. You didn't want to use Denki like this, but you blurted out your agreement before thinking it through. Your brother explained that Denki had been asking a lot, but you cut him off, telling him to have Denki meet you downstairs at 6. Without waiting for a response, you left, quickly showering and heading out before anyone could find you. You walked down the hall and knocked on Jairu's door, entering her room as soon as she opened it. She looked at you, curious about your sudden appearance. You urged her to close the door behind you, feeling the weight of your mistake pressing down on you. You sat on her bed, burying your head in your hands and admitting that you had made a mistake. She chuckled and sat next to you, encouraging you to share what was bothering you. So you did. You recounted Bakugou's outburst, how he had ruined your team's chances, his text, and how you had agreed to go on a date with Denki. You expressed your regret, saying you could cancel the date if she wanted you to. Jairu smiled, though you noticed a hint of sadness in her eyes. She reassured you that it was fine, as she had been planning to give up on Denki anyway. Then, with a mischievous glint, she suggested that you keep the date to make Bakugou feel a bit of jealousy. Confused, you asked what she meant. She flicked your forehead, explaining that Bakugou had seen you getting along with Shinso, which was likely why he had reacted so angrily. She emphasized that while his feelings weren't justified, he should have communicated better. Jairu encouraged you to go out and let Bakugou deal with the consequences of his actions. You sat in thought, considering her perspective. While you questioned whether this was the right approach, your anger resurfaced at the memory of Bakugou's words. Even if it wasn't the best choice, you felt resolved to move forward. Heading back to your room, you grabbed some clothes and rejoined Jairu in her dorm, ready to face whatever came next. She helped you get ready, and you were grateful for her presence. As the clock approached 6, you hugged Jairu, thanking her for being there, and made your way downstairs. You found Denki waiting for you on one of the couches. He looked up as you approached, his face lighting up with a dazzling smile as he expressed his excitement about going out. Bakugou had made his way back to his dorm, seething with frustration. He checked his phone, noticing that his message had been read and ignored. Storming down the hall, he caught sight of Kiri standing at Kaminari's door. Unintentionally, he overheard their conversation. Kaminari's voice was filled with excitement as he exclaimed about someone saying yes to him. Bakugou felt a surge of anger. She was going to ignore him, yet she would agree to go out with Kaminari. He stormed into his room, slamming the door behind him, the sound startling a few nearby students. In the middle of his room, he struggled to control his emotions, feeling vulnerable and weak. He wanted nothing more than to talk to Kiri about what was happening, but he didn't want Kiri's advice or sympathy, he just needed to vent. Looking around his room, he sought a distraction to take his mind off the day. He tried video games, but they only fueled his anger. Reading proved difficult as he couldn't focus, and starting his essay for Aizawa was a lost cause. His thoughts kept drifting back to her, the hurt in her eyes when he lost control. He knew he was wrong, but he didn't want to feel guilty. Her date with Kaminari only confirmed his feelings, so why should he feel bad? Glancing at the clock, he saw it was only 5. He changed and headed to the school's weight room, having missed his morning workout due to sleeping in. He walked in and went straight for the free weights, putting in his headphones and cranking up the music. He worked out for hours, trying to push her from his mind. But no matter how hard he tried, she kept creeping back in. He hated that he had allowed himself to be vulnerable around her, only for things to turn out like this. It shouldn't matter that she was interested in someone else, but it did, and he loathed that feeling. The heavy, angry music urged him to push harder. Frustrated, he dropped his weights and grabbed something heavier, pushing himself to the limit. His muscles burned with each rep, but he ignored the pain, striving for more until he could lift no longer. He understood that to grow stronger, one had to push until they felt utterly exhausted. While many enjoyed that feeling, he despised it. Finally, he stopped, dropping the weights and breathing heavily, the music still blaring. He didn't feel any better, but the tension had eased slightly. His mind remained conflicted, unsure of how to feel or what to do. He returned to the dorm, showering not just to wash away the sweat but to clear his head, the water hot enough to sting. Back in his room, he noticed the clock read almost 8, she should be back by now. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and headed to her dorm. Knocking on the door yielded no response, which he had expected. He opened the door, finding the room dark and empty. Suddenly, he heard voices in the hallway, 2 people talking. Quickly, he stepped into her room, letting the door close behind him. Denki had taken you to a movie, treating you to popcorn and snacks as you both entered the theater to pick your seats. You hadn't paid much attention to what you were going to watch, too caught up in your thoughts about Bakugou and what Jairu had said. You found it hard to focus on the movie, your mind drifting back to Bakugou. Was he really just jealous? It was difficult to believe that was the case. You had become so wrapped up in your thoughts that you didn't even notice when the movie ended. Denki waved his hand in front of your face, bringing you back to reality. He asked if you were okay, and you apologized, admitting you had gotten distracted. He smiled at you and suggested it was time to head back. You nodded, walking beside him as you made your way back to the dorms. You felt a pang of guilt. Denki didn't deserve this confusion. Turning to him, you were about to come clean about your feelings when he interrupted. He admitted that while he had fun, he liked someone else. You were taken aback, your expression blank. Was he serious? He explained that he had asked you out to make someone else jealous, revealing his feelings for Jairu. You stopped in your tracks, unable to contain your laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Here you were, feeling like a terrible person for using Denki, and he had done the same thing. You suggested that he should just talk to her, believing he would likely get better results if he asked her out directly. Denki looked at you with hope, seeking reassurance. You confirmed your belief with a nod, knowing he needed that encouragement. As you both continued to walk and talk, you reached your dorm floor. You left Denki at Jairu's door, giving him a thumbs up before heading to your own room. Standing outside your door, you hesitated, uncertain if you were ready to go in. Checking the time, you noted it was a little after 8:30, hoping he was asleep and wouldn't disturb you tonight. Taking a deep breath, you opened the door. The light from the hallway spilled into your room, and as you stepped inside, you noticed something move. Your heart raced and you let out a small gasp. You turned on the light in your room and found Bakugou standing in the middle of your dorm. He seemed unfazed by your startled reaction and yanked you into the room, closing the door behind you. He asked if you had gone on a date with the other guy, his gaze intense as he held your arm firmly. You attempted to pull your arm away, but his grip was too strong. You questioned why it mattered to him, wanting to know why he was so invested in your life. He replied that he had come to talk, hinting at the text you had ignored. He hesitated, struggling to articulate his feelings, and then stated, almost as if it were a fact, that you had indeed gone out with him. His eyes were filled with an unsettling glare, as if he were upset just thinking about it. You exhaled, feeling the weight of the moment. You decided to come clean about your outing. You admitted that you had gone to the movies, not really wanting to go, and that you had used the date as a way to avoid talking to him. You felt a pang of regret as you realized how that plan had backfired. You avoided his gaze, feeling vulnerable. The silence between you was thick, both of you unsure of what to say next. Part of you wanted to kick him out, still upset about the day's events, but another part craved resolution. You were tired of not understanding why he was so angry. You broke the silence, asking him what had happened with Shinso that day. You noticed his jaw tighten, and he paused before responding, insisting on moving to the next question. You pressed him for an answer, and he growled in response, reiterating his refusal to answer. You took a calming breath and asked if he truly thought you were the kind of person who would toy with others' feelings. You hesitated to finish your sentence, searching his eyes for clarity. They were no longer glaring but still held something that kept you from seeing his true emotions. He closed his eyes, contemplating his response. He finally admitted that he didn't think that of you, but he had been upset and angry, saying things he didn't mean. He avoided your gaze, as if he couldn't bear to see your reaction to his admission. You asked him why he had gotten so mad. His jaw clenched again, and you noticed the tension in his body. You scolded yourself for letting your mind wander to thoughts about him. He expressed his frustration, admitting that he couldn't help but feel upset when other guys were around. He revealed that hearing the other guy wanted to take you out and seeing you with Shinso had ignited his anger. He lamented that you hadn't made any moves to show how you felt about him, and he couldn't help but feel upset knowing you looked so good on a date with someone else. A smirk crept onto your face as you realized what he had just said. You teased him about it, and he seemed to realize how he had revealed his feelings. You pulled him closer, asserting that he was clearly interested in you. Before you could finish, he kissed you, the force of it pushing you back against the door. His hands found their way to your thighs, lifting you up as your arms wrapped around his neck and your legs instinctively clung to his waist. The kiss deepened, and he gently caressed your neck, his thumb brushing your jaw. He pulled back slightly, foreheads touching, and confessed that he liked you. He admitted he wasn't good at expressing himself but wanted you to know how he felt. A smile broke across your face, your heart racing. You felt a rush of courage and confessed that you felt the same way. You had finally said it, and there was no taking it back now. He kissed you again, and the world around you faded away. You both seemed unwilling to break the kiss, but eventually you pulled away for air, only for him to draw you back in again. His hands moved from your legs to your sides, holding you close as he pulled you away from the door and gently dropped you onto your bed. You yelped in surprise, and he laughed softly as he knelt beside you, his face hovering over yours. His eyes searched yours, taking in all your features. You questioned what he looked for when he gazed at you so intensely. He responded absent-mindedly, trying to read your expressions and figure out your thoughts. You were genuinely curious about what Katsuki saw when he looked at you. He smirked, teasing that he wouldn't tell you. You playfully reminded him that you could just look, to which he replied softly, gently pinching your chin between his fingers and leaning in closer. You liked Katsuki, but it was this gentle side of him, rarely shown, that made you feel head over heels. Your heart raced in your chest, beating faster than it had during your earlier run. He pulled away and joined you on your bed, where you nestled under his arm, resting your head on his shoulder. As you traced the lines of his fingers and palm, you felt the rough calluses beneath your touch. Lying there, your mind wandered. With your feelings now clear, You could no longer hide behind uncertainty and what-ifs. You believed the chances of your relationship progressing further were high, but you knew you had to eventually tell your brother. You just didn't know how or when the right moment would come. You tried to think of a way to prevent him from being upset, but nothing seemed viable. You recalled how upset he had been when you returned from your weekend at home. Closing your eyes, you considered easing him into the idea. If he saw that things wouldn't change between him and Katsuki, perhaps everything would be okay. Maybe you should talk to your mom about it. She knew your brother well and could help soften the blow. You tilted your head up to look at Katsuki, who had his eyes closed. He responded to your inquiry about whether anything would change between him and your brother. When you expressed your concern about how your brother would react, he nodded slowly, understanding your worries. You hesitated, wanting to ask him something else but unsure if it was the right move. Sitting up, you turned to face him and asked if he could keep your relationship a secret until you found the right moment to tell your brother. He stared at you for a while, contemplating his response. After what felt like an eternity, he agreed but warned you that if you waited too long, he would tell your brother himself. You didn't like that answer, but you had little choice. When you didn't respond, he asked if it was a deal. You reluctantly agreed, extending your hand for a shake. He rolled his eyes but pulled you closer for another kiss. Your Saturday was spent working on an essay for Aizawa. Katsuki kept you focused, only allowing breaks after you completed a page or so. Those breaks consisted of kisses and cuddling, occasionally leaving your room for snacks. Katsuki would grumble each time you declared it was break time, but deep down, you knew he enjoyed the time together, considering he was the one who pulled you away from your desk. Before you knew it, the sky had darkened. Finishing your conclusion, you saved your document and closed your laptop, planning to proofread it later. Turning in your chair, you faced Katsuki, who was lying on your bed reading a book. He had completed his essay an hour earlier and chose to stay in your room, helping you whenever you struggled to find the right words. You called out to him, trying to get his attention. When he asked what you wanted, you tossed a pencil at him, insisting he hadn't given you his full attention. He set his book down, looking annoyed, and you moved to join him on the bed. You suggested that since you both finished your essays early, you should do something fun the next day. He interlaced his fingers with yours and asked what you meant by fun. You proposed watching a movie or going to the beach or amusement park, now that summer was approaching. He acknowledged that your ideas weren't terrible but questioned how you would tell your brother about your relationship. You were confused, wondering how he would know if you weren't at school. He reminded you that previous outings had ended up in articles about you both. You were surprised to learn he had seen those articles, but he dismissed them, stating he didn't care what the media said. However, he mentioned that your mother had been eager to question him about them. You chuckled at the thought of Mitsuki sending him those articles and suggested going in disguise, framing it as an undercover mission for fun. Katsuki found the idea silly, and when you teased him about being rude, he shrugged off your comment, stating he didn't care what his mother thought. But when you gave him your best puppy dog eyes, he relented, allowing you to choose what to do the next day since it was your turn anyway. You had told Katsuki that you wanted to go to the beach that morning before he left your room. It wasn't summer yet, so the beach wouldn't be crowded, but it was warm enough to enjoy the water. After a long time away, you decided that the beach was the perfect destination. Katsuki had told you to meet him outside the dorms when you were ready. After finding your favorite swimsuit, you put on a tank top and a flowy wraparound skirt that showcased your legs nicely. When you were finally ready, you made your way downstairs and outside to find Katsuki waiting for you by the steps. He was scrolling on his phone, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Excitedly, you approached him and asked if he was ready to go. He glanced up, taking in your outfit, and his expression shifted to one of disapproval. He told you to go change. You scoffed, insisting that what you were wearing was perfectly fine for the beach. He stood up straighter, glaring down at you, and you crossed your arms defiantly, refusing to back down. After a few moments of this silent standoff, he rolled his eyes and muttered that you weren't leaving his side as he turned to head toward the campus gates. You couldn't help but smile as you followed him. You both walked for a bit. The beach wasn't far from the school. Almost there, Katsuki glanced down and commented on how your hair made you stand out, questioning your earlier mention of a disguise. You laughed and reached into your bag, pulling out oversized sunglasses that nearly covered half your face, followed by a large hat to shield you from the sun. You grinned at him, noticing he was trying to stifle a laugh behind his fist. He remarked that your attempts at disguise only made you stand out more. You chuckled, saying that while you might stand out, no one had a clue who you were. As you both made your way onto the sandy shore, you searched for a spot to settle down, Katsuki close beside you, glaring at anyone who walked by. Moving away from the larger crowd, you found a more secluded area, further from the shops and restaurants on the boardwalk. With an umbrella behind you for extra privacy, you sat down, letting the sun warm your skin. Katsuki joined you, his leg nearly overlapping yours, as if daring anyone to come closer. Lowering your sunglasses, you looked at him and noticed he seemed more tense than before. You pointed out that most people went to the beach to relax, but he appeared anything but relaxed. He grimaced at your words, and you reminded him that this was likely the last chance for fun before finals. You suspected his jealousy was behind his behavior, as recent days had shown. When he didn't respond, you reassured him that there was no need to feel jealous. He turned his head away, insisting he wasn't jealous. You gently grabbed his chin, forcing him to look at you, and assured him that you were there with him. His face flushed at your closeness, and he pulled away, turning his head for a different reason this time. With a teasing smirk, you asked if he was feeling hot since his face was red. He kept his head turned away, and you suggested getting smoothies to cool him off, biting your lip to suppress a laugh. He huffed, saying that if you wanted a smoothie, you could have just asked. You proposed splitting one and letting him choose the flavor. He sighed, conceding to your request and told you to stay put while he went to get it. Turning to face you, he grabbed your chin again, pulling you close and making sure you understood. You felt your face heat up under his intense gaze, and he smirked before letting go and heading back to the boardwalk. Lying back, you stretched out and dropped your hat over your face, letting the sun bathe you in warmth. You weren't entirely wrong earlier. Finals were approaching, and this might be the last time you could enjoy yourselves before summer break. You planned to savor every moment of the day. It hadn't been long before you heard footsteps approaching, and they stopped beside you. Lifting your hat, you were surprised to find it wasn't Katsuki standing there. A grimace crossed your face as you recognized the person. He greeted you enthusiastically, claiming he recognized you anywhere. You bluntly asked why he was there, hoping he would take the hint and leave. He replied that he was just enjoying the beach like you. You gestured to your spot, questioning why he was there instead of with whoever he came with. You could hear the snark in your voice. He chuckled, saying a guy couldn't say hi to his ex and that you weren't strangers. He took a seat next to you, occupying the spot Katsuki had just left. You warned him not to sit there, but he ignored you. He then asked if it was true that you were dating Katsuki. You rolled your eyes, retorting that he was still reading articles about you. He feigned hurt, clutching his chest and insisting he just wanted to know what was going on in your life. You scoffed, telling him that you didn't owe him anything since you had broken up and he needed to get over it. He leaned closer, saying he still loved how you said his name. Your expression turned to one of anger as you prepared to give him a piece of your mind. But before you could say anything, someone else spoke up. Katsuki stood tall, looming over the boy sitting next to you. Toshiro flashed a smug smile, claiming he hadn't realized you were with someone. He wrapped his arm around you and requested a moment alone. You shrugged his arm off, and without a word, Katsuki grabbed Toshiro by his shirt, pulling him up. Toshiro may have heard about Katsuki from the UA Hero program, but he clearly had never faced Katsuki's anger before. The fear on his face was evident. Katsuki warned him to keep his hands off his girlfriend if he wanted to avoid trouble. Toshiro quickly made an excuse to leave, glancing at his watchless wrist before backing away from you both. Katsuki sat beside you, a grimace on his face as he shoved a drink into your hands. He spoke roughly, not meeting your gaze. Taking the drink, you sat there for a moment, unsure how to shift his mood. You took a sip, contemplating your words. You began to apologize, but he stopped you, insisting you hadn't done anything wrong. He acknowledged his frustration, but clarified that it wasn't directed at you. He expressed his trust in you but admitted he couldn't stand the thought of other guys approaching you when he wasn't around. He regretted leaving you in that situation and couldn't believe you had dated someone like Toshiro. You joked about having a type, and Katsuki insisted he was nothing like that guy. When you affirmed he was better, he blushed but leaned closer, brushing his lips lightly against yours. Pulling back slightly, you teased him about not asking to be your girlfriend. He looked at you, surprised, and mumbled a question about whether you wanted to be his girlfriend, trying to avoid your gaze. You laughed, playfully rejecting him at first, but then admitted you would love to be his girlfriend. You leaned in to kiss his cheek, but at the last moment he turned his head, kissing you instead. He grumbled about your annoying nature, but you found joy in calling yourself his girlfriend. He gave you a blank look, insisting you were indeed annoying. You understood his playful tone. It was just his way of expressing himself. A comfortable silence fell between you as you both gazed at the waves rolling onto the shore. This quietness was never awkward. It was a shared understanding that didn't require unnecessary words. You could simply enjoy each other's company. As moments passed, Katsuki absent-mindedly held your hand, tracing circles on the back of it. He eventually broke the silence by asking why you and Toshiro had broken up. Surprised by the question, you explained that you had started dating in middle school, but the relationship had become strained when you left. You shared how young infatuation had led to a long-distance attempt that ultimately failed due to drifting apart. You mentioned how Toshiro had started hanging out with other girls, which made him jealous, and how your rising social media presence had upset him. You both agreed to part ways, but he continued to pursue you, hoping for reconciliation, even after you had moved on. Katsuki listened intently, his gaze fixed on the beach. You reassured him there was no reason to worry about Toshiro. He insisted he wasn't worried, his tone slightly aggressive. You smiled, feeling his hand squeeze yours, a gesture of reassurance. Katsuki then pointed out that the purpose of coming to the beach was to enjoy the water, noting that you had just been sitting there. You laughed, admitting you preferred soaking up the sun. Determined, he stood up and pulled you along with him. You resisted, insisting you were fine where you were, but he was insistent. With a playful determination, he picked you up and tossed you over his shoulder, carrying you closer to the water. He waded into the ocean until he was knee-deep before dropping you in. You could hear his mischievous laughter as you yelped when the cold water enveloped you. The water wasn't very deep, so most of your upper body remained above the surface. You called out to Katsuki while splashing water in his direction. He extended his hand, still chuckling at your annoyed expression. You took his hand, but instead of pulling yourself up, you pulled him into the water with you. He protested, splashing water back at you. Just as you were about to retaliate, he pulled you closer, pushing away from the shore and taking you farther out into the ocean. Soon, your feet couldn't touch the bottom without your head going under, forcing you to cling to him. You muttered about his annoying nature, your arms wrapped around his neck and your legs around his waist. He rolled his eyes at you before pressing his forehead against yours, a gesture of peace. A playful grin spread across your face as you leaned in closer, your back to the beachgoers, your hat shielding both of your faces from view. With your foreheads touching, you teased him about the hat. He smirked, insisting it was still ridiculous. As he leaned in, your eyes fluttered closed. His arms tightened around you, one hand brushing against your exposed skin. You both pulled back for a breath before he leaned in again, the force of his kiss pushing you back until the water completely enveloped you, your hat slipping off and floating away, forgotten. You had been right about your beach day being the last moment of fun before finals. By Monday morning, Aizawa stood before the class, informing everyone that there were only a few weeks left to prepare for the written and physical tests. He didn't specify what the physical test would entail but advised everyone to prepare for anything covered during the year. The rest of the day was filled with discussions about finals, with Mina, Denki, and Siro expressing their worries about the classes they were struggling in. Your days settled into a routine of attending classes, training, studying, and sleeping. In the whirlwind of preparing both mentally and physically for the end of the semester, you rarely had any time alone with Katsuki. Even when you did, he was often consumed by schoolwork and extra training. Your study group began staying up later and later as the deadline approached. In the beginning, Katsuki would meet you in your room after studying, but as you fell asleep, he would remain awake, poring over notes and textbooks. Eventually, he stopped showing up entirely, not wanting to disturb your rest. If he did spend the night, he would be gone before you woke up, already starting his day in the gym or training rooms. You couldn't fathom how someone could work so hard, but you understood he was striving for the top, and you wouldn't stand in his way. As the days blurred together, with only a week left before exams, you found yourself studying in your room with Jairu. She had been trying to study with Denki, but his struggles in math had made it difficult for her to focus on the topics she needed help with. While you weren't a math expert, you knew enough to assist her with her challenges. After a couple of hours of studying, you lost track of how many problems and definitions you had gone through. You let out a groan, resting your head on your notebook. You felt overwhelmed and indifferent about your exam grades at that moment. Jairu couldn't help but laugh at your complaints, assuring you that summer break was just around the corner. Curious about the upcoming physical test, you asked her what she thought it would involve. She paused her work to respond, admitting she had no idea. You inquired about last year's experience, hoping for a hint about what UA might have in store. Jairu recalled that you hadn't been there the previous year, and explained that the final exam involved intense pair work against a teacher or escaping from an arena. You stared at her in disbelief, realizing how daunting it sounded for first-year students to face pro heroes. She chuckled, understanding how wild it sounded. The two of you returned to your studies, occasionally asking each other questions. Suddenly, your door swung open, interrupting your focus. Your brother entered, reminding you to inform him when you wouldn't be available to help with math. He joined you and Jairu on the floor. When you suggested he ask Bakugou for help, he leaned closer, sharing a secret that you were much kinder when teaching. You rolled your eyes, gesturing to his homework and asking what he needed help with. The three of you resumed studying until Mina, Denki, and Siro arrived, each complaining about Bakugou's behavior. Though you weren't the top student in your class, you had become someone your friends felt comfortable asking for help. As the room felt increasingly crowded, you excused yourself to get a drink of water, your brother calling out for you to grab one for him as well. While walking to the kitchen, you checked your phone, noting that your agent had reminded you about upcoming ads and sponsorships that needed to be fulfilled once summer break began. You rolled your eyes as you opened the fridge and pulled out a couple of water bottles. Leaving the kitchen, you noticed Katsuki focused on his notes at one of the tables. You approached him, unsure if he noticed your presence. You tossed one of the water bottles at him, and he only moved to catch it at the last moment. You laughed, thinking he might get hit. He grumbled in response, still engrossed in his notes. You teased him, saying you were just trying to keep him on his toes. As you watched him highlight and jot down important points, you leaned against the edge of the table and asked what was going on, noting that everyone said he was extra grouchy today. He scowled, insisting it wasn't his fault others couldn't keep up. You smiled slightly, encouraging him to lighten up as you squeezed his shoulder and pushed away from the table. Before you could walk away, he grabbed your hand, prompting you to turn back with curiosity. He mentioned that if others were bothering him too much, he could send them back down. You thanked him for the suggestion but joked that they wouldn't be too happy if you sent them back to someone as grumpy as him. He protested, but you laughed and squeezed his hand before letting go. You swung by the kitchen for another water bottle before heading back to your room. Soon, your study time was over, and your written exams began. After all the preparation with your friends, you felt confident about how well you had done. As the week progressed and your class finished each subject, Katsuki gradually returned to his usual self. The night before the practical exam, he showed up at your dorm, knowing you couldn't really study for a physical test. He flopped onto your bed, pulling you close and burying his face against your shoulder. You noticed he looked completely worn out. You didn't say anything, allowing him to rest against you while you ran your fingers along his arm. Your thoughts drifted to the next day and what it might bring. You had noticed significant improvements in your quirk and technique during the semester, so you weren't nervous about performing well. However, the uncertainty of the test itself made you uneasy. You couldn't prepare for it exactly, and you recognized that this was what life as a pro would be like, but you couldn't help but dwell on the possibilities. You were so lost in thought that it took you a moment to realize Katsuki had fallen asleep next to you. Checking the time, you saw it was only 6:30. He must have been exhausted. While scrolling through your phone, you could hear his steady breathing. Occasionally, he murmured something in his sleep or tightened his grip around you if he sensed you moving too far away. The warmth from his body combined with your own exhaustion made it hard to resist sleep, and soon you found yourself drifting off in his arms. The next day, your class met Mr. Aizawa at one of the training grounds on campus. To your surprise, Class B was there as well. Aizawa stood in front of everyone with Vlad King, explaining that the final practical would be similar to last year but with a twist. Each student would be paired with someone from the other class, and both the student and the villain they would face would be assigned at random. Instead of facing faculty members, a few pro-heroes had volunteered for the exam. The idea of facing pro-heroes was daunting, but you reminded yourself that they wouldn't be too different from the faculty. Aizawa explained that when it was your turn, you would enter the training grounds without knowing who the pro-hero would be or what they were stealing. Your task was to either apprehend them or recover what they had taken. With that, he wished everyone good luck and the exam began. Though it sounded simple, you knew it wouldn't be. The setup didn't allow for strategizing beforehand, forcing you to think on your feet, much like a real-world situation. As second years, you all had experience with villains, so it made sense to make the exam more realistic. One by one, your classmates entered the exam. Unfortunately, Katsuki was paired with Monoma, and they faced off against Best Jeanist, proving that UA had indeed brought in top heroes. At one point, it seemed like Katsuki threw Monoma in frustration, but unbeknownst to the rest of the class, it was part of their strategy to allow Monoma to use Jeanist's quirk, turning Jeanist's hero costume into a weakness they could exploit. From what you observed, the exam was more about strategy, teamwork, and quick decision-making. The pro-heroes weren't using their full powers, but if you could combine those three elements, you had a good chance of passing. Time passed, and finally, Aizawa called your name along with Shinso's. You both approached him, and he quickly briefed you on what to expect. As you walked with Shinso, you joked that the assignments didn't seem so random after all. Once you entered the exam area, Aizawa explained that you had 30 minutes to apprehend the villain or retrieve the stolen object. The pro-heroes had been informed of your quirks, but that was all the information they had. With that, Aizawa stepped away, allowing you to enter the simulated city. As you and Shinso moved deeper into the city, he asked who you thought the villain might be. You had no idea, your eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a loud ringing from a few blocks away snapped you both out of your thoughts. You rushed toward the sound, discovering a jewelry shop with a broken window. Shinso inspected the window and the shattered glass, asking which way you thought the villain had gone. You looked inside the shop, spotting something red on the floor. A feather. You thought to yourself sarcastically about how lucky you both were to end up with that bird hero. Picking up the feather, you showed it to Shinso. Your guess was that he had gone up. A small gust of wind hit your face as hawks floated above you both, taunting you. He commented on your observation, but warned that you would need more than that to catch him. Just as quickly as he appeared, he flew off. You shoved your hand in front of Shinso, insisting that there was more to this than just catching the guy. A plan was necessary. Shinso admitted that his quirk was likely out of the question, as Hawks would recognize it and not respond. However, he thought your quirk might work if you could grab him. You agreed but pointed out that capturing Hawks didn't guarantee you would get all of his feathers. He could still stop you with them. You paused, recalling Aizawa's words about Hawks knowing your quirks, but that didn't mean he knew everything you had at your disposal. Shinso looked at you, puzzled. You explained that Hawks might not be aware of his mask, and if you could get him talking, perhaps you could trick him into answering Shinso. It seemed worth a shot. You both moved to another building to work out the plan before confronting Hawks. Once it was set, you went out searching for him. It didn't take long for him to float above you again, taunting you like a cat with a toy. He challenged you to try harder, reminding you that he was the number 2 hero. If he seemed suspicious of you too, he didn't show it. You suggested asking for the gems he had stolen, and while your lips moved with the words, it wasn't your voice that was heard. Suddenly, Hawk's eyes widened. You knew you only had a matter of seconds, so you grabbed him with your quirk. Shinso rushed close, cuffs in hand. A few of Hawk's feathers came into view, some moving to push him awake while others aimed to push you out of range. The force of his feathers threw you across the street, but Shinso quickly moved to your side, picking you up by the waist and shoving you over before more feathers could descend upon you. You activated your quirk, and to your surprise, all the feathers stopped. Once he had you both far enough away, he ascended back into the air. Hawks told you both that you would need to try harder to catch him. You stood there looking up at him, and remarked that you figured the number 2 hero would have a plan. After observing him for a while, you realized he could control his feathers individually and must have had some set aside to break free from Shinso's control. You also expected him to use them to keep you at a distance, preventing you from using your quirk to grab him. Therefore, you hadn't been after him. You had only enough time to retrieve what he had stolen. Shinso revealed that he was holding the gems Hawks had once possessed, tossing them in the air as you both stared at Hawks. He chuckled, admitting he hadn't made the exam challenging enough, which meant you both passed the test. You raised your hand in celebration and turned to Shinso, but his usual blank expression puzzled you. You explained that it was called a high five, recalling how you had grown up celebrating even the smallest victories with your brother. You picked up his arm, pressing his hand to yours before dropping it, promising to work on it. You both made your way back to the observation room, but didn't get far before someone stormed up to you. Katsuki approached and confronted Shinso directly, questioning who he thought he was for picking you up like that. You put your face in your hand, wondering if this was really what he was upset about. Hadn't you both already addressed this jealousy issue before? You grabbed Katsuki's arm, trying to pull him away from Shinso, needing to de-escalate the situation before anyone overheard. Shinso calmly pointed out that he had moved you out of harm's way during Hawk's attack. Katsuki's face scrunched up in anger, clearly frustrated that Shinso had a valid point. He insisted that Shinso should have just moved you like a normal person instead of being so grabby. Shinso sighed, pressing his fingers to his forehead, and asked if they were done. Without waiting for a response, he walked away to rejoin your classes. You turned to Katsuki, questioning why he was trying to pick a fight. He finally looked down at you, his anger still evident. You explained that you weren't siding with anyone, but he was the one who had come out ready for a confrontation. You reminded him that he hadn't even congratulated you on passing the exam, and instead of a simple acknowledgement, he had chosen to start a fight. Taking a deep breath, you expressed that you didn't want to talk to him right now and suggested he find you when he had learned to control himself and figured out his jealousy issues. His face was still filled with rage, but you chose not to dwell on it. Instead, you returned to your class, waiting for the exams to conclude. Once everyone had left, you went to your dorm to gather your things for the break and found your brother so you could head home together. It had been a week since summer began, and tensions at home were high. Your parents seemed ready to disown both you and your brother. Daily arguments had become the norm, and today was no exception. You didn't intend to fight, but your agitation had been building, and your brother's comments about relaxing and enjoying summer only added to your frustration. Kyoko had also been persistent since the practical, requesting sponsored posts for her approval before they could be published. She had inundated you with tasks since your return from school. The root of your bad mood, however, was the silence from Katsuki. You had told him to reach out when he was ready, but he hadn't made a move to talk to you, leaving you feeling even more upset. The clanging of pots and pans pulled you from your thoughts. You were sitting at the table, scrolling through your phone while your parents prepared dinner. They moved around the kitchen, working on different tasks yet managing to avoid getting in each other's way. Your mother called for you, asking if you could bring your brother in. You nodded and headed to the living room, where Ijiro sat on the couch, engrossed in a video game, headset on and controller in hand. He leaned closer to the screen, fully absorbed in his gameplay. You approached him and nudged his knee, informing him that their mother wanted him. He didn't even look up, insisting that he was in the middle of something important. You reminded him that their mother likely wouldn't wait, and as if on cue, her voice echoed through the house, calling for him again. Ijiro complained about not being able to pause the game. Rolling your eyes, you settled onto the couch beside him, telling him to save his complaints for someone who cared. He mimicked your words in a teasing tone, which only fueled your irritation. You shot him an incredulous look, and he continued to mock you, repeating your words in an exaggerated voice. You challenged him to try again, and he couldn't contain his laughter as he teased you further. In a playful retaliation, you lunged at him, targeting his weak spot with a jab. He laughed and begged you to stop, finally managing to grab your wrist and pull you away. Their dog, Sora, awakened from her nap and jumped around, barking excitedly, eager to join in the fun. Their mother entered the room, ready to intervene. She scolded both of you for your constant bickering and reiterated that Ijiro needed to help in the kitchen. He called out that he would be there shortly, then handed you his headset and controller, asking you to play for him while he stepped away. You hesitated, not wanting to take over his game, but he had already walked off. Looking at the screen, you saw your character and realized it was a game he had made you play before. Denki's cheerful voice came through the headphones, welcoming you to the game. You moved your character around the map, following someone named Sparky, who you assumed was Denki. He reassured you that you would be fine as long as you aimed and shot at the enemies. Then, a familiar voice broke through, reminding you not to mess up. You rolled your eyes, knowing Bakugou couldn't see you but feeling his presence nonetheless. As the game progressed, you navigated through an empty mall, with your team on one side and the enemy team on the other. Everyone split up, and you felt a rush of adrenaline as you moved through the building, occasionally startled by the unexpected. When you opened a door and encountered a mannequin, you jumped and instinctively pressed the trigger. Denki checked in on you, but you assured him you were fine. You focused on the game, determined not to let your brother down. You ran through the building, throwing grenades and keeping your finger ready on the trigger whenever an enemy appeared. The fast-paced action kept you on your toes, and despite your inexperience, your jumpy gameplay somehow kept you alive longer than expected. When the match ended, the game stats appeared, revealing your brother's gamertag in a respectable position. The boys fell silent as they read their screens. Zero was the first to break the silence, questioning if you were secretly good at the game. Confused, you denied it, but Denki pressed you about your surprising number of kills. You reminded them that you had a brother who had made you play these games countless times. Zero joked that if you kept this up, you might replace Denki, who protested in disbelief. Just then, Bakugou chimed in, acknowledging that you hadn't been terrible, but it was probably just luck. He warned you not to mess up in the next round. Frustration bubbled within you at his ability to get under your skin. You turned your focus back to the game, aiming for him and preparing to press the trigger once more. His character fell over, waiting to respawn in the game. He yelled in frustration, causing you to wince from the volume. Denki and Zero erupted in laughter as they headed into the mall. As the four of you continued playing, Denki spoke up again, mentioning that he had heard you were seeing someone. Your heart nearly skipped a beat at his words, shocking you so much that you lost focus and were eliminated from the game. Your screen changed, indicating you were waiting to re-enter. You kept your voice even, almost indifferent, as you asked where he had heard that. Denki explained that he had been talking with Jairu, who may have mentioned something. He added that he was asking because he wanted to take Jairu out and thought a double date would be fun if you had a boyfriend. You couldn't help but smile at the thought, but it faded as you considered your situation with Katsuki. You replied that you would agree, but your boyfriend needed to stop acting like an idiot first. As if on cue, Bakugou began grumbling and then yelled a string of frustrated words when he was eliminated as well. The match ended, and the stats screen popped up. Before you could check it, you felt something jab into your sides, and your brother made a ghoulish noise, trying to scare you. You jumped in surprise. You scolded Ijiro for his antics, but he doubled over laughing. Sora was bouncing around you both, trying to grab someone's attention. Eventually, Ijiro stopped laughing long enough to inform you that dinner was ready. You shook your head at him and started heading for the dining room, hearing him talk to his friends before logging off, hoping you hadn't performed poorly in the game. Your family gathered around the table, discussing the usual topics, like your parents' day at work and what you and Ijiro planned for the rest of your summer. Your mom paused, looking at you with a nervous expression. She asked if you had talked with Kyoko lately. You scrunched your face in confusion and replied that you tried not to. She explained that Kyoko had messaged her about one of your sponsorships, which involved a free week-long trip. Your mom assumed you wouldn't mind and told Kyoko you would do it. You stared at her, mouth agape. She reassured you that it was a free trip to a beach house in a small town not far from there. The owner was trying to promote the house through social media, so all you needed to do was post about the trip. Your mom smiled at you, and you mulled it over. You disliked doing things like this, but it was a great offer. Your parents hadn't taken time off work in a while, and treating them to a trip sounded nice. You looked at her and smiled, agreeing to go. Your mom beamed with excitement, telling you that you would head over on Monday. The house had a private beach and was near hot springs, promising a lot of fun. She mentioned that Kyoko said the house could comfortably fit 6 to 8 people, so you could invite a couple of friends. You immediately thought of Jairu. You had become great friends this semester and wanted to see her before your class started summer training. You picked up your phone and sent her a text. Once you hit send, you glanced over at your brother, who was also on his phone. Realization hit you. You knew exactly who he would invite. Part of you hoped he would decline, as he often did. Your family returned to dinner, but your mind was occupied with the roller coaster of emotions from the past semester. You had never told your brother about what had been happening between you and Bakugou. You had planned to wait until after finals, but now that you were in this awkward stage of not talking, you questioned whether it was worth bringing up at all. As you tried to engage in the dinner conversation, you found it difficult to focus. Once everyone finished, you and Ijiro cleared the table, putting away the dishes and leftover food. You checked your phone and saw that Jairu had excitedly accepted your invitation to the beach house next week. If you had to spend time with your brother and Bakugou, at least Jairu would be there for company. Ijiro returned to the living room, logging on to join his friends in whatever game they were playing. You could hear his laughter as you walked by, heading to your room. Sora trotted over to you, and you couldn't help but smile. Your brother looked so happy and confident compared to when you were in middle school. He pulled you from your thoughts by asking if you wanted to watch a movie later. You agreed, reminding him not to forget the popcorn this time. As you turned back toward your room, you couldn't shake the feeling of doubt creeping in. Was this still right? You weren't sure. Perhaps drifting apart from Bakugou was for the best. The sounds of the waves hitting the beach filled the air as the protagonists sat at a table with Jairu. It was only the second day of their trip, and they had already explored the town. On the first day, while not in town, they spent time on the private beach behind the house, but it had been rather dull. They decided that today, they would visit the public beach, bustling with shops and tourists, about a mile from their accommodation. The protagonist's brother and Bakugou had followed them to the beach, with Ijiro mentioning something about volleyball, though the protagonist hadn't been paying much attention. The protagonist was surprised that Bakugou had agreed to join the trip with the family, but even though he was physically present, he remained emotionally distant. They only spoke when absolutely necessary, which was infrequent. Despite the unspoken tension, the protagonist resolved to have fun regardless. Jairu chose a table with an umbrella for them to sit under, conveniently located near the shops, with a stall selling snacks and drinks right behind them. Jairu complained about the heat and suggested getting something to drink. The protagonist grinned, feeling as if Jairu had read their mind, and got up from the table. As they approached the counter, the protagonist contemplated whether to order an iced coffee or a fruit smoothie. Jairu placed her order first, giving the protagonist time to decide. While staring at the menu, an unfamiliar voice interrupted their thoughts. A young man, around their age, leaned on the counter and greeted them. The protagonist responded with a slightly annoyed expression before returning to the menu. Finally making a decision, they placed their order and reached into their bag for their wallet. The young man insisted on paying, handing his card to the cashier despite the protagonist's protests. Grateful yet reluctant, the protagonist thanked him and moved to stand by Jairu at the end of the counter, hoping the guy wouldn't follow. However, he approached them, attempting to join their conversation. As he stood next to them, the protagonist felt a familiar, intense gaze burning into their back. They didn't need to turn around to know it was Bakugou. Just then, their drinks were ready, and Jairu quickly grabbed them, pulling the protagonist away to a different part of the beach. As they moved to the opposite end, the protagonist asked Jairu if she felt the same tension. She confirmed it, adding that if looks could kill, they would have been in trouble. They found another empty table and settled in, sipping their drinks while gazing at the ocean. Suddenly, the boy they had tried to escape from sat down across from them. He asked if they were from around there and introduced himself as Tadashi, smiling at them. The protagonist remained silent, not wanting to share anything. Just then, Bakugou's voice growled from behind them, inquiring if there was a problem. Tadashi glanced back, momentarily shocked, but then relaxed, stating he was just inviting the two of them to a party that evening. Ijiro, who had just arrived, expressed excitement about the idea of a party. Tadashi handed the protagonist a piece of paper with the address and his number, winking before leaving. Bakugou, unimpressed, made his feelings known with a dismissive sound as he took the paper from Tadashi. After a moment of silence, Bakugou stated that the party sounded foolish. Jairu looked at everyone, questioning whether they were really going. Ijiro, still enthusiastic, argued that summer was the perfect time to let loose. Jairu crossed her arms, stating she would only go if everyone else did. The protagonist's brother looked at them expectantly, pleading with his eyes for a positive response. Eventually, the protagonist relented, agreeing to go but not promising to stay the entire time. With that, Ijiro cheered, turning to Bakugou, who rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, indifferent. Somehow, Ijiro managed to convince everyone to attend. They lingered on the beach until sunset before heading home. After a shower, the protagonist searched for something to wear for the evening when there was a knock at the door. Assuming it was Jairu, the protagonist opened it cheerfully, only to find Bakugou standing there, his hands pressed against the door frame. He asked if the protagonist was really going to the party, his expression blank, trying to mask his emotions. The protagonist hesitated, explaining they had already promised Ijiro. Bakugou sighed and asked them to promise to stay away from Tadashi, lowering his head to avoid eye contact. The protagonist recognized that Bakugou was trying to look out for them, but they felt a lingering anger from his earlier outburst and his lack of remorse. They expressed their frustration, reminding him that he hadn't spoken to them for a week and hadn't apologized for his behavior, yet he expected them to comply with his request. If he wanted people to stay away from her, he would have to do that himself. She stepped back, closing the door before he could respond. Shaking her head to clear it, she returned to her pile of clothes. A red tank top bodysuit and jean shorts were what she decided to wear. After brushing her hair and putting on a bit of makeup, she headed down to meet everyone. Her brother's excitement somehow outweighed Jairu's indifference and Bakugou's irritation. Bakugou wore a permanent scowl as they all made their way to the address Tadashi had given them. It wasn't too far from the house, only a 5-minute walk away. The four of them quickly found the house, as music poured out from the door and windows. Upon entering, Tadashi was the first to greet them. He expressed his happiness that they could make it and mentioned that there were drinks in the kitchen and a pool in the back, assuring them that they had whatever they could want. Jairu leaned in and suggested they check out the pool, dragging her away. They navigated through the house and finally found the back door. The pool had a few people around it, but most were inside. Jairu sat by the pool, sticking her feet in, and mentioned that a guy there creeped her out. A laugh escaped her lips as she joined Jairu, agreeing that she felt the same way. The two of them sat there talking. Jairu shared updates about Denki, and she couldn't help but grin, happy that things had finally worked out for them. However, she couldn't fully focus on Jairu, as the feeling of someone staring at her pulled her attention away. She knew it was Katsuki. Every time she glanced across the pool, her gaze met his angry one. He leaned against a table with his arms crossed, looking unhappy to be there. The anger in his eyes flared, and his muscles tensed as he glared at anyone who dared to look her way. She tried not to look at him too often, as she couldn't stand the soft spot she had for him. She wasn't upset with him for getting jealous. In situations like with Tadashi, it was handy that he would want to step in. But it frustrated her when he acted that way with people who didn't deserve it. It wasn't just that. When he behaved like that, it made her feel like he didn't trust her. She knew he had said it was the guys he didn't trust, but if she had chosen him, why get upset at all? Tadashi approached them, a red solo cup in hand, and asked if they were enjoying themselves. He didn't wait for a response before sitting down next to her. She scooted closer to Jairu, trying to create more distance between them. It was unclear whether Tadashi didn't get the hint or chose to ignore it as he moved closer to her. He leaned in, trying to hold her gaze, but she instinctively leaned away, almost bumping into Jairu beside her. Just then, Katsuki appeared, glaring at Tadashi as he demanded to talk to her alone. Jairu leaned into her ear, saying she would go find her brother, and without another word, She got up, leaving her with Katsuki and Tadashi. She glanced up at Katsuki, who stood there with irritation on his face as he waited for her answer. Before she could say anything, Tadashi spoke for her, suggesting they were in the middle of something but that maybe he could have some time with her later. Tadashi ignored Katsuki's presence, focusing only on her with a grin. Katsuki extended his hand toward her, his face still grimacing, but there was a pleading look in his eyes. She lifted her hand and placed it in his, feeling his grip tighten as he pulled her up to stand beside him. Tadashi stood up, blocking their way. He addressed her, asking to talk to her. Katsuki leaned closer, daring him to get any closer, insisting she didn't want to talk to him and suggesting he move before he made him. Tadashi tried to look around Katsuki at her, asking why he couldn't let her say it. Katsuki pushed Tadashi by the shoulder into the pool before grabbing her wrist and pulling her through the house. He navigated through people and conversations until they reached the front porch. She pushed herself up onto the railings separating the porch from the front yard, while Katsuki leaned against the house across from her. She raised an eyebrow and asked if he really needed to push Tadashi into the pool. His glare shifted to her, and he replied that Tadashi was being annoying. His voice was surprisingly even, but there was a hint of aggression in it. After that he fell silent. Now that they were hidden from everyone in the house, he didn't glance at her, his eyes averted to the side, looking onto the street. She asked why he had brought her over there, wondering if he genuinely wanted to talk or just wanted to take her away from Tadashi. She could see the muscles tensing in his jaw as his intense stare returned to her. He told her not to say Tadashi's name. Sitting there, she waited for him to say anything else, perhaps answering one of her questions. But he remained silent, looking away from her again. She sighed and hopped off the fence, intending to head back inside to find Ijiro and Jairo. He moved then, placing his arms on either side of her, blocking her from leaving. His eyes held hers with an intensity that made it impossible to look away. Katsuki interrupted her, apologizing and dropping his head, breaking their eye contact. The silence returned, and she could see how tense he was as his hands gripped the railing behind her. She waited, but he didn't finish, so she prompted him by asking what he was sorry for. He sighed and admitted that he was sorry for the way he treated Shinso, for acting out of jealousy, and for not talking to her about how he felt. He acknowledged that he should pay more attention to her than to what others were doing. When he looked up at her, she could see the sincerity in his eyes, which resembled her own. She had never liked the way her eyes looked, but somehow he made the color appear mesmerizing. He asked if they could leave the party, and she agreed, knowing she would have to apologize to Jairo the next day for leaving her behind. It seems that the text provided is incomplete. Please provide the full text that you would like me to edit, and I will be happy to assist you in making it suitable for YouTube. It seems that the text you provided is incomplete. Please provide a more detailed excerpt or the full text that needs editing, and I'll be happy to assist you in making it suitable for YouTube. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a warm glow over the sandy beach. Waves lapped gently at the shore, creating a soothing rhythm that filled the air. Families and friends gathered, laughter and joy echoing as they played in the water and built sandcastles. In the distance, a group of teenagers set up a volleyball net, their competitive spirits igniting as they prepared for a match. The sound of the ball being struck filled the air, accompanied by cheers and playful banter. As the day wore on, the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. The atmosphere shifted to a more relaxed vibe, with people settling down for picnics and watching the beauty of the sunset. A gentle breeze swept across the beach, carrying with it the scent of salt water and the promise of a perfect summer day. Everyone felt a sense of belonging, united by the simple joy of being by the sea. The summer heat had vanished now that the sun was down, leaving the air cool but not chilly enough for a jacket. Katsuki pulled you along, walking past the house toward the back where the ocean awaited. The peaceful sound of waves crashing on the shore filled the air. He stopped just before the sand turned dark from the tide. Turning to face him, you were curious about why he had brought you here. He was already looking at you, his gaze traveling up your figure. With a playful grin, you teased him about his wandering eyes. He groaned and looked away, his face turning red even in the moonlight. When you pressed him for an explanation, he mumbled that red was a nice color on you. You stepped closer, trying to coax him into meeting your gaze. He shoved his hand in your direction, pushing you away and telling you to stop. You smirked, challenging him to follow through on his threats. He paused for a moment, then picked you up and walked into the water. You instinctively pushed against him, trying to escape his grip. You pleaded with him to stop, reminding him that you had just showered. He looked at you without sympathy, suggesting you take another shower if you got wet. Realizing there was no escaping, you clung to him tighter, hoping to stay out of the water. He sneered, asking you to stop acting like a princess, and you retorted, asking him to stop threatening to throw you in. His smile only grew as you tightened your hold on him. When he teased you about not wanting to be his princess, you glared back at him, feeling your face heat up. You asked him to put you down, but he laughed and tossed you up before catching you again. He was too busy enjoying your reaction to pay attention to your protests. Finally, he turned back to the shore and set you down, and you didn't let go until your feet touched the sand. He looked down at you, still wearing that smug grin. You shook your head, trying to hide your smile as you called him annoying. Turning toward the house, you noticed the lights were off. Your parents must have gone to bed. You reached for Katsuki's hand, and as you made your way inside, he suddenly tugged against you. A quick glance back revealed him standing still, staring into the distance with a glazed expression, as if he were lost in thought. You asked if he was coming in, and your voice broke him from his reverie. He slowly turned to face you, his eyes still unfocused as he took in your features. Without saying a word, he walked to catch up with you, and you both headed to the back porch. Letting go of your hand, he wrapped his arm around your shoulder, pulling you closer. The house was almost completely silent. Your brother and Jair must still have been at the party. Katsuki walked with you to your room, and as you stepped inside, you turned to face him. Any thoughts you had about what to say vanished as your eyes locked with his. He placed his forefinger under your chin, and you felt his thumb brush against your jaw as he moved closer. Your heart raced, but the sound of the front door opening and Ijiro and Jairu returning home snapped you back to reality. You heard them talking as they approached the hallway. Katsuki pushed you further into your room, closed the door behind him, and turned off the lights. Ijiro knocked on your door, asking if you were okay. Both of you froze, unsure whether to respond. Jairu suggested you were probably asleep, claiming you didn't feel well. You leaned your head against Katsuki's chest, feeling guilty for the lie. After a moment, Ijiro and Jairu walked away, their voices fading. Katsuki finally let his hand drop, allowing you to speak. You asked what he thought he was doing, and he gave you a half smile, pointing out that you wouldn't want Kiri to find you like that. You hesitated, realizing he had a point. His half smile turned into a smug grin as he pulled you closer. Your heart raced at the warmth of his embrace, mixed with the fear of being discovered. His presence was intoxicating as he leaned in closer. You tried to voice your concerns, but he closed the distance between you, kissing you gently at first, then more urgently. Your knees felt weak, but he held you securely against him. Your hands instinctively slid up his arms, feeling the contours of his muscles before getting lost in his hair. Any fear of being caught faded as you became completely captivated by him. As you both pulled back, breathless, your eyes locked again. The darkness around you allowed you to take in every detail of his face. Effortlessly, he picked you up and pressed you onto the bed, his mouth finding yours once more. You felt as if you were suspended in this moment, not wanting it to end, becoming entangled in each other, only breaking away to catch your breath. Periodically, one of them would break the silence, their breathing evening out before they became lost in each other once more. The next morning, she woke to find her bed empty. Reminiscing about the previous night, she realized how much she missed having him fall asleep next to her. Once fully awake, she made her way to the kitchen, hearing her brother talking from down the hall. Ijiro was teasing Bakugou, asking if he had met someone the night before. As she entered the kitchen, both of them turned to look at her. Bakugou quickly looked away, returning his attention to Ijiro, who continued to question him. Ijiro then turned to her, expressing concern about her not feeling well and saying he would have walked her home. She rolled her eyes, insisting it wasn't a long walk and that she was fine. Ijiro nudged her shoulder, reminding her to tell him next time. Jairu walked into the kitchen, followed closely by their mom. Their mom, excited, suggested they go shopping that day, mentioning a nice shopping center and an outdoor mall. None of them could refuse her invitation, especially since they had no other plans. After grabbing a quick bite to eat, they dispersed to get ready. Their dad opted out of the shopping trip, claiming Sora deserved a nice walk along the beach, but they all knew he disliked shopping and preferred to avoid seeing how much their mom spent. The four of them piled into the car, with Eijiro and their mom in the front, while she found herself squeezed between Katsuki and Jairu in the back. Their mom and Eijiro were engrossed in conversation about the party from the night before. While they weren't paying attention, Jairu turned to them and whispered that they both owed her big time, especially her, for leaving her behind. Katsuki rolled his eyes, ignoring them as he stared out the window. She gave Jairu an apologetic look, promising to make it up to her with anything she wanted. Jairu considered it for a moment before declaring that she wouldn't cover for them today and that they would spend the shopping trip together, followed by a movie when they returned. Katsuki stiffened at this, glaring at Jairu, who simply stuck her tongue out at him. She bit her lip to suppress a laugh. They agreed on the deal, and Katsuki turned to her, outrage evident on his face, but she merely shrugged in response. He huffed, crossing his arms and glaring out the window. It didn't take long for their mom to park the car, and as they hopped out, she linked arms with Jairu, urging her to lead the way. They explored nearly every store, admiring clothes and trinkets. She bought a few items from local shops, while Jairu picked up a couple of records and a new pair of shoes that she had convinced her to buy. After a couple of hours, they sat on a bench outside one of the stores, waiting for the others to finish. She noticed her brother and Bakugou exiting a store, Bakugou's glare landing on Jairu for a moment before he looked away. She laughed, telling Jairu that Bakugou didn't seem too happy with her. Jairu shrugged, not caring. They discussed what movie to watch when they got back, with Jairu suggesting a horror movie, recalling how Denki didn't enjoy them. Their conversation continued until their mom and the boys joined them, ready to head home. When they arrived, their dad had dinner prepared, and she felt grateful as she was starving after only having eaten breakfast. Everyone filled their dad in on the shopping trip he had missed, and she noticed the pain in his eyes as their mom listed her purchases. Their mom asked how his walk with Sora had been, and he described it as peaceful. He mentioned finding a local tour company that offered historical tours of the town and suggested they sign up for a morning appointment. Everyone fell silent, except for their mom, who seemed excited about the idea. Eijiro spoke up, agreeing that it sounded fun, and when she and Jairu didn't respond, he kicked her under the table. She forced a smile, trying to support their dad. He beamed, pleased with himself for the plan. After dinner, she and Jairu went to the living room to pick out a movie. They couldn't help but comment on the characters' foolish decisions, laughing at their mistakes. As the sun set, they became engrossed in the final moments of the film. Suddenly, her brother jumped out from behind the couch, startling them both, and he fell over laughing. She yelled at him to get a life, tossing a couch cushion in his direction. He apologized between laughs and she rolled her eyes, ready to throw another pillow. Jairu stood up, stretching and announcing it was time to call it a night. She waved goodnight as Jairu headed to her room, while she went to hers. Not feeling tired yet, she sprawled out on her bed, checking her phone. A couple of hours later, when the house had grown silent, she heard a knock at her door. The door opened without waiting for a response, and Katsuki entered her room. He asked if she was finally free, looking down at her. She smirked, teasing him about whether he missed her. He rolled his eyes before reiterating his question, and she confirmed that she was free, curious about why he had asked. His expression revealed nothing about his intentions for finding you. He urged you to follow him, pulling you up as he headed toward your door. You hesitated, uncertain of your destination, and asked where he was taking you. He extended his hand, disregarding your question, and asked if you trusted him. You affirmed your trust, though it didn't clarify the situation. Despite your uncertainty, you took his hand, knowing he wouldn't reveal his plans. It was a surprise, he said, as he led you out of your room. The moonlight was the only thing that illuminated the path ahead, guiding them through the darkness. Katsuki had not revealed their destination, He simply led the way out of the house and into the town, heading towards the beach they had visited the day before. They walked in silence, passing the stores along the boardwalk until they reached the beach. As they continued, the sand gave way to dirt and grass, with trees lining the land in front of them, but they pressed on. Curiosity got the better of her, and she asked about his fascination with forests. Katsuki scoffed, dismissing her question, insisting that this was hardly a forest as he navigated through the trees. Eventually, he came to a stop where the trees began to thin out. Over his shoulder, she could see the dark sky merging with the ocean, the two almost indistinguishable. A small wooden fence stood at the edge of the cliff overlooking the dark water below. It was likely a beautiful sight during the day, but at night, it felt eerie. One misstep could lead to a dangerous fall into the deep water. Standing next to him, she instinctively reached for his hand, leaning slightly to peer over the cliff. She teased him about his penchant for taking her to creepy places at night. Katsuki, unable to maintain his composure, responded with a mix of frustration and disbelief. She playfully suggested that he might be trying to scare her or that they were there to think again. Katsuki, exasperated, let go of her hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, contemplating the complexities of their relationship. He then pulled her closer, wrapping his arms around her and resting his chin on her head. In that moment of silence, she savored the warmth of his embrace before asking why they had come out there. He sighed, revealing that he simply wanted some time alone with her. She responded slowly, as if unsure, but he reassured her that it was okay. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks below filled the air, creating a rhythmic backdrop to their conversation. Katsuki expressed his concern about her needing to talk to Kiri, his tone serious but not angry. She felt a tightness in her chest at the thought of that conversation, knowing how it might upset her brother. She requested time to figure out what to say, not wanting to hurt him. Katsuki, however, set a deadline, stating that if she hadn't told Kiri by the end of the week, he would. His tone was firm, emphasizing the importance of the matter. She leaned back against his chest, closing her eyes as she tried to imagine how the conversation would unfold. Katsuki's voice softened as he reassured her that change didn't have to be feared, and that things would remain the same between him and Kiri, as well as between them. She sought his promise, and he rolled his eyes, assuring her everything would be fine. He kissed her cheek, hoping to ease her worries, and suggested they head back before her parents noticed their absence. As they walked back, his fingers intertwined with hers, she felt a smile spreading across her face. Despite her anxiety about the upcoming conversation with Kiri, Katsuki's words gave her a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, a voice broke through the night, warning them that the beach was closed. Katsuki reacted quickly, urging her to run as he pulled her along. The voice of an older man, likely a security guard, echoed behind them as they dashed into a small alley between two shops. Katsuki drew her closer, hiding them both in the shadows as they tried to quiet their breathing, adrenaline surging through them. She whispered her concern about being found, and he urged her to stay quiet. A shadow passed by, searching for them, and the man called out, trying to coax them out of hiding. They remained still, hoping he would give up and leave. Katsuki instructed her that when the man passed again, they would make a break for it. As the shadow reappeared, the man stood at the alley's edge, reminding them they were trespassing. When he received no response, he walked away, and Katsuki seized the moment, pulling her back towards the beach. They sprinted away, the sound of the man yelling after them fading as they focused on escaping. Once they were far enough away, they slowed to a walk, the thrill of their adventure still coursing through them. A laugh escaped your lips, and you had to stop walking entirely as you leaned on your knees, trying to control your laughter. Katsuki stopped in front of you, his expression serious and devoid of humor. He asked what was so funny, and you struggled to explain, laughter bubbling up again. After a moment, you managed to say that you found it amusing that the guy who wanted to be the future #1 pro hero almost got caught trespassing. With a dismissive click of his tongue and an eye roll, he turned away, leaving you to burst out laughing once more. You knew it wasn't as funny as you were making it seem, but the adrenaline from the trouble you could have gotten into made it feel that way. You caught up with him as he approached the door, giving you a look that seemed to ask if you were ready to be quiet enough to go inside. The house was completely dark as you had left it a few hours ago. Creeping to your room, you hoped not to wake anyone. You slowly opened your door, trying to make as little noise as possible. Katsuki stopped you from entering, turning you to face him. His expression softened as he took a moment to appreciate your features, gently tucking a piece of hair behind your ear. He spoke softly, his usual loud demeanor replaced by a quieter tone, wanting to keep this moment just between the two of you. He wished you good night. A playful smile crossed your lips as you teased him about not staying the night this time. He smirked, cupping your face and playfully squishing your cheeks. He mentioned that he would prefer not to be caught by your parents. You reminded him that it hadn't seemed to be a problem the night before, but he remained silent. When you asked if something had happened, he hinted that your mom had given him a strange look when he left your room that morning, his smile unwavering. You pulled back slightly, surprised and questioning him. He only smiled wider at your reaction, suggesting that he might be lying, leaving you uncertain. If you asked your mom and he was telling the truth, you would likely face a lecture for having a boy in your room overnight. But if he was lying, you would have inadvertently revealed something to your mom and still face the consequences. It was a lose-lose situation. You narrowed your eyes at him, refusing to play his game. He chuckled, a sound that was rare and music to your ears, making your heart flutter. He leaned in closer, his nose brushing against yours. You opened your mouth to respond, but before you could, he kissed you, his lips meeting yours in a swift motion. Your heart raced as you instinctively reached for him, but just as quickly as he had kissed you, he pulled away, leaving you confused and a bit dazed. You trailed off, unsure how to finish your thought about why he would start something if he wasn't staying. The look he gave you confirmed he knew exactly what he was doing. He turned your head gently, placing a soft kiss on your cheek, then trailing kisses along your jaw and down your throat until he reached your shoulder, before returning to your ear. He whispered, his voice rough yet tender, that he just wanted to ensure you missed him. The sensation made your knees feel weak. He pulled back slightly, looking into your barely open eyes, your heart pounding as the only indication of your presence. He let out a soft laugh at your reaction, giving you one last gentle kiss, his teeth lightly catching your bottom lip as he pulled away, his smirk still in place. He wished you good night, and you responded breathlessly, unsure how he had managed to make you feel this way. As he turned and disappeared down the hall to his own room, you shut your door, unable to shake thoughts of him as you changed into your comfy clothes. Climbing into bed, you noticed how empty it felt without him there. You had never paid attention to that before, but tonight it was painfully obvious how alone you truly were. Just then, Sora approached your door as if sensing your feelings. She scratched softly, asking to come in. Once she settled on your bed, she fell asleep almost instantly, her presence filling the void as you closed your eyes, images of your night with Katsuki flashing behind your eyelids. Light knocking at the door stirred you from your dreams. You could hear your dad on the other side asking if you were awake. You replied softly, acknowledging that you were up. The tour of the town your dad had signed you up for had slipped your mind. After a moment, you sat up, feeling a dryness in your throat. Stretching your arms, you yawned and slipped on a pair of slippers to head downstairs for a glass of water. The house was quiet, everyone likely getting ready in silence. As you entered the kitchen, you noticed Eijiro's bright red hair as he rummaged through the fridge. You greeted him softly while searching for a glass in the cabinet. He laughed, commenting on your early rise as he pulled out a jug of juice and closed the fridge. You turned to him, making sure he noticed you before rolling your eyes and filling your glass with water. Standing there with your brother, you recalled the ultimatum Katsuki had given you the night before. You knew it was right to tell Eijiro, but the thought of his disapproval weighed heavily on you. Did you really want to spoil the day, perhaps the entire vacation, by sharing your secret? You leaned against the counter, holding your glass tightly, and glanced at your brother. You hesitated before asking if there was anything you could do that would make him hate you. Confusion crossed his face as he set his glass down, giving you his full attention. He ran a hand through his hair and sighed before responding. He acknowledged that while you didn't always agree and had some arguments, he couldn't think of a reason to hate you. He believed you would have to do something terrible for that to happen, but even then, he doubted he could stay mad at you forever. His eyes caught yours as he offered you a lopsided smile. You started to speak but were interrupted when your dad walked in, followed closely by your mom. You realized you were nowhere near ready for the day and quickly downed the rest of your water, turning to head back to your room. Ijiro reached out to stop you, asking what you were going to say. You paused, feeling that it wasn't the right moment to share your thoughts. You didn't want to reveal anything to your parents, knowing they would make a big deal out of it. If Katsuki hadn't been lying and your mom had indeed seen him leaving your room, you wanted to keep your relationship under wraps for now. You brushed off Ijiro's concern, claiming it wasn't important. His expression showed he didn't believe you, but he let you go anyway, knowing how stubborn you could be. Rushing to your room, you quickly changed before heading to the bathroom to wash your face and brush your teeth. It didn't take long before you rejoined your family in the kitchen, where Bakugou and Jairu were also waiting. The tour turned out to be more enjoyable than you had anticipated. It was educational and entertaining, though you would have preferred to skip it altogether. Your dad seemed excited, so you held back your complaints. The tour lasted a couple of hours, with the guide sharing every detail about the place until you felt overwhelmed with information. As the tour concluded and you walked back to the starting point, your phone vibrated with a notification from Kyoko. She reminded you about some sponsored posts that needed to go up today. It sounded more appealing than the tour, so you replied that you would get right on it. Turning to Jairu, you asked for her help with taking pictures for a post. You clasped your hands together and gave her your best pleading look. She chuckled and agreed, saying she had nothing else planned for the day. After returning home, the two of you made lunch before heading out to the back porch to eat. Jairu sighed as she gazed at the ocean, expressing how much she would miss the view when you left. You agreed, noting that while UA had a great view, it didn't compare to this one. The water sparkled in the sunlight, looking much brighter than it had the night before. After finishing her sandwich, Jairu asked what kind of picture you needed. You stacked your plates and took a sip of water before explaining that it was for a clothing sponsor, and you needed to take a picture in one of their new swimsuits for the summer. With a laugh, she said to get it over with. You took the plates inside and loaded them into the dishwasher before changing into your swimsuit. You could hear Ijiro and Bakugou in the living room, either playing a game or watching a movie. When you returned to Jairu, you handed her your phone as you made your way down to the beach. The two of you took silly pictures, laughing as you tried to make the shoot fun. You were grateful for her help. Taking pictures for Instagram was usually a chore, and adding a sponsor made it even less appealing. As you flipped through the photos, giggles escaped you. Most were ridiculous, a few were decent, and a couple ended up looking a bit more daring than you had intended. You quickly selected the ones you knew Kyoko would approve of and sent them to her before posting. Dropping the phone, you looked back up at the sky, noticing the colors shifting to a yellow-orange hue as the sun began to set. You remarked to Jairu, who was scrolling through her phone, about how long you had been outside. She suggested it was time to head inside, grinning as she stood up and brushed the sand off her clothes. Once back in your room before dinner, you changed into comfortable shorts and a tank top. Sitting on your bed, you both took turns sharing memes and chatting about various topics. In the midst of it, Kyoko finally replied, giving you the green light to post your picture. Curious about Jairu's relationship with Denki, you asked how things were going. She mentioned he was going to call her later, and just then, her phone rang. With a smile, you encouraged her to take the call, noticing how happy she looked at the mention of his name. A shiver ran down your spine as the house felt chilly now that you were out of the sun. You rummaged through your belongings and found the hoodie Mitsuki had lent you months ago. Settling back on your bed, you returned to your phone and noticed an unread message. Katsuki asked what you had shared, and you explained it was an Instagram post. He seemed annoyed that you had shared it with everyone, and you teased him about being upset he didn't get the picture first. Grinning, you selected a photo that you thought was decent and sent it to him, only to realize with horror that it was one of the less appropriate pictures. Your face flushed as you tried to cancel the message, but it was too late. It had already been sent and read. As the minutes passed without a reply, you buried your face in your hands, wishing to disappear under your covers. Meanwhile, Bakugou found it hard to focus on the movie playing in front of him. Instead, he scrolled through his phone, his heart racing when he saw a photo that caught his attention. Anger bubbled up as he read the comments about how she looked, and before he knew it, He sent the post to her, curious about her thoughts. He didn't want to be the jealous boyfriend, but it was hard not to feel that way with so many comments. Kiri noticed Bakugou's distraction and joked about him not watching the movie. Bakugou rolled his eyes, claiming the movie was boring. He glanced at his phone again, his eyes widening at her unexpected response, causing a blush to creep onto his face. Kiri teased him about talking to a girl from the party, and Bakugou quickly turned off his phone, shoving it into his pocket. He didn't want Kiri to see what had just been sent. Feeling flustered, he stood up, claiming he was tired from the morning tour and needed a nap. Instead of heading to his room, he walked in the opposite direction toward yours. The sudden sound of your door opening startled you from under your comforter. You were surprised to see Katsuki instead of Jairu. He closed the door and approached you, making you sink deeper into your bed, hoping to hide your nervousness. He demanded to know what you were doing, his gaze intense. You faced a choice: play dumb or tell the truth. You opted for a light-hearted denial, averting your gaze. He pulled your chin toward him, insisting you not play dumb. Stuttering, you tried to explain, but his closeness made it difficult to think. He leaned in even closer, suggesting that if you wanted his attention, you could have just asked. Your heart raced as he leaned in and kissed you. The bed dipped as he knelt over you, kissing you passionately. He pulled back slightly to let you catch your breath before shifting you so that you were straddling his lap. His hands found the hem of the hoodie you wore. He expressed that while he liked seeing you in his clothes, it needed to come off. You squeaked in surprise, excitement coursing through you as he removed the jacket. Once you were free, he pulled you back to him, kissing you again as he fell back against the bed, taking you with him. His hands traveled down your back, slipping under your tank top, pressing against your skin. You could feel the warmth of his body against yours, wanting to get even closer. With your heart racing and your mind clouded, your hands moved down his chest to the hem of his shirt, wanting to feel his skin. He complied, sitting up to pull his shirt over his head before pulling you back toward him. His lips moved to your neck, leaving soft marks as he kissed down toward your shoulder. You couldn't help but let out small whimpers when he pulled too hard, feeling the smirk he made against your skin whenever he got the reaction he wanted. His mouth returned to yours as his fingers became lost in your hair, but suddenly, the light from the hall flooded your room. Your brother stopped dead in his tracks at what he saw. Silence followed as you sat there, panic. You didn't know what to do. This wasn't how he was supposed to find out. He whispered in disbelief, shaking his head as if trying to erase the image from his mind. You instantly pulled away from Katsuki, calling after Ijiro as he made his way out of your door. He yelled, expressing his frustration, his words dripping with venom. You could see the hurt and rage on his face as he turned around, pointing his finger at you. You pleaded for him to listen, but he insisted he didn't want to hear it. His voice was a little more level as he turned on his heel, storming out of your room. You took a step toward him, wanting to de-escalate the situation, but a hand held you back. Katsuki stood behind you, now dressed again. He spoke evenly, suggesting he should talk to Ijiro instead, as he seemed the most level-headed among the three of you at that moment. You knew he was right, so you nodded. He pulled you into a quick hug, reassuring you that everything would be okay before he walked out of your room, heading after your brother. The summer had finally come to an end. As you shuffled around your dorm, you were almost finished putting your clothes away and getting ready for tomorrow's classes. You had yet to say more than a few words to your brother since that day he had walked in on you and Bakugou. Both of you were still angry with each other, but for completely different reasons. After that night, Bakugou never returned to your room. Following his talk with your brother, he completely ignored you, only speaking to you when you finally cornered him and demanded to know what had happened. You remembered that night too well. He had avoided you at all costs for the remainder of your time at the beach house. The night before you left, you ran into him on your way outside. You felt a surge of emotions, your face hot with anger, upset because he was the one who promised things wouldn't change. He had looked down at you, his expression blank, and in an unusually monotone voice, he stated that whatever had been between you was over. Your heart sank at how nonchalant he had been about it. In that moment, you understood the choice he had made between you and your brother, and he had picked Ijiro. You didn't blame him, but it still hurt that he had to make that decision at all. You were relieved that your parents had taken separate cars on the ride home. You weren't sure what would have happened if you'd been stuck with your brother and Bakugou the entire way. After your family vacation, your class was supposed to meet at UA for a special summer training course. Your class participated, but you opted out. After receiving special permission from Principal Nizu, you spent the rest of the summer focusing on your work instead. Although it wasn't actual hero training, he agreed that public image was important in your career as a pro. Even though it wasn't what you wanted to do, you needed any distraction to keep you from dwelling on the situation for too long. Kyoko was ecstatic to have you in the office every day, as you purposefully showed up regularly. When you couldn't make plans with Mina or Jairu over the weekend, you found yourself in the office. Most days, you would be gone the entire day, only returning home when it was dark. Your parents' concern for you soon became evident. One night, your mother tried to find out what was wrong. You could remember her sad expression as she questioned why you never wanted to be home. You weren't trying to make her sad, you just wanted to prevent yourself from feeling miserable. Her words lingered as you left every morning, expressing her hope that you would be home more this summer. She mentioned that it felt like you were back in New York again, and even when you were home, it seemed like you had checked out. You had stopped playing your music, your games, and reading, and she was worried about you. You smiled to yourself, appreciating her concern, but at that time, you weren't ready to talk about what had happened. You weren't trying to be dramatic, you just didn't want to deal with your emotions. Unpacking everything felt extremely tiresome. When you finished putting everything away in your dorm, you went to get ready for bed. You started with a shower downstairs, brushed your teeth in your room, and then turned off the lights before getting into bed. You double-checked your alarm, knowing that your brother wouldn't care if you woke up on time. He would probably revel in the idea of you not showing up at all. Your mom had sent you a message reminding you to come home this weekend to pick up some more things you had left behind. You responded, letting her know you'd be there at the end of the week and wishing her good night. You really didn't want to go to class tomorrow. You hadn't seen or talked with Bakugou since that night, and the thought of facing both him and your brother made you anxious. But you tried not to dwell on it too much as you fell asleep, instead focusing on spending time with Jairu or one of the other girls for the semester. The ringing of your alarm instantly woke you up. Normally, you would hit snooze, but your unease about the day kept you awake. You took your time getting ready, not wanting to spend any extra moments sitting at your desk waiting for class to start. As you walked slowly across campus to your classroom, most of your classmates were already inside by the time you arrived. Fortunately, you still had about 10 minutes until class began. Ijiro was across the room talking with Bakugou, allowing you to reach your seat without having to interact with him. As you made your way down the aisle of desks, Jairu grabbed your arm, stopping you. She looked at you with concern in her eyes and asked what was wrong, noting that she hadn't heard from you in a while. You offered her a half-hearted smile and explained that you had been busy with work-related matters. Although she seemed skeptical, she let you pass. You slumped into your seat, leaning back to stare at the ceiling, hoping the day would pass quickly. Class began as usual, with each teacher coming in to teach their subject. You struggled to see around your brother to take notes. Normally, Ijiro would slouch down a little to help you, but today he sat up straighter than usual, blocking your view. Glaring at the back of his head, you whispered for him to move, expressing your frustration at not being able to see the board. He responded with a teasing remark, shifting his head to the side you were leaning toward. You retorted that it wouldn't be a problem if he had a smaller head, kicking his chair in an attempt to get him to budge. Ijiro turned to face you, asking what your problem was. You shot back with a question of your own, the two of you exchanging glares and daring each other to say more. Ectoplasm cleared his throat, prompting both of you to glance over at him. He asked if he was interrupting something, and you both mumbled that he wasn't before returning to your notes. After what felt like an eternity, the bell rang, signaling the end of class and the start of lunch. Jairu and Mina walked on either side of you, discussing their summer activities. You listened in silence as you made your way to your usual table. Once seated, Mina asked what had been going on between you and Ijiro in class. You moved your food around with your fork, contemplating how much to share. You mumbled that it was nothing, just his big head in the way of the board, ultimately pushing your tray away as your appetite faded. Jairu gave you a knowing look, aware of the real reason for the tension between you and Ijiro. She didn't say anything, which was one of the reasons you appreciated her as a friend. She knew how to read the room. The conversation shifted back to summer stories, but you found it hard to focus on their chatter. Instead, your gaze wandered around the cafeteria, spotting Midoriya, Ida, and Todoroki deep in conversation. They always seemed to be discussing something serious. Your eyes drifted around the room until they landed on a purple-haired boy sitting with some students from Class B. He caught your gaze for a brief moment before you looked away. As you approached Ijiro's table, his bright hair stood out. He was laughing at something Denki had said, while Bakugou appeared annoyed to be there. With a sigh, you dropped your gaze, picking up a bottle of soda from your lunch tray. After twisting off the cap and taking a quick drink, you fiddled with it on the table, letting it spin until it came to a stop. Suddenly, you stood up, catching the attention of the girls. You announced that you weren't feeling well and decided to head back to class. They nodded, offering hopeful comments for your recovery as you grabbed your still full tray and disposed of it. You didn't want to bring anyone down, but you couldn't shake the feeling of disconnect from the lunch conversation, likely due to your lack of socializing over the summer. Walking slowly down the hall, you became lost in thought, trying to pep-talk yourself into feeling better. You heard footsteps behind you, and as they matched your pace, you glanced up to find Shinso beside you, his usual blank expression in place. He remarked that you didn't look too happy to be back at school, his monotone voice surprisingly soothing amidst your swirling emotions. You chuckled without humor and asked what brought him over. He faltered for a moment before explaining that he needed to get some water and happened to be walking in the same direction. You couldn't help but laugh at the coincidence, questioning why he would choose to come to the water fountain down the hall when there was one by the cafeteria. He insisted the water was better at this one, as if anticipating your skepticism. After a brief pause, he admitted that while you weren't friends, he noticed you didn't seem entirely happy and wanted to check on you. He had worked with you in class and during the final, and he figured he could at least do that. A genuine smile crossed your lips. It was nice to know he cared enough to reach out. You suggested that maybe, if he wanted, you could be friends. He nodded in response, and the two of you continued walking until you reached your classroom. After saying your goodbyes, you returned to your seat and rested your head on your desk, waiting for class to start. You didn't have much time to dwell on your thoughts before classmates began returning to the room. The bell rang, bringing Aizawa back to the front of the room to start your hero classes. He decided to take everyone to one of the training rooms to practice together before the real training began. He wanted everyone to break off into groups to spar for the day and work on perfecting their moves. You immediately turned to Jairu and Mina, your usual partners for these types of classes. As you walked toward them, a hand wrapped around your arm and spun you around. Your brother towered over you, his usual cheerful demeanor replaced with irritation. He suggested they work together, his tone sounding harsher than usual. You crossed your arms, refusing to let him intimidate you. You questioned why they should work together since it was not something they typically did. He mentioned finishing a conversation from earlier and walked away, expecting you to follow. Rolling your eyes, you mirrored his steps as he led you across the room. You could sense the unease from the class as you both walked away together. Ijiro only ever acted this way with you, and you were sure no one else had experienced this harsher side of him. He turned to face you and instructed you not to hold back. You assured him you had no intention of doing so. Before you could finish your sentence, he rushed at you, throwing his fist in your direction, but you easily dodged him. Ijiro's moves were usually predictable, especially when he was upset. This made it easier for you to control the situation. He asked if you were ever going to tell him about the two of you, his question punctuating each swing he took at you. You dodged effortlessly and explained that you had planned to, but it never seemed like the right time. He expressed frustration, questioning whether you cared about his feelings and reminding you that he had asked you to stay away. His movements quickened as he spoke, and he got too close for comfort. You pushed out with your arm, activating your quirk to create distance between you. At the last moment, he swung his arm, and as you pushed him away, his hand grazed your face. You felt a sting and instinctively wiped your fingers across the area, noticing the blood beginning to pool. You knew it would likely leave a scar, similar to the one Ijiro already had. You thought about how Kyoko would react, having spent the last month in her office discussing the risks of hero work and the injuries that could come with it. Ijiro dismissed your concern and charged back at you. This time, you didn't let him get close. Instead, you used your quirk to lift him off the ground, preventing him from taking another step. You had been training over the summer, learning to control your quirk more effectively. Now, Ijiro hung in the air, struggling to breathe as he clawed at his throat, trying to free himself from your invisible grip. You pulled him closer, your anger evident, but you were at a loss for words. You were upset with him, with yourself, and with the entire situation. Before you could gather your thoughts, Ijiro fell to the ground, and you heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Aizawa's disapproval was clear as he entered the scene. He ordered both of you to stop, expressing that he didn't know what was going on, but it needed to end immediately. He warned that he could send you both to the principal but acknowledged that siblings could bicker. However, if it happened again, you would both face expulsion. His anger was palpable as he addressed you. You both nodded, avoiding his glare, and he instructed you to leave the class. Reluctantly, you walked out together, making your way back to the dorms in silence. The rest of the first week back at school continued uneventful. You and Ijiro fell back into silence, and Kyoko expressed her concern over the now scabbed scratch on your face. At some point during the week, you received a text from Mitsuki inviting you to dinner at her house on Friday night as a sort of welcome-back celebration. You missed her and Masaru, but you declined, not wanting to risk running into Bakugou. Now, it was Thursday night, and you rushed home after class, gathering the things your mother had cleared out for you. Bakugou sat at the usual table in the common room where his friends studied. They chatted occasionally, but he remained mostly silent, focusing on his homework and trying to ignore their distractions. He heard the front door open and close but kept his eyes on the page in front of him. Mina noticed someone entering and asked Kiri if they were going somewhere. Kiri responded indifferently, not caring to elaborate. Bakugou glanced up and saw the girl he had been avoiding walk through the room with a suitcase behind her. Mina pressed Kiri about what had happened between them, noting that they seemed to be back where they started at the beginning of last semester. Kiri shrugged, saying she mentioned spending time with their grandmother, but he didn't know much more than that. Bakugou found it hard to concentrate after that, feeling an inexplicable urge to leave the table. He stood up, claiming he needed some water, and walked away from the group. As he passed the kitchen, he spotted her heading toward the girls' side of the dorm. He felt compelled to approach her, but she glanced at him before choosing to ignore him and continue to her room. He understood why. He was the one who had ended things. Yet, something pushed him to speak. He asked her why she had turned down the dinner invitation, his tone harsher than he intended, which made him mentally cringe. She turned to face him, confusion and irritation evident on her face, but she remained silent, contemplating her response. He continued, explaining that he hadn't planned on going either and that he didn't want to come between her and his parents, knowing they were close. He avoided her gaze, and when she still didn't respond, he looked down, noticing her eyes were fixed on the wall beside them. Finally, she declared that if he wouldn't be there, she would go. Another silence fell between them as they waited to see if the other would say more. He asked if she was really leaving, his words sounding accusatory, as if he believed she was giving up on UA, her time in Japan, and a part of him that would never admit it on him. This time, she met his gaze, her expression filled with outrage, questioning why it mattered to him. He knew he shouldn't have asked, but the words slipped out. His jaw clenched as he replied that it didn't matter, looking anywhere but at her. He mentioned that Mina seemed upset about the idea of her leaving. She sighed heavily, as if the conversation was draining. She explained that she wasn't going anywhere, her grandmother was coming to stay with her parents, and her mom had asked her to make some room in her closet. She gestured to the suitcase beside her and added that she had things to do before leaving him alone in the hallway. After that strange encounter with Bakugou, you messaged Mitsuki to see if the dinner invitation was still open. She was thrilled to hear from you and assured you that you were always welcome in her home. The rest of your Thursday night was spent organizing your clothes from home, trying to distract yourself from analyzing your conversation with Bakugou. Once you finished, you decided to go to bed, not wanting to be left alone with your thoughts. As you prepared for sleep, you checked your phone one last time and found a message from Kyoko with a picture attached. You rolled your eyes. This was the fourth time she had tried to set you up with someone. You knew it was just a publicity stunt, and you weren't interested in dating anyone, let alone fake dating someone. That thought was enough to send you to bed for the night. The next day mirrored the previous ones. You attended class, spent time with Jairu and Mina during training, and returned to your dorm. Since you no longer studied with your brother and friends, you had started studying with Jairu. But since it was Friday, you decided to skip studying and instead hung out in her room, enjoying the new music she was always discovering. Your time together was enjoyable, and you were grateful to have someone to spend time with. However, your evening was cut short when Denki arrived to pick up Jairu for their Friday night date. He greeted her as she opened the door and noticed you sitting on her bed. He grinned and asked when the double date was happening, completely unaware of the tension between you, Bakugou, and Ijiro. Jairu quickly elbowed him in the side, giving him a look that clearly said to stop. Denki backtracked, saying he would wait for her downstairs, casting an apologetic glance your way before leaving. Jairu scratched the back of her head, feeling embarrassed about the whole situation. She tried to explain that you weren't dating anyone anymore, but he could be a bit oblivious at times. She chuckled lightly. You reassured her to have a good time that night and promised to hear all about it when you returned home on Sunday, hoping she understood you weren't upset. After returning to your dorm, you changed into jeans and a t-shirt for dinner. You packed an overnight bag, planning to head straight home after your evening with Mitsuki and Masu. The walk to their house was brief, but as you stood on their porch, memories flooded back to your last visit. It felt like ages ago when Bakugou had shown you his softer side, a side few got to see. You closed your eyes, running your fingers through your hair, trying to push those thoughts away. As soon as you rang the doorbell, Mitsuki opened the door and pulled you into a warm embrace. She expressed how much she had missed you and was thrilled you decided to come over. A smile spread across your face. Her vibrant personality was one of the things you cherished about her. She led you to the kitchen, where Masaru was finishing dinner. The house felt different without Bakugou and his mom's playful banter, leaving an unusual quietness that unsettled you. Mitsuki quickly filled the silence with questions about school and how everything was going. You appreciated her distraction, as she kept you engaged and away from your thoughts. She mentioned inviting Katsuki home for the weekend, but he had declined her invitation multiple times. You swiftly changed the subject, asking about her work instead, not wanting to dwell on him. Work was going well for her, and she mentioned plans to renovate the office. Excitedly, she offered to show you the plans and then dashed out of the room, returning with a garment bag. You were curious about what she had brought. As she unzipped the bag, she revealed a stunning red dress. The combination of lace and tulle gave it a formal touch, while the shorter skirt kept it casual. You were in awe, unable to believe someone had crafted something so beautiful just for you. You approached her slowly, your hand covering your mouth in disbelief as you gently touched the delicate fabric. Mitsuki assured you that she had lined the dress to ensure it was comfortable. Her joy at your reaction was evident. You expressed your gratitude, feeling tears welling up in your eyes, unsure of why you felt so emotional. This was different from the clothes she had made for you before. This was made with you in mind. She insisted you accept it, reminding you that you didn't have to wear it unless you wanted to. Her smile remained as she handed you the hanger. You struggled to find words, finally managing to thank her and wrapping your arms around her in a heartfelt hug. You stepped back quickly, wiping your tears before she could notice, feeling incredibly grateful. Mitsuki reassured you that you were like family to her, and she was just happy you liked the dress. You corrected her with a smile, affirming your love for it. Masaru called you both to dinner, and you helped set the table. The meal was filled with laughter and stories about their office adventures, making you feel elated. After dinner, Mitsuki shared her renovation plans, and you found yourself genuinely happy, realizing how much you missed spending time with them. They balanced each other perfectly. Masaru's calm demeanor complemented Mitsuki's energetic spirit. As the evening drew to a close, you decided it was time to head home. You gathered your things, including the dress Mitsuki had made, and walked toward the front door. You expressed how much you enjoyed your time together and thanked them for the dress. They looked at you with the warmth and affection of parents, truly like a second family to you. Mitsuki hugged you gently, and you waved goodbye one last time as you turned down the street toward home. Saturday morning was a whirlwind of cleaning. Your parents had you putting away even the smallest items and scrubbing every visible surface in the house. Your grandma was flying into town that evening, and your parents wanted everything to be perfect for her arrival. By late afternoon, everyone was taking a much-needed break before heading to the airport. You checked your phone and found yet another message from Kyoko. She had sent another picture of a guy along with a list of his qualities. You looked it over and had to admit the guy was attractive. He didn't have that same pretty boy look as the others. But just because he looked different didn't mean he was any better. Shutting off your phone, you returned to cleaning, not having much else to do. Everything was spotless, even the little ridges of the sliding glass door. Your father mentioned he would take your grandma aside to give you and your mother some time to rest before welcoming her home. You sat at the dining room table while your mom prepared a snack. She took a seat across from you and said it was time to stop sulking. You reached for one of the crackers on her plate, feigning ignorance. She continued, pointing out that she had let it slide during the summer, hoping you would feel better now that school was back in session, but you hadn't changed. She declared that sulking was no longer allowed. You rolled your eyes at her teasing but knew she was trying to get you to open up. With sarcasm, you replied that you would just turn your feelings off. Your mom acknowledged that she understood what was bothering you and expressed her sympathy for how things had turned out. She couldn't change Eijiro's mind or Bakugou's, but she could be there for you. Deep down, you didn't want to admit what had happened between you and Eijiro. If it stayed within that small circle, maybe you could pretend it hadn't happened at all. When you asked how she knew what was bothering you, she looked at you knowingly. She reminded you that she wasn't oblivious. She had seen the two of you on the beach that night and had noticed him leaving your room the next day. Her tone shifted to one of disapproval, and your face turned red. So, he hadn't lied about that. She had intended to scold you about it but hadn't gotten around to it, and now, with everything that had happened, she felt it would be unfair to lecture you. You rested your head on the table, realizing your mom knew more than she let on. She encouraged you not to be so down, reminding you that you were young and that while it might feel like the world was ending, it wasn't. She assured you that you would find someone who would cherish and love you, so there was no need to waste time worrying about it. Lifting your head just enough to meet her gaze, you groaned before speaking. You didn't want to talk about it, you weren't worried about any of that. You just didn't know how to finish your thought. You had been trying to push your feelings away, hoping they would fade into nothing. Don't hide your feelings. Allow yourself to experience them. We're meant to feel things and things will improve. She offered a small smile. The familiar voice of your grandmother prompted you to turn in her direction. She exclaimed your name, and you jumped up to run and embrace her. You had missed her, the spirited woman who never held back. She loved you wholeheartedly but had no qualms about sharing the unvarnished truth, no matter how harsh it might be. Once you released her, she settled into the seat beside your mother, joining the conversation at the table. She inquired about the topic of hiding feelings, clearly eager to catch up on what had transpired in your life since your return home. You sighed and mentioned it was just some boy, feeling a bit deflated at the thought of this being the focus of your family conversation on her first night back. Your grandmother nodded knowingly, as if she were well acquainted with such matters. She expressed her willingness to listen, indicating she had all night to hear your story. With a deep breath, you recounted the tale of your brief relationship with Bakugou, carefully omitting certain details that were best left unsaid. When you finished, your grandmother looked at you with a hint of surprise, remarking that she hadn't expected you to stir up family drama over a boy. You rolled your eyes, feeling exasperated by her comment, especially if it meant siding with Eijiro. She raised her hands in defense, reminding you that she had always encouraged you to live life to the fullest. She advised that if things were meant to be, they would unfold in their own time, and you shouldn't worry too much. Instead, she urged you to go out, have fun, and not let your brother trouble you about it. You crossed your arms and leaned back in your chair, contemplating her words. Maybe she was right. She winked at you, and you couldn't help but laugh. Your mother returned with a cup of tea for your grandmother and rejoined the conversation, mentioning that Kyoko had sent her a picture of a boy she wanted to set you up with. You immediately protested, stating you had no interest in going on a fake date to boost someone's ego. Your grandmother saw no issue with the idea, suggesting it could be a fun opportunity without any pressure. She eagerly asked to see the boy, turning to your mother with anticipation. You groaned and slouched further into your seat as they both admired the photo Kyoko had sent. Your grandmother's incredulous expression made you sink down even more. She insisted on seeing the other boy, wanting to understand why Kyoko was so enthusiastic. Your mother then pulled up an article featuring you and Bakugou, showing her one of the pictures. She inspected the photo for a moment before her gaze slowly lifted to meet yours. She acknowledged the image as if it held all the answers in the world. Despite this, she remained firm in her stance, suggesting that you should at least go out with the person Kyoko had found for you once. You expressed your doubts, feeling that he would likely be one of those superficial guys, and you really didn't want to deal with that. Countered, asking how you could know without having met him. When you didn't respond, she continued, questioning whether you could live with yourself if you turned down her request, especially if something were to happen to her. You scoffed at her dramatics, feeling frustrated. You asked if agreeing to go would make her drop the subject. After a moment of consideration, she agreed. You relented, telling her to inform Kyoko that you would go, but you wanted it to be something quick. You turned your head away, not wanting to see her satisfied smile. She always managed to get her way, and Ijiro thought you were difficult. The rest of the night was thankfully spent discussing your grandmother's trip. She shared stories about her time in America and the various places she had visited. She even gifted you a few souvenirs she thought you might like. You all stayed up later than expected, feeling completely exhausted from the day's cleaning. After a yawn, you got up to hug your parents and grandmother goodnight before heading to Ijiro's room. Since your grandmother was staying in your room, you had no choice but to sleep in Ijiro's or on the couch. It felt strange to be in his room, especially knowing he was still upset with you, but you brushed it off. Checking your phone, you saw that Kyoko had messaged you about a coffee date tomorrow before you returned to school. With a sigh, you stared up at the ceiling, trying to block out your thoughts so you could sleep, but it was no use. Your conversations with your mom and grandma had stirred up memories of everything that had happened so far. Luckily, Sora was there next to you, providing a bit of comfort and helping to soothe your thoughts until you finally fell asleep. The next day, you woke up to sunlight streaming into the room, with the sounds of your family chatting outside the door. You got up to join them, eager to spend as much time with your grandmother as possible. The morning was filled with conversation and watching TV, doing anything your grandmother wanted before it was time to get ready. You were reluctant, but she insisted that you still needed to look nice, even if you didn't want to go. She followed you to your room, helping you get ready. You complied with her wishes, wanting to enjoy her company until it was time to leave. Once your makeup was done to her satisfaction and you were dressed in the outfit she had chosen, you were ready to go. The ensemble wasn't too bad. In fact, you had to admit it was quite cute. You promised her you would be back soon and hugged her goodbye before embracing your parents. She laughed, asking you to tell her how the date went as she shooed you out of the house. You shook your head at her antics as Kyoko arrived with a car to take you to the coffee shop where your date was set to take place. Kyoko reminded you to be nice, understanding that you weren't keen on the idea, but emphasizing that it would be good for your public image. You assured her you would behave. She gave you a skeptical look as she informed you that he was already there and that his name was Hoshi. As you climbed out of the car, she reminded you once more to be nice. You gave her a small salute before closing the door, watching her shake her head. Hoshi seemed like a fitting name. As you entered the cafe, you quickly spotted him at a table off to the side. Upon closer inspection, you realized the photos hadn't done him justice. He was even more attractive in person. You approached him, offering a small wave. He stood up, greeting you warmly and mentioning that he had been waiting to order until you arrived. When he asked if you had been there before, you admitted that you hadn't. It felt a bit strange knowing that both of your agents had arranged this meeting without a proper introduction. He reassured you that it was no problem and led you to the front to look at the menu. He seemed genuinely nice, and nothing about him suggested that he was being insincere. After placing your orders, he guided you back to his table. Sitting across from him, you took a moment to really look at him. His dark hair contrasted with his icy blue eyes, which sparkled with warmth as he smiled at you. He appeared almost cute, as if this were a real date. Though you remained cautious about what to expect from him, so far he hadn't given any indication of being anything other than genuine. He broke the silence, asking you to share more about yourself. Your fake date with Hoshi was going surprisingly well. He was genuinely a nice guy. He asked more questions about you than you anticipated, as if he was sincerely trying to get to know you. He shared a few things about himself, but you found yourself hesitant to ask him many questions, still unsure of how you felt about the situation. He took a sip of his coffee and asked if you attended UA. You nodded in response, and he continued, expressing surprise at how difficult it was to get into such a prestigious school. He leaned in, resting his forearm on the table, clearly interested in your answer. You explained that you hadn't been accepted in the usual way. You had transferred from a school in America, and since your brother was already at UA, the school conducted some tests to assess your potential. Hoshi seemed impressed, pushing his sleeves up absent-mindedly before resting his arms back down. You noticed his toned arms, which were attractive in their own right, even if they didn't compare to Bakugou's physique. He remarked on how challenging it must be to balance a hero course with work, admitting that he struggled to focus on his own busy schedule. You leaned back in your chair, trying to maintain your composure. You mentioned that Kyoko, your agent, only assigned you minimal tasks to ensure you excelled in school. Although she could be pushy, she prioritized your education. Hoshi nodded, his eyes locked on yours, giving you his full attention. He mirrored your relaxed posture, stretching one leg out as if he were posing for a photo shoot, yet he appeared completely at ease. He mentioned that while Kyoko had arranged this date, he genuinely wanted to get to know you better. He suggested hanging out again, tilting his head slightly as he looked up at you with those piercing eyes. You hesitated, uncertain if you had the time to commit. You told him you would think about it, and he grinned, asking for your number. He held his phone out, leaning it in your direction. After a moment of consideration, you agreed and entered your number into his phone. He thanked you and reassured you that there was no pressure, expressing that you seemed like a really cool person and suggesting the possibility of friendship. You replied that you had to return to school, waving goodbye as you left the coffee shop. Hoshi echoed your sentiment, and you both headed in opposite directions. As you walked back to school, your mind replayed the encounter with Hoshi. He seemed nice enough, and nothing about him indicated he was a bad guy. You decided to take your grandmother's advice and just enjoy being young, realizing that not everything had to be serious. Your pace slowed as you approached campus, hoping to avoid anyone in the common area. Fortunately, you made it to your dorm without running into anyone. However, you knew that if the paparazzi had already caught you with Bakugou twice, there was a good chance someone had photographed you with Hoshi at the coffee shop. You needed the rest of the night to figure out what to tell Mina, knowing she would find out eventually. Sitting at your desk, you focused on the homework you had saved for the night. It served as a good distraction, and before long, the sky darkened, and your work was complete. After stretching and yawning, you changed into your pajamas and climbed into bed. As you plugged in your phone, a text from Hoshi popped up, a simple, "Hey, it's Hoshi." Unsure of how to respond, you decided to leave it for now and went to sleep. The next day, you took your time getting to class, hoping to avoid any questions from Mina. However, as soon as you walked through the door, both Mina and Jairu blocked your path, demanding an explanation. Mina, phone in hand, already had an article pulled up, insisting you had a lot to explain. You pleaded with them to let you get to your seat, but they stood firm, arms crossed, refusing to let you pass. With an exasperated sigh, you began to explain, hoping Mr. Aizawa would arrive soon to intervene. You clarified that it was for work and nothing more, promising to share the details later. After a moment of scrutiny, they allowed you to pass. You slumped into your seat, feeling the weight of their curiosity as Mr. Aizawa entered and called for attention. You struggled to focus on the lesson, your notes a jumbled mess as your mind wandered. You must have missed the bell because Mina and Jairu were suddenly at your desk, eagerly waiting for details about your coffee outing with Hoshi. As you stood to head to the cafeteria, they linked their arms with yours, urging you to spill everything. Taking a deep breath to organize your thoughts, you explained that it was nothing significant. Your agent had set it up to create some buzz, and all you did was grab coffee before returning to school. They exchanged glances, clearly expecting more. Jairu was the first to speak, questioning if you even realized who Hoshi was and how significant this encounter could be. You frowned in confusion, explaining that Hoshi had mentioned doing some modeling, but you didn't know much beyond that. He was the lead singer of one of the hottest bands in Japan right now. After playing a few of their songs on Friday, you were surprised to learn that you would be meeting him this weekend. If you had known, you would have asked for an autograph. Jairu looked at you as if you had been living under a rock. You shrugged, saying that you still could ask for his autograph since you had his number. Mina stopped walking and grabbed your shoulders to make you face her. She practically yelled in excitement, causing a few other students to glance your way. You quickly shushed her, not wanting any more attention than you already had. As you all continued walking to the cafeteria, they bombarded you with questions about what he was like and whether you had texted him back. Mina even swiped your phone to reply to him when you admitted you hadn't. You set your tray down and sat between them, trying to regain some control over the conversation. Mina, with her hands clasped together, begged for just one more question. You crossed your arms and relented, stating that this would be the last question, and then you wouldn't discuss it anymore. Her eyes lit up as she asked if you were going to go out with him again. You hesitated, unsure of your feelings. He was a nice guy, but did you really want to go out with him again? You admitted that you weren't sure, and though she pressed for more, your look silenced her. They moved on to other topics, but your mind wandered. You recalled your grandma's words and considered that maybe another date wouldn't be so bad. After all, he had said it didn't have to be a date, perhaps you could just hang out as friends. In the crowded cafeteria, you spotted Shinso, who gave you a quick nod. You chuckled at his attempt at friendship and nodded back. Jairu was in the middle of sharing details about her date with Denki when your gaze locked with a pair of crimson eyes across the room. Bakugou's expression was tense, his jaw clenched. You quickly averted your eyes, not wanting to dwell on his mood. As the girls filled your lunch hour with chatter, you forced yourself to focus on them, determined not to let your gaze wander. The bell rang, signaling the end of lunch, and you welcomed the distraction of training. Aizawa typically started the week by working on new moves and perfecting existing ones. He wasn't very lively, especially on Mondays, so reviewing techniques was a straightforward class for him. Once you arrived at the training room, you quickly led Jairu and Mina away from where your brother and Bakugou were heading. The three of you brainstormed ways to combine your quirks, seeking unique methods to support each other in real-world situations. Class had barely begun when loud explosions erupted from across the room, more intense and dramatic than usual. Jairu shot you a knowing look, while Mina, oblivious, complained about what could have possibly upset Bakugou this time. Amidst the chaos, you realized that Bakugou had no right to act this way. He had made his choice to break up with you, and if seeing you with someone else bothered him, that was his issue, not yours. You were still grappling with your feelings for him, but this felt like a step in the right direction. As you continued to work on your quirks, you tuned out Bakugou's outbursts. Before long, class ended, and although you had made minimal progress, it didn't bother you. As you walked toward the locker room with Mina, you turned to her and revealed that you had an answer to her lunch question. You thought you would go out with him again. Mina squealed in excitement, thrilled that her friend had finally shown interest in someone. However, her joy was short-lived as the door to the boys' locker room swung open with a loud bang, causing all of you to jump. You locked eyes with Bakugou, who glared at you before storming out of sight. Mina groaned, questioning what was wrong with him today. You shrugged, trying to sound casual, though you had a pretty good idea of why he was in such a foul mood. Later, as you walked back to the dorm with Jairu to study, you pulled out your phone and finally replied to Hoshi. His response came surprisingly quickly, asking how you were and what you were up to. You didn't feel the need to share the details of your day. You texted, saying that if he still wanted to hang out, you wouldn't mind seeing him again. He replied enthusiastically, suggesting he knew the perfect place. You sighed, pressing your phone to your forehead, hoping that trusting your grandma's advice would lead to a positive outcome. As the week continued, the tension you felt didn't dissipate. You tried to ignore it, but sometimes the overwhelming feeling became too much. Hoshi had made plans with you for Friday night, instructing you to dress casually. After finishing your homework, you decided to find something to wear for the next day. Coming up empty-handed, you glanced at your laundry hamper, thinking you might find something there. You picked it up, realizing you needed to do laundry anyway, and headed downstairs to the common area where the washers and dryers were. Sorting through your clothes, you started with your darks and then sat on top of one of the empty machines with a book you had brought. You didn't feel like constantly going back and forth to your room, so you decided to bring something to read to pass the time. Part of you was excited for tomorrow. You had texted Hoshi a few times since Monday, and he seemed like an interesting guy. So far, he was nothing like you expected. If your agents wanted to create a buzz in the press with fake hangouts, that was fine, but no one said you couldn't end up being friends in the end, right? The machine rang out, signaling it was done. You hopped down, moved your clothes to the dryer, and put in the last of your laundry to wash. Returning to your spot, you picked up the book again. You weren't much of a reader, but you had chosen this book to keep yourself from checking social media. After your date on Sunday, you had gained an influx of followers from Hoshi. Most were nice, but a few superfans were getting a bit overwhelming. To avoid checking comments, you forced yourself to focus on the book. The dryer finished first. After putting your bookmark in, you pulled out your clothes, folding them neatly before placing them in the basket you had brought. The washer dinged as you folded the last of your clothes. You swiftly moved everything over and started the dryer. Just as you pushed the start button, you heard the door open and close. The newcomer didn't say anything, so you took your time turning around. Picking up your book again, you hopped up to sit on the empty machine. As you resumed reading, a door slammed shut, causing you to freeze. Your eyes slowly moved up from the page, along the floor, until they reached the person across the room, Bakugou, leaning back with his arms crossed. Of all the days he had to come down here, a tense silence filled the air, making it thick and uncomfortable. You averted your gaze, letting so many things go unsaid. You just had to wait until the dryer was done, and then you could make your escape. However, he didn't give you that chance before striding across the room and stopping in front of you. Hesitant to look at him, you knew his intense stare would only make you more nervous. His question shattered the silence between you. You didn't say anything, taking your time to finally look at him, which was a mistake. His jaw was set, and his eyes were cold as he stared at you, his muscles tense as he placed his palms on either side of you, trapping you there. The animosity between you was palpable, and you hated the fact that even as he stood there radiating resentment, he somehow managed to look incredibly attractive. He questioned whether you were really going to go out with a guy like Hoshi, his eyes holding you captive. You chose to remain silent, not trusting yourself to respond. He pressed further, reminding you of the silence he had maintained for the last month. You felt your nerves turn to anger as he continued to question you. You reminded him that he had broken up with you, asserting that he didn't have the right to dictate your actions. You could see the flash of hurt in his eyes at your use of his last name. He insisted that Hoshi wasn't good for you, trying to make you realize something he already knew. He reached out, grabbing your chin and pressing his forehead to yours, preventing you from ignoring him again. He claimed to know you still had feelings for him. You tried to turn away, asking him to stop. When he questioned what he should stop, you told him he was being mean. Your heart raced uncontrollably, the weak part of you wanting nothing more than to kiss him, but the other part was upset that he would use that to his advantage. He asked how he was being mean if it was the truth. You closed your eyes to hide from his intense gaze, pushing against his chest to create space between you. You reminded him that he had chosen Ijiro, and while you didn't blame him for that, he couldn't push you away and then act this way. Your face felt hot, and tears threatened to fall from the emotions coursing through you. You told him it wasn't fair to use your feelings against you, especially when things couldn't go back to how they were. The dryer rang out, signaling that your clothes were done. You didn't wait another moment, jumping from your seat and tossing your clothes into the basket haphazardly. Turning one last time to face Bakugou, he stood in the same spot, his hands pressed against the top of the washer for support. You said goodbye to Bakugou, your words sounding final as you picked up your things and walked out of the room. When you returned to your room, you focused on putting your things away, not wanting to think about what had just happened. Your feelings for him hadn't diminished in the slightest. He knew that, and now you realized it too. You shoved all your thoughts to the back of your mind, trying to operate on autopilot. The rest of your night passed in a daze, that hazy feeling bleeding into the next day. Your Friday. Classes went by with minimal effort on your part. Jairu and Mina tried to lift your spirits, wondering what had happened and wanting you to be excited for tonight. You only told them you were tired and would feel better after a nap. After school, you returned to your room, rummaging through your clothes to find something to wear. You settled on a pair of jeans and a black long-sleeve shirt. It was getting closer to fall, and the night air was always much colder. Heading to the bathroom connected to your room, you decided to do your makeup to pass the time. You applied some mascara and eyeliner, added a bit of blush for color, and finished with a natural lip tint. Hoshi had mentioned sending a car for you, which made you a bit nervous, especially since he wouldn't tell you what you'd be doing. However, you trusted Kyoko and her judgment, knowing she had likely done her research and a background check. She was nothing if not thorough in her actions. When the time came, YN made her way to the entrance of the school, where a black car awaited her. The driver stepped out to open the door, and then they drove off down the road. As they passed through the residential areas surrounding the school and headed into the city, YN gazed out the window, watching the lights and neon signs flash by. The driver directed the car toward one of the arenas in the city, maneuvering around to the back entrance where stagehands and employees entered. Confusion washed over her as a man in a black suit approached the car upon her exit. He introduced himself as Hoshi's agent, confirming her identity and handing her a backstage pass. He led her into the bustling building, where people rushed around, preparing for the band's performance while others ensured the opening act was ready. YN tried to keep pace with the agent as he navigated through the crowd, finally arriving at a room marked with Hoshi's name. Upon seeing her, Hoshi's face lit up. He explained that he had wanted to find a way for them to hang out without interfering with his work. As she took in her surroundings, YN felt a mix of surprise and excitement. Hoshi was interrupted by another man who informed him it was time to get into position. After assuring YN he would return, he led her to the side of the stage, pointing out an assistant who would be available if she needed anything. The show began shortly after Hoshi left, and YN was amazed by the energy of the crowd. She had no idea how popular his band was, and she felt a twinge of regret for not knowing more about him. The music resonated within her, and she recognized a few songs that Jairu had shared with her. She promised herself to get an autograph for her friend, knowing Jairu would be envious of her current experience. As the lights flashed around the stage, illuminating the band and the enthusiastic crowd, YN couldn't help but smile as she watched Hoshi embrace his stage persona. He was an incredible singer, and during the performance, he playfully drenched himself with water, eliciting cheers from the audience. YN laughed at his antics, enjoying the lively atmosphere. After the final song, Hoshi rushed over to her, still dripping wet. He shook himself like a dog, sending droplets flying in her direction. YN playfully raised her hand to shield herself, laughter escaping her lips as Hoshi joined in her amusement. He asked her how she enjoyed the show, and she expressed her admiration for the band's talent, admitting her surprise at not knowing about them sooner. Hoshi's laughter was music to her ears as he revealed he had hoped to impress her. She grinned, letting him know he had succeeded. Mentioning her friend's desire for an autograph, Hoshi eagerly agreed to make it happen. As they chatted while the set was dismantled, Hoshi took a moment to change in his dressing room before they left the venue together. Outside, the car and driver awaited them. Once settled inside, Hoshi turned to her with a hopeful expression, asking if she would accompany him to an event the following night. YN hesitated for a moment, recalling her grandmother's advice to live life to the fullest. Tonight had been enjoyable, so why not? She looked back at Hoshi's eager face and agreed, curious about the event he described as a work party that required dressing up. He confirmed it was no problem, and they continued to chat until they reached her house, where only one light was on. Hoshi exited the car and walked around to open her door. He expressed his hope that she had a good time, promising to spend more time with her the next day. He gently kissed the back of her hand, wishing her good night. YN waved goodbye as she entered her house, feeling a mix of excitement and warmth from the evening. She walked toward the kitchen, drawn by the light, only to find Ijiro sitting at the table, looking serious. He looked up at her and stated that they needed to talk. That Friday afternoon, Ijiro had left school to head home for the weekend. He hadn't seen his grandmother since her return to the country, and he needed to make time for her. As he walked through the front door, he could hear his family bustling around. Peeking into the kitchen, he spotted his mom and grandma working on something that smelled delicious. Ijiro's grin widened as he and his grandmother exchanged glances. She set down her work and approached him, arms open for a hug. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, and she noted how much he had matured, leaning back to take in his appearance. He smiled, shaking his head at her compliments. His mother looked up from her mixing bowl, curious. She asked if Bakugou was joining them this time, expressing that he was always welcome. Ijiro explained that he planned to stay the whole weekend and thought it would be better for Bakugou not to be stuck there all that time. His grandmother feigned disappointment, returning to her spot in the kitchen. Ijiro narrowed his eyes, sensing something was off. He kept his tone light as he wondered if he wasn't enough for them. His grandmother laughed, revealing that she was eager to learn about Bakugou after a conversation with his sister. She then mentioned they needed to discuss something regarding his sister, implying she was already aware of their issues. Ijiro leaned against the counter, arms crossed, realizing his grandmother had likely gotten the details from his sister. He sighed, questioning what there was to discuss since she had already spoken to her. His grandmother urged him not to be defensive and encouraged him to share his side of the story, wanting them to reconcile. He hesitated, searching for any hidden motives in her expression before admitting that the situation was foolish. His grandmother pressed him, asking why they were still fighting if it was so trivial. He contemplated her question, acknowledging her point. Ijiro explained that he had told his sister not to pursue anything with his friend. She had agreed, but when she kept it from him and lied, he felt betrayed. The revelation had come when he unexpectedly found them together in her room. His grandmother's eyes widened at the news, and she acknowledged that his sister had omitted some important details. She validated his feelings but insisted he needed to confront her about it and have an honest discussion. Ijiro sighed, recognizing her wisdom. He promised to talk to her when he saw her next. His mother chimed in, mentioning that his sister would be home soon after her outing. Ijiro took a deep breath, realizing he would have to face her sooner than expected, unsure of how to start the conversation. His grandmother interrupted his thoughts with another question about Bakugou, asking if he had played a role in their breakup. Ijiro looked away, feeling guilty for his involvement. He admitted that he might have said something that influenced the decision. His grandmother sighed, clearly displeased with his admission, and asked if Bakugou was happy. Ijiro struggled to answer, stating that it was complicated and that Bakugou was not generally a happy person. She pressed for clarification, asking if Bakugou was acting differently than usual. Ijiro closed his eyes, sensing where the conversation was heading. He noted that Bakugou had been more agitated since school resumed and his sister's presence returned. His grandmother nodded, indicating that she expected this response and suggested he knew what he needed to do. As he leaned against the counter, Ijiro processed their discussion, reflecting on his feelings toward his sister and Bakugou. He acknowledged that he understood what he had to do. After that, he spent time in the kitchen with his grandmother and mother, helping prepare dinner and finish the cake they had started earlier. He listened to his grandmother's stories about her adventures in America. After dinner, they watched television together until she grew tired and excused herself to bed. Now alone, Ijiro contemplated what he would say to his sister when she arrived home. He considered the deeper reasons for his frustration, realizing it wasn't solely about Bakugou. He went to the kitchen for more water and sat at the table, sorting through his thoughts. Moments later, the door opened, and his sister appeared, startled to find him waiting. He stated that they needed to talk. Ijiro sat at the table, looking at her expectantly. She hesitated but sensed the importance of the conversation. He took a deep breath and began, apologizing for how he had treated her in recent weeks. He expressed his frustration over her dishonesty and acknowledged that it was unfair of him to ask her to stay away from Bakugou. He admitted that part of him was upset because she always seemed to get what she wanted. No matter what it was, it seemed that his best friend was off limits. This situation wasn't just about discomfort with dating. It felt like resentment was brewing because he was getting his way. As children, you and Ijiro had shared almost everything, but as you both grew up, your interests began to diverge. It may have appeared that you received more, but that wasn't entirely true. Ijiro looked at you with skepticism, questioning whether you truly believed that you didn't get what you wanted. He pointed out that your parents had allowed you to live in another country for nearly 2 years and that they rarely said no to your requests. He paused, letting his words sink in before apologizing sincerely. You returned his apology, admitting that you shouldn't have lied or hidden things from him. You had wanted to tell him the truth but lacked the courage, fearing the consequences. You gestured around, acknowledging the tension in the air. Ijiro smiled, though it wasn't a happy one. Both of you recognized this as the first step toward restoring normalcy. He then offered to talk to his friend, acknowledging that it might not resolve everything and expressing regret for complicating things for you. Your smile didn't quite reach your eyes as you listened. You hesitated before asking what he had said to his friend that night. Part of you was afraid to know how easily he had let you go, while the other part desperately wanted to understand what had led to the breakup. Ijiro took a moment, his gaze distant as if recalling the moment. He explained that he had told his friend he felt uncomfortable with the relationship and that as a friend, he deserved respect. He had given him an ultimatum, stating he wouldn't stick around if things continued as they were. You nodded, trying to mask your feelings, realizing that you had been right about the ultimatum. As you turned to leave, Ijiro's words stopped you in your tracks. He revealed that his friend had almost chosen you, and you felt a rush of emotions at the thought. Ijiro described how his friend had contemplated his options, considering the bond you all shared and the possibility of returning to normalcy. But when Ijiro asked about his training and progress since you both started dating, his friend's expression changed, leading to the decision to break up. This was what Ijiro meant when he said he wasn't sure he could fix things. It wasn't just a choice between you two, your presence had become a distraction for his friend, potentially hindering his dreams. Your heart felt heavy at the realization. Even if Ijiro spoke to him, would it change the fact that you might be seen as an obstacle? Probably not. And if he wanted to reconcile, could you accept that knowing he might resent you for it? Your thoughts raced as you contemplated the situation, overwhelmed by the possibilities. You announced your intention to go to bed, your voice sounding distant and unfamiliar. As you turned to leave, Ijiro offered his room, insisting he would take the couch. You nodded in response, even though he couldn't see you, biting your lip to hold back tears. Katsuki woke to complete darkness, staring at the ceiling as yesterday's events replayed in his mind. He rarely made mistakes, but that day had spiraled out of control. His emotions had gotten the better of him, pushing her away instead of drawing her closer. Deep down, he wondered if things were truly better this way. Checking the time on his phone, he saw it was just before 5 a.m., the perfect time to hit the gym. He knew he wouldn't be able to fall back asleep. After quickly changing and brushing his teeth, he headed out. The school gym was nearly empty, save for a few first-year students hoping to gain strength through early workouts. He ignored them and made his way to the back of the gym, where the free weights were located. He began with a warm-up and light stretching, knowing that it would all be for nothing if he injured himself. Not that recovery girl couldn't heal that kind of injury, but it would have been a waste of his morning. With headphones in place and music so loud that he couldn't think, he started with his chest. The moment he realized he wanted to be a hero, he began working to better himself. This meant dedicating a lot of time and energy to training his body and learning the most effective methods. He read through countless research papers and articles, figuring out the best ways to train. He always started with the largest muscle groups first: chest, back, or legs. The idea of not working out at his fullest capacity was out of the question. If he worked out his arms first and they fatigued before he could overload his chest or back, then what was the point? As he went through each predetermined exercise, he made sure to push that muscle until it reached its limit. Not only did he want to work at full capacity, but he also aimed to work until failure, something studies had shown resulted in muscle growth. However, while muscle growth was great for vanity, what he truly wanted was strength. He was determined to become stronger so that he could be the best. He worked through rep after rep, set after set, until his entire body was exhausted and drenched in sweat. But his day had just begun, and he still had class to attend. By the time he returned to the dorms to shower, most of his classmates had started to wake up and get ready. After a scalding hot shower, he changed into his uniform before heading towards the classroom. It was Friday, and most students were looking forward to the weekend. However, only one other person in his class seemed absent-minded today, which he should have expected after their conversation yesterday. The rest of his day passed in a blur, and before he knew it, he was back in his dorm alone. Kiri would be away for the weekend, leaving him without anyone to distract him. He could hang out with Shiro or Kaminari, but he knew Kaminari was probably with Jiraiya right now, and he never really had the patience to spend time with them. Homework was usually the first thing to tackle on Fridays, but the thought of sitting down and trying to focus felt impossible. He could always train again, but he knew that was a bad idea. After all the research he had done, he understood that overworking himself would have the opposite effect of what he wanted. But what else was there to do? He could train with his quirk or find something else to occupy his mind, anything to distract him from her. He didn't waste any more time standing in his room to think about it. He quickly changed out of his uniform and rushed out. He walked toward one of UA's training gyms, filled with various equipment. As he wandered through the building, he searched for something that would pique his interest, but nothing stood out. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he felt ready to unleash his pent-up energy. The next room, however, was filled with boxing equipment. Perhaps he wouldn't need to blow anything up. Maybe he could just punch something instead. He swung open the door a little harder than necessary, disregarding the gloves or tape that were recommended. Approaching the punching bag, he threw his first hit, feeling a satisfying impact as his skin connected with the leather. He followed up with another hit, and then another. Time slipped away as he remained in that room, working on perfecting his throws and punches. His emotions didn't quiet down as he had hoped. Instead, they fueled his strikes, making them harder and more impactful. Yet, the longer he stood there, the worse he felt. His emotions spiraled out of control, and he could see small sparks erupting from his hands with each swing. It wasn't until he noticed a dark liquid pooling and dripping down that he stopped. Glancing at his fist, he realized it was blood. His knuckles were raw and bruised. This wasn't helping. A physical outlet wasn't the solution he needed. He hated to admit it, but he knew he needed to talk to someone, to let these emotions out. He paused to catch his breath as he considered the list of people he could confide in. His parents would want to know the whole story, and he wasn't ready to discuss it. Deku's incessant rambling would only irritate him further. Kiri was one of the reasons he was in this mess. With a sigh, he realized there was only one other person he could think of. Leaving the facility, he returned to the dorms to rinse off and change one last time before heading to her dorm. He stared at the door, contemplating whether this was the right course of action. Taking a deep breath, he knocked. Kaminari opened the door, his expression shifting to shock upon seeing Bakugou standing there. He asked what was up, confusion evident on his face. Bakugou pushed past him, stating that he needed to talk to his girlfriend alone, shoving Kaminari out of the way. Kaminari protested, trying to resist being pushed out, but Bakugou's glare made him stop. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Kaminari nervously said he would go grab some snacks and be right back, flashing a smile as he headed downstairs. Bakugou turned to find Jiraiya sitting in her room, one eyebrow raised in confusion at the unexpected visit. She sensed his bad mood from across the room and asked what was going on. He hesitated, struggling to find the words he needed to say. She nodded in understanding and asked what he wanted to talk about. Clenching his teeth, he felt foolish for being there. His hands balled into fists, the sting from his raw knuckles reminding him of his earlier frustration. He finally asked if she was happy, needing to know if she was truly happy with him. Jiraiya paused, considering her answer carefully. She believed that the girl was trying to understand him better than anything else. While she couldn't definitively say if he made her happy just yet, it was clear that her mood had improved lately. She hesitated, trailing off without finishing her thought. Took a shaky breath, unsure of how to respond, his mind racing with thoughts. Jiraiya broke the silence, noting that she saw him as a friend for now. It was evident that he still had feelings for her. He closed his eyes, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. It bothered him that she viewed him in that light. He didn't know the reasons behind their breakup, but it was clear that it was affecting both of them. If he wanted her back, Jiraiya advised him to have an honest conversation with her, to lay everything out before it was too late. While she might see Hoshi as just a friend at the moment, that perception could easily change. He realized that there were many things he needed to confront and decide on before approaching her again. He nodded in acknowledgement of Jiraiya's advice, thanking her before turning to leave. As he opened the door, he found Kaminari leaning against the wall with his arms full of snacks. Bakugou said nothing as he walked past him down the hall toward his own room. Once inside, he flopped onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. He couldn't say he felt any better, but at least his thoughts were no longer chaotic, allowing him to focus. He knew what he needed to do now, and with clarity he could decide on his next steps. His mind wandered back to the night Kiri had discovered them together, replaying the questions Kiri had asked him as if he were still in that moment. If he managed to win her back, would she hinder his ambitions? That thought felt unfair. Those were his personal goals, and it shouldn't matter who was in his life or what challenges arose. He had set those goals for himself, and he needed to pursue them, regardless of the circumstances. But a lingering question remained: would she be happier without him? He wasn't sure. He had made many mistakes regarding her, but could he still bring her happiness despite them? He knew he could excel as a pro, but could he be the best for her? These questions haunted him as he lay there, staring at the ceiling without really seeing it. Time slipped away as he weighed his options and contemplated his next move, and eventually, he must have fallen asleep. When he opened his eyes, the room was just as dark as he had left it, but a quick glance at the clock revealed that hours had passed. It was a few minutes after 5 in the morning. He sat up, feeling the ache from the physical strain of the previous day. He shrugged it off and got ready to head to the gym. After focusing on his upper body yesterday, today would be dedicated to legs. He immersed himself in his workout, music blasting in his ears, helping him concentrate. He pushed through each exercise until he felt he could lift no more, his legs exhausted as he returned to his room. Taking his time to prepare for the day, he had no plans, so there was no need to rush. Back in his room, he glanced at the clock again. It was only 9 in the morning. Since he was in a better headspace, he decided to start on his homework. He had nearly completed the first assignment when his phone rang. A quick look revealed it was Kiri. He stared at the screen for a moment, surprised. Kirishima never called him. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the phone, thinking it might be important. The sun shone brightly, warming her skin as she lay in the grass of her backyard. She had woken up unusually early, unable to sleep the previous night. Instead of trying to catch a few more hours, she chose to spend time outside with Sora, who eventually settled beside her on the blanket she had laid out. The sliding glass door opened, and suddenly, the sun was blocked by a shadow. Her brother stood there, looking down at her with surprise. He asked what she was doing up so early, clearly taken aback by her presence outside. She replied that she couldn't sleep and decided to get up. Her voice sounded flat, even to her. He sighed and sat down next to her, Sora lying comfortably between them. Things weren't back to normal between them, but at least they were speaking again. He broke the silence, asking if he could ask her something. She nodded, still gazing up at the sky, watching the clouds drift by. He inquired about her feelings for Bakugou, questioning if they were genuine. She turned her head, surprised by his question. He noticed her confusion and continued, mentioning her connection with Hoshi and wondering if it was real or just a fleeting infatuation. She couldn't be angry with him for asking. She had a tendency to move on quickly. However, it bothered her that he thought she would jeopardize their friendship for something insincere. She explained that everything with Hoshi was strictly professional. While he was a great distraction, she felt no romantic feelings for him. After a moment of reflection, she added that her feelings for Bakugou were real. He had made her happy, and he was unlike anyone she had ever met before. Her voice trailed off as tears threatened to spill again. You took a deep breath, determined not to cry anymore. He got up and said he would be right back, walking towards the house while pulling out his phone as he opened the sliding glass door. You stared up at the clouds for a few moments longer, trying to push all your feelings to the back of your mind. Feeling a bit calmer, you took out your phone to text Jiraiya, letting her know about tonight and that you had gotten her the autograph she wanted. Bakugou sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose as he hung up the phone. That conversation hadn't gone as he expected. He could no longer use Kiri as an excuse. Remembering the summer when Kiri had asked him to stay away from his sister, he realized he hadn't needed his permission to date her. If Kirishima didn't like it, he was sure he would get over it one day. But now, after that phone call, Kiri's approval was no longer a concern. He missed her, that was obvious, and he couldn't deny it, no matter how much he wanted to. She had somehow managed to worm her way into his heart. He hadn't truly understood how much she meant to him until he let her go. He could always blame Kiri for it, but deep down, he knew it was his insecurities that had gotten the better of him. Even now, as he thought about how badly he wanted her back in his arms, he missed the soft touch of her hand against his rough one. He even missed the sweet scent she carried whenever she was close. But there was always that nagging voice in the back of his head telling him he wasn't good enough, that he had already ruined things beyond repair. It was the same voice that told him he wasn't good enough to be the #1 hero, the same voice that pushed him to let her go to reach his dreams. He dropped his head into his hands, feeling torn as the voices of what he wanted and what he feared raged inside him. A knock at his door pulled him from his inner turmoil. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to compose himself before getting up. Who could possibly be at his door right now? Upon opening the door, he found Jairu standing in the hallway. He squinted at her in confusion, but before he could ask why she was there, she spoke. She mentioned that she wasn't on his side but had known him longer than Hoshi, so she figured she would help. He grimaced at her mention of help. He had gotten better at accepting it but still wasn't fond of needing it. She told him he needed as much help as he could get, or did he and Hoshi just magically get back together in the last 10 seconds? He rolled his eyes and urged her to get to the point. Jairu informed him that she was going out with Hoshi again tonight, mentioning it was like a work party and that she had a feeling Hoshi would make his move soon. He nodded, not really seeing her anymore as he was pulled back under in the sea of his thoughts. He closed the door on her, not wanting to be around anyone at the moment. He had already swallowed his pride and apologized to her several times, but this was different. This wasn't just him acting out emotionally, he had torn their relationship in half, completely ending what they had. Looking down at his knuckles, which looked bruised with scabs already forming, he wondered if he could fix this. Half of him was yelling at him, begging him to at least try. Should he fix this? The other half, filled with doubt, told him he would only make things worse, that he wouldn't make her as happy as she made him. He heard the familiar ding of his phone and flipped it up to look at it, finding a text from Jairu. She informed him that she would be at the dorms tonight to get ready before going out, just thought he might want to know. He turned the phone off and tossed it onto his bed, realizing he had until tonight to figure out what he wanted to do. At some point before the afternoon, you found yourself back inside, feeling confined within the walls. Your mom and grandma had gone grocery shopping, and you didn't feel up to it, so you stayed home. You looked through the clothes in your closet, trying to see if you had anything left to wear. Most of your clothes had been moved to your dorm to make room for your grandma's things, leaving you with little to choose from. You spotted a bag hanging in the back of the closet, the dress Mitsuki had made for you. You had left it here after dinner, not having any reason to bring it back to school. You could always wear it. It wasn't like you had anything else at the moment. But something felt off about wearing the dress your ex's mom had made for you. You heard the door open and turned away from your closet, deciding you would figure something out later. Walking into the kitchen, you found your mom and grandma putting the groceries away, while your dad and brother walked outside to get the bags for them. You absent-mindedly began to take things out of the bags and placed them on the counter. Your mom asked if you were doing okay when she caught sight of you. You glanced up and realized you were just reaching into an empty bag. You replied that you had a lot on your mind. Your mom assured you that both she and your grandma were always there to listen. You acknowledged this but trailed off, unsure of what to say. Your mom gave you a knowing look and asked if you were still thinking about him. You wondered if it was that obvious as you reached for a new bag, emptying its contents onto the counter. Your grandma tried to change the topic, asking about your night with Hoshi. You stopped and looked out the window, as if the memories of the night before were playing outside. You admitted it was definitely different, and you could honestly say you had never attended a concert quite like that. They asked you a few more questions, and you answered them as truthfully as you could. It was true that Hoshi was a genuinely nice guy, but you weren't in the right emotional state to consider starting anything with him. After putting everything away, you checked your phone. The only people who really texted you were Jairu, Mina, and Kyoko, those who mattered. You were still gaining new followers from hanging out with Hoshi. A photo of the two of you getting into the same car had circulated online, and you hadn't anticipated how his popularity would affect you. A quick glance at your phone revealed a message from Kyoko. Kyoko mentioned that Mitsuki had made a dress for you and suggested you wear it tonight, perhaps styling your hair differently to attract more attention. You sighed, contemplating whether to wear it. Mitsuki had said it was for a special occasion. Biting your lip, you considered flipping a coin for a decision. Just then, your grandma appeared behind you, leaning over your shoulder to see your phone. You quickly hid it and made a face at her, knowing she was always so curious, but that was part of her charm. She chuckled at your reaction and encouraged you to wear the dress. You hesitated, glancing toward your room where the dress awaited. Your grandma grabbed your shoulders, urging you to trust her instincts. Eventually, you conceded and went to retrieve the dress, realizing it was time to head back to school to prepare. After saying goodbye to everyone, you made your way back to campus, shoving your headphones in to drown out your thoughts with music. You reached your dorm quickly and informed Jairu that you would take a quick shower before she styled your hair. You disliked putting your hair up, often missing a piece or two. Feeling refreshed, you changed into your sweats and dried your hair as much as possible. You knocked on Jairu's door to let her know you were back. Taking out your blow dryer, you began working on your hair. Jairu tapped on your door a few times before entering. She asked if you were excited for the evening as she sectioned your hair. You shrugged, admitting that while you had fun yesterday, tonight felt more serious. She nodded, focusing on pinning your hair into place. With music playing in the background, you remained still, and soon, your hair was styled into a stunning updo. Jairu stayed a bit longer to chat while you applied your makeup, her presence lightening the mood and building your excitement for the night. Taking the dress. With you to the bathroom connected to your room, you changed, and Jairu zipped up the back for you. As you looked in the mirror, your heart raced. The dress was beautiful and fit perfectly. Overwhelmed with gratitude, you swallowed hard. Jairu asked if you wanted water as she turned to leave. You agreed, your gaze still fixed on your reflection, marveling at how perfect the dress was. You took a moment to make any final adjustments, ensuring every piece of hair was in place, though one strand kept falling into your face. A light knock interrupted your thoughts, and you assumed it was Mina or Jairu returning with the water. You called for them to come in. The door opened and closed, but silence followed as you remained focused on your reflection. When you finally looked up, you saw the reflection of spiky, ash-blonde hair. Turning slowly to face him, you felt uncertain, especially after your encounter on Thursday. He broke the silence, asking you not to go out with Hoshi. His voice was soft, and his expression lacked the anger from before. You barely whispered in response, your heart racing as anxiety stirred in your stomach. He repeated his plea, his eyes searching yours from across the room. Thoughts of everything that had transpired over the past few days swirled in your mind. After all you had learned about your breakup, you struggled to find the right words. As he stepped closer, you had to look up at him. You could see the distress in his eyes as he searched your features for a hint of your thoughts. He urged you not to call him by that name if you still had feelings for him. You wanted to hide from his gaze, but you couldn't look away as your eyes locked, sharing an unspoken conversation. Taking a deep breath, you inhaled his familiar scent before exhaling slowly. You started to say his name, but before you could finish, he closed the distance between you, cupping your face and kissing you. Your eyes fluttered closed as you leaned into him, missing this connection, and for a moment, your mind went blank. When you both pulled away to catch your breath, reality returned. You placed a hand on his chest to stop him as he leaned in again. You urged him to wait, reminding him that he couldn't act as if nothing had happened. He pressed his forehead against yours, and you acknowledged the hurt caused by his actions, but you couldn't continue without addressing it. He gently interrupted you, not with anger but with a calmness that urged you to stop talking, his thumb brushing along your cheek. Tracing the light scar along his cheek from the fight with Ijiro, he felt a mix of emotions. He didn't want to be the person who got in the way. His face scrunched up in confusion as he pulled back slightly to look at her. He assured her that she wouldn't get in his way. She reminded him of what he had said before, but he sighed and placed a finger over her lips to silence her. He acknowledged his past words, his eyes closing as if the memory pained him, and his voice took on a harsher tone. He admitted that he had made a mistake, letting his insecurities get the better of him. She wanted this more than anything, but hesitation gripped her. He had left her without explanation, and the fear of it happening again loomed over her. She expressed her concerns, questioning how she could trust him after everything. He wrapped an arm around her, pulling her closer, and spoke earnestly. He had spent time contemplating the what-ifs that plagued her mind and had come to terms with them. He declared that the direction of his life was in his hands, and what he wanted right now was her. He paused, searching for any change in her expression, and continued, expressing his desire to be the best version of himself, which he could only achieve with her by his side. He apologized for his past mistakes and urged her to let him show how much he cared. Her heart raced erratically. Katsuki had never been good at expressing his feelings, but now he was revealing everything. Her fragile heart urged her to accept him back, to return to how things had been, but her mind remained guarded, wanting to protect her heart from further pain. She confessed her desire for him but admitted her fear. He tightened his grip, unwilling to let her go this time. He couldn't make her trust him, but he could prove himself worthy of that trust. He leaned in closer, leaving gentle kisses along her jawline, trying to convey his feelings. His breath warmed her ear as he whispered how much she meant to him and his need to never let her go again. Her knees felt weak. Katsuki was a man of his word, and her heart urged her to give in. He pulled back slightly, their foreheads touching, and she felt drawn to him. For the first time, he truly revealed his feelings. Tilting her head back, she brought her chin up, and he responded with an urgent kiss, a need to feel close to her. The kiss felt like a powerful force, igniting emotions that had long been suppressed. The world around them faded away as they lost themselves in each other. He kissed her repeatedly, never wanting to part, pulling her tighter as if she might disappear. He only paused to let her catch her breath, showering her with kisses until he found her lips again. Time slipped away, and eventually she pulled back, reluctant to leave his embrace. She laughed, reminding him that she needed to change if she was staying. He looked down, finally noticing her outfit, and complimented her beauty, his voice soft as he admired her. He took her hand and she twirled, captivated by him. When she faced him again, she felt completely enamored. He assured her that he meant every word, emphasizing that she was more than just her appearance. To him, she was the most beautiful person he had ever met, inside and out. She felt her heart race as she stepped closer, rising on her tiptoes to give him a gentle kiss. She promised to be right back, and he squeezed her hand, not wanting her to leave. She returned with her favorite joggers and a loose t-shirt, changing quickly in the bathroom. When she stepped out, Katsuki immediately wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close to the bed and showering her with kisses. He playfully reminded her that she hadn't said she would be his. A grin spread across her face as she affirmed that she would be his. He declared that he wouldn't share her with anyone, repeating it for himself. Their lips met once more, his fingers tangling in her hair, leaving it messy and wild. He freed her momentarily, wrapping her in his arms as she rested her head against his chest. She noticed the roughness of his knuckles and the bruises and cuts on his hands, perplexed about how they had gotten so beaten up. Suddenly, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts and questions. You reached for your phone out of habit, likely expecting a message from Kyoko wondering what had happened to you. However, Katsuki snatched it from your hand and tossed it to the foot of your bed. He leaned closer, a grin spreading across his face as he pulled you back toward him. As you lay there in his embrace, you reveled in the warmth and safety of being wrapped in his arms again. You missed that feeling, the comfort of his strength. Your mind felt hazy, lost in the bliss of the evening's events. You didn't want to dwell on the what-ifs or what could have been. Those thoughts didn't matter. Katsuki had opened up to you more tonight than he had throughout your entire relationship. While he had always expressed his feelings through touch, Your heart swelled at the thought of his words. It was as if the barrier that had kept him from expressing himself had finally broken, and now he couldn't hold back. Your heart fluttered each time you heard him murmur how beautiful you looked, how much you meant to him, how happy you made him, and how he never wanted to let you go. Those words flowed from him so easily now, and you knew he meant every one of them. At some point, you must have fallen asleep, feeling Katsuki's fingers gently tracing along your back and arms, occasionally pressing a kiss to the top of your head. You felt so relaxed next to him, his warmth lulling you into a peaceful slumber. Katsuki noticed when you fell asleep, your eyes softly closing and your breathing evening out. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to follow you into sleep just yet. He wanted to hold you a little longer, to feel your warmth while he was still awake. As he looked at you, his heart overflowed with emotion. He had somehow gotten you back, and he was determined not to mess it up again. You were trusting him with your heart, just as he had to trust you with his. He had known how strongly he felt about you the moment you let him kiss you. 3 words lingered on his tongue throughout the night, and he desperately wanted to say them, caught up in the moment with you. But he knew it wasn't the right time. It felt too soon, and if he was honest, he was afraid of how you might respond. The thought of you turning him down kept him from speaking those words. But now that you were his and no one else's, perhaps he could allow himself to feel that way about you. Maybe one day he would be able to tell you. For now, he could hold you close, feel your soft touch against his, run his fingers through your hair, and press a gentle kiss to your forehead, expressing everything he wanted to say without uttering a word. As light slowly crept into the room with the rising sun, you woke gradually, blinking your eyes as the cheerful chirping of birds filled the air. Your bed felt warm, unlike the coldness it had held for the past few weeks. You didn't need to look beside you to know who was there. The memories of the previous night flooded your mind. Turning slowly to avoid waking him, you took in his peaceful expression. There was no trace of his usual abrasive personality as he slept. A smile spread across your face, a wave of euphoria washing over you as you recalled his affectionate looks from the night before. You raised your hand, tracing your finger along his face, admiring his beautiful features. Your hand moved up to run your fingers through his hair, which was surprisingly soft, a delightful contrast to its spiky appearance. His hand caught yours, gently pulling it down as he intertwined his fingers with yours without opening his eyes, likely trying to drift back to sleep. He mumbled for you to go back to bed, his voice raspy from sleep. You grinned, feeling wide awake and unable to return to slumber, your mind filled with thoughts of him. His eyes opened, glaring at you as he groaned about you waking up early this time. He reached over and pulled you closer, hoping you might fall asleep in his arms so he could steal a few more hours of rest. The warmth of his embrace was tempting, and you could easily get used to falling asleep next to him. However, you were too restless to settle down. You tried to lean into him like he was a large body pillow, but it didn't quite work. Wanting his attention, you leaned in with a mischievous look, planting soft kisses on his neck and down his jawline, stopping just before his lips. His eyes opened slowly and he rolled them in response. He turned onto his back with a sigh, conceding that he was awake. He stared at the ceiling for a moment, but you could see him fighting to stay awake as his eyes began to close again. With a smirk, you leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss on his lips, but he didn't wake up. Testing your luck, you leaned in again, but it was a trap. His arms wrapped around you, pulling you close as he leaned forward to meet you, his lips meeting yours with a firm pressure. You could sense his smirk against your face as you recognized your mistake. He finally released you to sit up, yawning before looking back at you, expressing that he was truly awake this time. It was Sunday, and you both had little to do aside from the homework you hadn't even glanced at. Katsuki kept you company while you worked, and the two of you enjoyed the day together before classes resumed tomorrow. It felt nice to be in this space again, but it felt different this time, more free, more open. With Ijiro aware of your feelings, there was no need to hide them any longer. Thinking of Ijiro, Katsuki stood up. Your brother was returning to the dorms tonight, and to maintain harmony, Katsuki had to divide his time between you both. The guys had made plans to play video games, so he had to leave. While it made you a little sad, you understood. He cupped your face in his hands, giving you a few gentle kisses and assuring you that he would see you tomorrow. It all felt surreal. After everything that had happened, you never imagined you would end up here. Honestly, you didn't want it to end. It then struck you that you hadn't seen your phone since the missed call yesterday. Searching for it at the end of your bed yielded no results, but you finally found it wedged between your bed and the giant bear you had won at the arcade. You tried to turn it on, but it only displayed a black screen. Of course, it was dead. After plugging in your phone, you returned to your desk to finish your last assignment for the night. As you completed the final question, your phone screen lit up and it began ringing insistently. Confused, since no one messaged you that much, you checked to see what was happening. Upon closer inspection, you saw multiple messages from Kyoko, most asking where you were. Her last message urged you to call her. You didn't quite understand what was going on. It wasn't as if your time with Hoshi was mandatory. Perhaps she just wanted to ensure you were okay. You clicked on her contact and initiated the call. It rang for a moment before she answered. Kyoko's voice was filled with concern as she asked what had happened the previous night and if you were okay. You assured her that you were fine and apologized for worrying her, explaining that something had come up. She sighed, and you couldn't tell if it was relief or something else. She then shifted to a more serious tone, indicating she needed to tell you something important. You sensed that her serious tone was usually reserved for when you neglected your responsibilities, but you had been diligent lately, so you knew this was about something else. Kyoko revealed that it was about your date with Hoshi and that you had inadvertently breached a contract. Confusion washed over you as you asked what contract she was talking about. After a moment of silence, she explained that your agency had signed a contract with Hoshi's, stating that you both would maintain a charade of being together for about 3 months. Missing your meeting yesterday had violated that agreement. Your heart sank at her words. You protested that you never signed a contract. She acknowledged that, but explained that your agency had the authority to make such decisions on your behalf. They had informed her the night before, and she expressed her regret, stating she had tried everything she could to help you but couldn't get you out of this situation. Stunned, you stood there with your phone pressed to your ear, speechless. Kyoko continued, explaining that Hoshi's agency made it clear that you couldn't be seen in public with anyone else, including Katsuki. Her voice was tinged with sadness, as if she hated being the bearer of this news. She promised to keep trying to help but warned that breaking the contract would result in significant financial consequences for you and your parents. You couldn't help but ask how much was at stake, fearing the worst. She revealed that it could lead to your parents having to sell their house. You nodded, even though she couldn't see you, unable to find the words to express your feelings. Thoughts flooded your mind, but they were far from happy. Sitting in your room, you felt lost. You knew what you had to do, but the thought of pretending for 3 months made you cringe. You would have to tell Katsuki at some point, and just when you thought you could finally be open about your relationship, this happened. The more you thought about it, the more upset you became, especially with Hoshi. How could he do this? How could he seal your fate without even telling you? You turned on something from Netflix to pass the time, but it didn't help. Eventually, your thoughts quieted enough to let you sleep, but you still didn't know how to break the news to Katsuki. You knew he wouldn't be happy about it. The next morning, you woke up, the blissful feeling from yesterday gone. Groggily, you got ready and opened your door to find Katsuki waiting for you. He remarked on your tardiness, teasing you about what took so long. You chuckled, your bad mood lifting for a moment, and playfully asked if he was there to walk you to class. He didn't deny it. Taking your hand, he pulled you out of the dorms and toward your classroom. The two of you chatted about nothing in particular as your hands swung between you. Upon entering the classroom, you noticed something was off when your voice sounded louder than usual. Realizing the room was silent, you turned to find every set of eyes on you. Confused, you wondered if you were late and if Mr. Aizawa had already started class, but no one was at the front. Then it dawned on you they weren't staring at you, but at your hands intertwined together. After everything that had happened, you realized that most of the class had no idea about your connection with Katsuki. Heat rose to your cheeks as you decided to sit down. You stepped towards your desk, your fingers slipping from Katsuki's hand as you both walked in opposite directions. Denki and Mineta rushed to Katsuki's desk, eager to pry information from him, but he quickly intimidated them into silence. As you reached your seat, the classroom chatter returned to normal, the earlier spectacle fading away. Your brother turned in his seat to face you, a grin attempting to break through the awkwardness of the situation. He expressed relief that everything had worked out, but you weren't quite ready to discuss your relationship with Ijiro yet. Mina approached your desk, her expression a mix of annoyance and curiosity. She demanded to know how long you had been keeping this from her, clearly unhappy to have found out along with everyone else. She insisted that you owed her all the details at lunch before returning to her desk as Mr. Aizawa entered the classroom. The day progressed as normally as possible, but your mind was preoccupied with thoughts of your classmates now knowing about your relationship and the new issue with Hoshi. When the lunch bell rang, Mina was the first to reach your desk, with Jairu right behind her. Mina wasted no time, bombarding you with questions about your relationship. She wanted to know when it had started, how long you had been together, and if you had fought, explaining Katsuki's earlier anger. You raised your hands to halt her barrage of inquiries, asking for a moment to answer at least one question. As you walked to the lunchroom, you shared the entire story with Mina, who listened intently, only interjecting when she had a question. You concluded with the troubling news about your contract with Hoshi, which left both Mina and Jairu in shock. Jairu expressed concern, asking if you had told Bakugou yet, noting that he seemed to be in a good mood that morning. You looked away, spotting him across the room, clearly frustrated with Denki and Mineta. You admitted to your friends that you hadn't told him yet and were unsure how to approach the topic since you had just learned about it yourself. They both nodded in understanding, suggesting you wait until after your study session to tell him, as you didn't want to disrupt his. You rolled your eyes at Mina's concern but recognized she was right. It would be better to wait until you were alone. The bell rang again, signaling the end of lunch, and students began to filter out of the cafeteria and back to their classrooms. Your hero classes passed more quickly than expected, and soon you found yourself in your room. Katsuki mentioned he would see you later for your study session and would stop by your room afterward. You took the time to think about what you wanted to say, but nothing felt right. You sighed and flopped back on your bed, feeling anxious about the conversation ahead. Your friends were happily chatting, working on homework, and discussing their weekends as you sat at the table in the common room. Your group had grown larger, with you rejoining them and Denki bringing Jairu along to spend time together. You struggled to focus on your work, your mind still swirling with thoughts from your earlier discussion with Kyoko. Just before heading downstairs, you had received a message from Hoshi, apologizing for the situation. He claimed he was unaware of the contract, but you were skeptical about his sincerity. How could he not know? Katsuki's pencil tapped your forehead, pulling you back to the present. He had been helping Shiro with a math problem before turning his attention to you. He questioned why you weren't arguing over the correct answer, noticing that your response differed from his. You glanced down at your paper and then back at Katsuki's. Realizing he was likely right, you admitted to being a bit distracted and started over, focusing more intently this time. Katsuki shot you a curious look, but before he could say anything, Mina interjected. She pointed out that he shouldn't call you that, deeming it rude. Katsuki scoffed, insisting he could call you whatever he wanted. Mina turned to Ijiro, asking if he would allow Katsuki to speak to you that way. Ijiro glanced between you and Katsuki, choosing to stay out of it. Mina huffed in frustration before finally turning her attention back to you, asking if you really didn't care about being called a dumbass. You were confused, not fully grasping the conversation. When you responded that it didn't bother you, Mina was exasperated, insisting that you should care about what your boyfriend calls you. You shrugged, explaining that it was just something he had always called you, so you hadn't thought much of it. Katsuki gave Mina a smug look before turning back to you, concern evident in his eyes as he noticed how distracted you seemed. Shiro broke the tension, suggesting a change of topic, as sitting between two couples highlighted his own loneliness. Mina rolled her eyes and returned to her work, and the group settled into a comfortable silence as everyone focused on their assignments. Katsuki glanced at you occasionally, trying to read your expression when he thought you weren't paying attention. After about an hour, your group decided to disperse, with Denki and Jairu being the first to get up. Shiro followed, walking to the side of the table where Mina and Ijiro sat, discussing a new video game he had acquired. You gathered your belongings and zipped your bag shut. Katsuki was the first to stand, taking your bag and grabbing your hand to lead you upstairs to your room. You smiled up at him, feeling a little giddy that he would do that for you, even though he rolled his eyes in response. Wanting to break the silence, you asked him why you never hung out in his room. He paused before answering, mentioning that you wouldn't want to be on the guys' side of the dorms. Part of you was curious about what he meant, but the wiser part knew it was probably better not to ask. When he reached your door, he pushed it open, flipped on the light, and dropped your belongings inside. After you walked in and shut the door, he picked you up and carried you further into your room, tossing you onto your bed. You laughed as he climbed in beside you, pulling you close. The comfortable silence enveloped you both, and you leaned into him, wrapping your arms around him. A smile lingered on your face. You could definitely get used to ending the day like this. However, the moment was interrupted by your phone buzzing, reminding you of your conversations with Kyoko and Hoshi. Your expression shifted to a slight frown as you contemplated how to bring up the topic. Katsuki noticed your change in mood and asked what was wrong, his hand running gently up and down your back. You sighed, realizing he had picked up on your feelings throughout the day. Sitting up, you looked at him, his brow furrowed in concern. You had just resolved things between you, and you didn't want to ruin it. Maybe it was something Mina had said earlier that bothered you. You hesitated, asking him not to be mad. His voice was hesitant as he questioned why he would be mad, clearly confused about where this was heading. Taking a deep breath, you explained that it was about a call from Saturday. Silence fell as he averted his gaze, recalling the missed call. It was Kyoko, you revealed, and you had apparently broken a contract by not attending an event with someone. His expression darkened as you trailed off, knowing he understood who you were referring to. He asked about the contract, trying to make sense of the situation. You looked down, fidgeting with your fingers, not wanting to see his reaction. You finally admitted that your agency had signed a contract with Hoshi's agency, requiring you to fake date for 3 months. You braced yourself for his usual burst of anger, but he remained still, his body tense as he stared blankly ahead. Katsuki's eyes were filled with a simmering rage, but he remained composed. When you gently called his name, he took a breath and firmly stated that this wasn't happening. He shook his head, hoping you would say it was a cruel joke, but you remained silent. You explained that you had to go through with it, as Kyoko had already tried everything to end the agreement. Your voice softened as you reached for his hand, but he pulled away, insisting that you didn't have to do anything. His emotions were evident in his tone as he dropped his head into his hands, rubbing his temples in frustration. You raised your voice slightly, emphasizing that your parents would lose everything if you didn't comply. His demeanor shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. He asked if your parents or brother knew, and you admitted that you were hoping to avoid telling them. He insisted that you would have to inform them, especially Kiri, now that he knew you were back together. He paused, looking lost, questioning if you were even still together. You moved closer, taking his hand again, and this time he allowed it. You reassured him that you were still together and that if he would just let you explain, he would understand. His grip tightened, his thumb tracing circles on your hand as if memorizing its shape. He asked what this meant for your relationship. You explained that while they hadn't explicitly said you couldn't be together, you couldn't be seen in public until the situation was resolved. Other than that, it was just a matter of being seen with Hoshi, giving the paparazzi some photo opportunities, and that was all. He grabbed her chin when she finished speaking, turning her face towards him. His gaze was so intense it felt like he could see into her soul. He made it clear that she belonged to him and that he wasn't sharing her with anyone. She nodded, understanding his meaning. His hand dropped, freeing her for a moment before he pulled her back into his embrace, his arms wrapping around her even tighter. He sighed, already feeling mentally exhausted by the situation. He expressed his dislike for it, and she acknowledged that she felt the same way, nuzzling closer to him. He insisted that no one else should be able to kiss her, touch her, or even look at her. She laughed, playfully reminding him that Hoshi would at least have to look at her a few times. His tone shifted to a lighter, more playful one, knowing that his words were somewhat ridiculous but necessary to keep himself from getting upset about the upcoming months. His lips brushed against hers, and he looked into her half-lidded eyes, enjoying the dazed expression that crossed her face. He cherished that look and wanted to see it as often as possible. As his lips pressed more firmly against hers, trying to claim her, her heart raced. His fingers tangled in her hair, his thumb gliding along her jaw. She hoped the next 3 months would pass quickly. After everything that had happened, she was tired of hiding her feelings and wanted to express how strongly she felt for him, but for now, they could only be a couple behind closed doors. He asked her if only he got to do this, trailing kisses from her lips to her jaw and neck. When she didn't respond immediately, he asked again, more insistently. She grinned and confirmed that he was the only one. He rolled his eyes, shaking his head at her before pulling her in for another kiss. Thoughts of what was to come faded as they got lost in each other. Neither Katsuki nor she mentioned their contract with Hoshi for the rest of the week, but that didn't stop Kyoko or Hoshi from texting her about it. They arranged a fake date for her on Friday, which she dreaded. As the days passed and Friday approached, Katsuki's mood shifted. He became increasingly protective, not allowing her to stray more than a few feet away from him. His hand was always on her, and he seemed irritable with everyone else. His mood worsened on Friday. He snapped at the first years if they even glanced in her direction. Mineta nearly found himself in trouble for making an offhand comment about her. However, he seemed to relax a bit when they were alone in her room, his arms wrapped around her possessively. He questioned if she really had to go that night, resting his chin on the top of her head. She regrettably confirmed that she did, unless he had the means to get her out of the contract. She mentioned that Ijiro would be taking him to her house that evening. Her grandma had made it clear that she wanted to meet Katsuki the moment she learned they were back together, and of course, she chose the night of the fake date. Part of her felt nervous about him meeting her grandma, who could be overwhelming at times, especially in combination with Katsuki. He nodded, likely sharing her concerns about how awkward the evening might be, especially with her parents aware of what had transpired. She understood his feelings. She would feel the same if their roles were reversed. However, his mother adored her and likely wouldn't have cared about their past, probably blaming him for the breakup. Unfortunately, he didn't have that same comfort with her family. She sighed, glancing at the clock. It was almost time to get ready. Hoshi would arrive in under an hour. Despite her reluctance, Hoshi was more well-known, meaning the photos would likely end up in a tabloid. She needed to look presentable. As she attempted to rise, Katsuki's arms held her in place. She insisted she had to get ready, gesturing to her uniform. He muttered that he was fine with her going as she was, tightening his hold around her. She playfully remarked that she thought he would be against her wearing a skirt. With a sigh, he released her, acknowledging her point. She got up, hiding a smile. He looked cute when he was pouty, but she would never admit that. He would likely get upset and scold her for even thinking it. She opened her drawers, pulling out a long-sleeve shirt, jeans, and a scarf. The weather was getting colder as fall approached, and she figured tonight would be no exception. After quickly changing in the bathroom and touching up her makeup, she stopped by her closet to grab her favorite pair of combat boots. Sitting back on her bed, she slipped them on, noticing Katsuki watching her with a disapproving expression. She couldn't help but smile and asked about his expression. He crossed his arms and looked away, mumbling that she was too pretty for her own good. She moved to sit next to him, a smug smile on her face, teasing him about his compliment. He still wouldn't meet her gaze, his eyes fixed on the wall. She playfully called him sweet and leaned in to press a kiss to his cheek. He struggled to pull away, but she laughed, teasing him about his stubbornness. Outraged, he turned to her, insisting he wasn't throwing a tantrum, but she interrupted him with a kiss. Afterward, she playfully remarked that it hadn't been so bad. He scoffed, shaking his head at her and turning back to the wall. Just then, her phone buzzed, a message from Hoshi letting her know he had arrived. With a sigh, she shifted away from Katsuki and got off the bed. They walked downstairs together in silence, Katsuki's tension palpable. Hoshi waited at the bottom step, a smile on his face as he saw them approach, though Katsuki's intense glare was directed at him. Hoshi extended his hand to Katsuki, introducing himself as the boyfriend. He had been briefed by Kyoko about the situation to avoid any awkwardness. Katsuki's glare softened momentarily as he glanced at Hoshi's hand. Finally, he shook it firmly, though Hoshi's smile remained, even as Katsuki's grip threatened to crush his hand. Katsuki pulled Hoshi closer, making his intentions clear. Hoshi's expression shifted to unease as he nodded, slowly backing away once released. Turning to face her, Katsuki's expression softened as he took in her features. She wrapped her arms around him in a hug, smiling up at him. She promised to see him later, and he held her chin gently, urging her to stay safe and to contact him if anything happened. After a brief kiss, she reluctantly let him go, glancing back at him as she joined Hoshi. She noticed the mix of pain and worry in Katsuki's eyes, and guilt washed over her. She felt terrible about the situation, even though it wasn't entirely her fault. The thought of Katsuki dating someone else, even if it was fake, made her heart ache. As they walked toward the car Hoshi had waiting, he hesitated, almost reaching out to hug her but then pulling back, likely sensing Katsuki's lingering glare. Clearing his throat, Hoshi commented on Katsuki's demeanor, and she chuckled, knowing he didn't truly believe her. Once they reached the car, Hoshi opened the door for her, and she climbed in, followed by him. The vehicle was similar to the one they had used before, with dark-tinted windows for privacy from the paparazzi. Curious, she asked where they were headed. Hoshi suggested something simple, like grabbing a bite to eat before calling it a night. She nodded, gazing out the window as UA faded from view. Silence enveloped them, but she sensed he wanted to speak. Turning to him, she watched him struggle for the right words. He finally apologized, explaining that he had no idea his agent had arranged for a contract. He assured her that if he could have stopped it, he would have. She questioned why he couldn't just walk away, her tone sharper than intended. He explained that, like her, he hadn't signed the contract, and getting out would require a payment. They were both trapped in the same situation. She let his words linger, feeling conflicted. Although she was upset, she realized he wasn't to blame. With 2 months and 3 weeks left in this fake relationship, she decided it was better to be amicable. Relaxing slightly, she told him she believed him but warned him not to cross any lines, knowing Katsuki wouldn't take it lightly. Hoshi raised his pinky, making a promise, and she hesitated before linking her pinky with his for a moment, then withdrawing her hand to cross her arms. The restaurant he chose was new to her, a bit upscale, making her feel underdressed. She tried to ignore the stares and the sound of cameras clicking as they entered. Once seated, she opted for something familiar from the menu, avoiding anything too adventurous. They spent the evening discussing mundane topics until Hoshi shifted the conversation. He leaned forward, hands clasped, and asked her about her boyfriend, looking at her as if she were the most fascinating person in the room. You knew it was just an act, but it felt strange as he stared at you. You moved the rest of your food around on your plate, unsure of what he was getting at. He asked how long you and your boyfriend had been together. You bit your lip, contemplating your response. It was a complicated answer. He showed slight surprise and asked why that was. You took a breath before explaining that you were together for part of last semester but had taken a break during the summer and were now back together. You chose not to mention the complete breakup. He didn't need to know that. He nodded in understanding, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. As he took a drink of his water, he continued with his questions, asking what stood out about your boyfriend and what initially drew you to him. Silence filled the air as he waited for your response. You didn't speak, not because you didn't know the answer, but because you didn't fully trust his line of questioning. In fact, you didn't quite trust him at all. He apologized for intruding on your personal life, explaining that since you were almost friends, he thought you could share your love story. Leaning back to give you some space, he gestured to your plate, asking if you were done. You nodded quickly, eager to go home. It didn't take long for him to pay the bill, and soon you were both heading back to the car. As you climbed in, the sounds of clicking and flashes of lights surrounded you. The driver navigated the roads to your house in silence. When the car stopped on your street, Hoshi opened the door for you. He said he would see you soon, this time not daring to kiss your hand. He waved as you turned toward your front door, relieved to be home. Once inside, you took off your shoes and heard voices coming from the living room. As you rounded the corner, you encountered a scene you somewhat expected. Ijiro sat on the couch, covering his mouth to stifle laughter, while your grandma sat across from him, her face filled with concern as she asked question after question. Poor Katsuki sat in the middle, his face nearly red as he looked horrified by what she was asking. His gaze met yours as soon as he saw you walk into the room, relief washing over his face as his eyes silently pleaded for you to rescue him. You asked what was going on, and your grandma turned at the sound of your voice, smiling as she explained that she and Katsuki were just talking about you. With a smirk, you knew Katsuki would be upset with you and encouraged your grandma not to stop on your account. However, she insisted that they couldn't talk about you while you were there, as that would be rude. You decided to steal Katsuki away, reaching out to grab his hand and pulling him toward the hall and your room. Your grandma called after you to keep the door open, reminding you of a past incident. You gasped in shock, exclaiming her name as laughter erupted from both her and Ijiro as you walked down the hall. Once in your room, you buried your face in your hands, feeling the heat of embarrassment rise to your cheeks. After a moment, you turned to Katsuki and asked what he and your grandma talked about. He simply replied that he didn't want to discuss it, wrapping his arms around you, which only fueled your curiosity about their conversation. Bakugou stood on the porch in front of the dorms, watching as the guy he couldn't stand walked away with his girlfriend. His glare intensified as he observed the guy attempt to give you a hug before changing his mind. He remained there for a few moments until you were out of sight, left to wait for your return. Walking back inside, he decided to go to his dorm to wait for Kirishima. He wouldn't deny feeling a bit uncomfortable about meeting your family that night. You had only been back together for about a week, and he was certain they wouldn't be pleased with him for the trouble he had caused over the summer. He had never met your grandma before, and now that she was living at your house, it was inevitable. He had heard stories from Kirishima and knew she had a certain intensity. He also understood that you were close, meaning her approval likely mattered to some extent. Trying not to dwell on it, he distracted himself with anything in his room. In truth, he hoped Kirishima wouldn't want to leave too soon. He really didn't want to spend time alone with your family without you there. It hadn't mattered before, but after everything he had put you through, he could only imagine what they thought of him. The less time alone with your family, the better. However, luck was not on his side. Within 30 minutes, Kirishima knocked at his door, asking if he was ready to go. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Kiri's house, where his parents greeted him with their usual warmth and friendliness. They reassured him that he was always welcome there as Ijiro's friend. They added that as long as you were happy, they were happy, encouraging him to relax. As long as you were happy. That's what your mom had said. He could only hope that you were truly happy with him and that you wouldn't wake up one day and realize you were better off without him. He shook his head, trying to dispel the doubts that crept in at times. Grabbing a water, he followed Kirishima to the living room, where they decided to play a game to pass the time. They sat there for a while, watching their characters move about the screen. So far, things hadn't been too bad. He still hadn't met her grandmother, but at this rate, maybe he wouldn't have to worry about it until she got home. Ijiro's mom called from somewhere in the house, asking for his help. He responded that he would be right there and turned to Bakugou, telling him to set up the game while he was gone. Katsuki settled back on the couch, staring at the loading screen. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through apps that held no interest for him. After putting his phone down, he reached for his water. Just as he was about to take a drink, he sensed someone enter the room. A quick glance revealed it was her, the infamous grandmother he had heard so much about. She exclaimed that he must be the boy who broke her granddaughter's heart, causing him to choke on his water. He coughed, trying to regain his breath. Meeting her for the first time, her bluntness certainly lived up to her reputation. She took a seat next to him without giving him a chance to stand and introduce himself. Not that it mattered. She already knew him as the one who had hurt her granddaughter. She remarked that he must have had her wrapped around his finger if he managed to win her back. Katsuki was left speechless, unable to respond as she continued talking without pause. She mentioned that it was her idea for her granddaughter to date that Hoshi boy, but now that they were back together, it seemed to have caused some issues. She had heard everything about them, though she admitted that Ijiro had filled in some details. Her gaze remained fixed on him as he attempted to take another sip of water. He wished for anything to distract him from the awkwardness of the situation. She then expressed her concern for their safety, offering some supplies if they needed them. He immediately went into another coughing fit, his face flushing at her words. This was not the conversation he wanted to have, especially not with her. He raised his hand, hoping to stop her. He stammered that it wasn't necessary, unable to finish his sentence. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it, but they had only just repaired their relationship, and he didn't want to push her into something she wasn't ready for. The grandmother assumed that since they were almost third years, they must be more adventurous than in her time. She mentioned that when she was his age, she had met her late husband. Katsuki was in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how this conversation had taken such a turn. He never imagined this would be the first discussion he would have with her. Just then, Kirishima returned, stopping in front of Katsuki with a confused expression. Katsuki looked up, silently pleading for help, but Kirishima took the last seat on the couch, leaving Katsuki trapped between the two of them. Kirishima asked what they were talking about, trying to suppress a grin at how uncomfortable Katsuki looked. The grandmother casually mentioned that she was sharing the story of how she met her husband and turned back to Katsuki, asking if he had thought about marriage. She reminded him not to break her granddaughter's heart again. Katsuki's jaw dropped, unsure of how to respond. He could see Kirishima trying not to laugh, his hand covering his mouth. Suddenly, the front door opened, and he looked across the room, his eyes meeting yours as you walked in. He hoped you would rescue him from this situation, but like your brother, you were curious and wanted to hear the conversation. Fortunately, your grandmother decided to end the discussion when you arrived. You led him to your room, and he noticed your expression shift to one of shock at something your grandmother had said, but he had stopped listening the moment you pulled him away from the couch. In your room, you took a moment to cover your face in embarrassment over whatever had been said. He took the opportunity to glance around. He had been in your dorm room many times, but he had never seen this room. He had passed by it whenever he visited with Kirishima, but your door was always closed, and he had never been curious enough to find out what was inside. Finally, you turned to him and asked what they had talked about. He pulled you into his arms, expressing that he didn't want to discuss it. He rested his chin on top of your head, feeling his face heat up again as he tried to forget the uncomfortable conversation he had just had with your grandmother and the fact that there were supplies somewhere in your room. Katsuki never ended up telling you what he and your grandmother had discussed, not even after you threatened to use your quirk. To find out, you decided not to pry, sensing that neither of them wanted to share. As the weeks of the school year progressed, Katsuki spent most of his free time with you, balancing his time between you and your brother. At this point, Katsuki practically lived in your dorm room, staying over most nights, especially leading up to your dates with Hoshi. After spending more time with Hoshi, you decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. He had been nothing but kind and respectful of your boundaries whenever you felt uncomfortable. The two of you got along well, and under different circumstances, you might have been friends. Hoshi was not shy about texting you, often sending funny pictures or checking in on you and Katsuki. Although it felt strange at first, he always made sure to ask how you both were, wanting to avoid any conflict with Katsuki. Katsuki was never thrilled to hear about Hoshi's messages, but he trusted you and tried to keep his feelings in check. You rarely mentioned Hoshi unless necessary, knowing the situation was complicated for everyone involved. You felt particularly guilty for leaving Katsuki every weekend to spend time in the public eye with Hoshi. Fortunately, this was almost over, just a few weeks left, and you would be free to spend time with Katsuki openly, no longer needing to hide your relationship. You placed your phone on the table between you and Hoshi during your breakfast date that Saturday, which allowed you to spend the night with Katsuki. Sitting in the back of a cafe, you tore a piece from your bagel and listened to Hoshi recount stories from his last tour. He mentioned that there might be a way to end the contract sooner than expected. Intrigued, you put down your bagel and focused on him, eager to hear more. Hoshi suggested that if you could convincingly portray a couple, the agencies might release you from the contract early. You took a sip of your coffee, contemplating his words. When you asked how he planned to achieve that, he hesitated, suggesting that couples often hold hands or show affection. Disapprovingly, you firmly stated that it was not an option. Hoshi quickly clarified that it was merely a suggestion, But you returned to your bagel, feeling uneasy. Hoshi explained that your expressions in the photos together had not conveyed happiness, which was a concern for the agencies. He emphasized that if the relationship didn't appear genuine, it could lead to financial complications for both of you. Reluctantly, you agreed to work on it. As you both stood to leave, you followed Hoshi outside, trying to mask your inner turmoil. Distracted by your thoughts, you stumbled on the uneven ground as cameras flashed around you. Hoshi caught you before you fell, holding you close, his face just inches from yours. In that moment, he accidentally brushed his lips against your cheek, and you felt the cameras capturing the moment. Flustered, you pulled away and hurried to the car, turning to confront him once he got inside. You expressed your frustration, insisting that such actions were unnecessary. Hoshi apologized, explaining that he thought it would help. You crossed your arms, leaning back in your seat, wishing to return to the dorms before the photos surfaced. You instructed him to take you back to UA. The car ride was silent as it drove back to school. Once parked, you exited quickly, heading toward your dorm building. Hoshi called after you, trying to explain himself, but you ignored him, wanting to distance yourself from the situation. You stopped at the steps leading to the dorm porch and told him that you didn't want to hear any more excuses and that he needed to leave. He hesitated, regret evident on his face, but before he could respond, the front door swung open with a loud bang. Katsuki stormed down the steps, his anger palpable even before he reached you both. His fist was already drawn back, aimed at Hoshi. Although you understood Katsuki's feelings, you couldn't allow the situation to escalate, especially with the risk of legal consequences. You called out to Katsuki, but knowing he might not listen, you activated your quirk to hold him back. You turned to Hoshi, commanding him to leave as Katsuki struggled against your hold. Katsuki's anger intensified as he glared at Hoshi, warning him that if he ever saw him again, he would regret it. You tried to get Katsuki to focus on you, but he remained fixated on Hoshi's retreating figure. To calm him down, you reached into his thoughts, feeling his emotions rage, pain, and doubt as you delved deeper into his mind. You realized how much this situation had affected him, and you wished for a way to ease his burden. He had never shared any of these emotions or thoughts, burying them deep down and trying to ignore them. His voice sounded strained as he struggled against the turmoil within himself. Complying, she pulled away, watching as his face relaxed slightly, the pained expression giving way to anger. Once Hoshi was out of sight, he grabbed her wrist before turning to go back inside. Neither spoke until they reached her room. She turned to face him. He stood in the small doorway, eyes closed, one hand pinching the bridge of his nose while the other pressed into the wall, as if it were the only thing keeping him upright. His entire body was tense as he took deep breaths, trying to calm himself. He expressed his frustration, explaining that he hadn't anticipated Hoshi's actions. She had told him no, and he had assumed that would be the end of it. She interrupted him, insisting that allowing her to intervene would have only made things worse. He knew she was right and fell silent, focusing on his breathing. The silence between them only heightened her anxiety as she recalled the turmoil in his thoughts. She gently inquired why he hadn't shared his feelings. He admitted that he didn't know how to express himself, believing nothing would change. She could see the struggle in his eyes as he took a deep breath, looking lost as he glanced away, seeing something that wasn't there. He spoke of the pain of watching someone he cared for spend time with another, feeling the need to hide his true feelings because the world believed she was with someone else. She remained silent, unable to fully grasp his feelings. Though she could imagine how it would feel if their roles were reversed, she had no real understanding of his pain. He continued, expressing his distrust of Hoshi and how today's events had only confirmed his suspicions. He didn't want her near Hoshi again but felt powerless to ask her to stay away. She asked what they should do, wishing to escape the situation and simply hold him, pretending it wasn't real. He sighed, admitting he didn't know. He relaxed a little, moving to sit on her bed and reaching for her hand. She closed her eyes, feeling guilty for the predicament they found themselves in. She quietly expressed her desire not to put him through this any longer. He firmly stated that she wasn't breaking up with him, pulling her close and wrapping his arms around her. She clarified that she hadn't said that, but felt responsible for the situation. She cupped his chin, searching his face for answers. He pointed out that Hoshi's actions were clearly motivated by his feelings for her, suggesting that he had meddled to drive them apart. She hesitated, unsure of his claims. Why would anyone go through such trouble? As she took a seat beside him, she asked how he knew that. He held her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, explaining that if their roles were reversed, he would have acted similarly. She remained silent, contemplating his words. He encouraged her to ask Hoshi directly, warning that he would make his move if things started to go poorly for them. She felt conflicted, initially believing Hoshi had no involvement, but now questioning whether his feelings had sparked the chaos. Pushing those thoughts aside, she wrapped her arms around Katsuki, wanting to spend the rest of her Saturday by his side. He embraced her tightly, affirming that she meant the world to him and urging her never to forget it. She burst through the front door of her dorm building, storming through the porch and down the stairs. Spotting Hoshi at the bottom step, she noticed his surprise at her aggressive entrance. Before she could move further, she heard someone behind her. He demanded that she not walk away, his harsh tone causing her body to tense, but she kept walking, trying to ignore him. He wouldn't let that happen, gripping her wrist and turning her to face him, his eyes demanding answers. He questioned whether she was just going to leave without explaining herself. She turned her head, choosing silence as the only sound between them was the breeze, sending a chill through her. He softened his tone, asking if she was unhappy with him. When she still didn't respond, he pressed her for an answer. She sighed, not wanting to look at him, knowing she would break if she did. She admitted that she needed time to think. His grip loosened, allowing her to slip away and walk down the stairs without looking back. She softly called to Hoshi, her voice barely above a whisper, afraid that further words would reveal her emotions. He glanced at her and then at Katsuki before following her, walking silently behind her as they left campus. Once you reached the car, you stopped, arms crossed, waiting for Hoshi. He asked lightly if everything was okay, not wanting to provoke you like he had the last time. You felt rigid, frozen in your spot by the car door, unsure of how to respond. Hoshi fell silent for a moment, trying to process what was happening. He wasn't sure what he had witnessed and how much you would be willing to share with him after the incident from the other day. He suggested you come with him, sensing that you didn't want to be around anyone right now. He stepped away from the car and walked down the sidewalk towards a small park by the school. You paid no attention to the people around you as you followed him, staring at his shoes and careful not to fall behind. Orange leaves covered the grass and parts of the sidewalk, and you could hear the small crunch of a leaf breaking beneath your step. Hoshi stopped suddenly and moved to sit on a bench beneath one of the large trees in the center of the park. He patted the free spot next to him, and after a moment's hesitation, you decided to take it. He spoke slowly, letting you know that you didn't have to tell him what was going on. He acknowledged that he hadn't earned your trust, but he thought it would be better to hang out here since you didn't seem to want to be in public. You slouched into the bench, your voice dripping with sarcasm as you asked how he could tell. Hoshi remained silent, letting the quiet fill the space between you. You sat with your arms crossed, listening to the distant sounds of children playing and mothers chatting, feeling out of place in the park's cheerful atmosphere. Finally, Hoshi broke the silence, expressing his desire to apologize again for what had happened the other day. You replied that you didn't forgive him, still facing the playground and ignoring his gaze. He understood your feelings but insisted that he hadn't meant any harm and was sorry if he had caused any issues between you and Katsuki. You clarified that you and Katsuki weren't fighting, just having a disagreement, mumbling the last part. Hoshi pressed for more details, hoping you would continue. You sighed, reluctant to share, and told him it wasn't really his business. He leaned back casually, suggesting that if it had to do with his near kiss with you, then it was kind of his business. You shot him a glare, confirming that was indeed the source of your disagreement. Uncrossing your arms, you leaned forward, propping yourself up on your elbows. You explained that Katsuki wasn't happy about what had happened, which was no surprise to anyone. He seemed to think Hoshi was behind the situation. Hoshi asked if you thought he was responsible, but you reminded him that he had already said he didn't know. He leaned in slightly, suggesting that your disagreement seemed to be about more than just Katsuki's suspicions. You took a deep breath, contemplating whether to open up about your feelings. Katsuki had mentioned that Hoshi had feelings for you, but you weren't sure if that was true. Your agencies wanted publicity for both of you, and it shouldn't have been anything more. You revealed that Katsuki didn't want you to see Hoshi anymore, but you both knew that wasn't feasible. When Hoshi had mentioned that the situation could be prolonged, you didn't want to put Katsuki through that. Hoshi processed your words slowly, asking if you wanted to end things. You clarified that you didn't want to end it, but perhaps take a break until things cleared up, as you didn't want Katsuki to continue feeling upset. Hoshi acknowledged that Katsuki hadn't taken the news well, and you chose to remain silent, focusing on the laughter and joy around you. Hoshi reached out, placing his hand on your shoulder, hoping to comfort you. When you didn't brush it, he assumed it helped. Without looking at him, you asked if he considered you a friend. He hesitated, unsure of where this was going, but eventually confirmed that he did. You pressed further, asking if, as a friend, he would lie to you. He assured you he would not. Turning to face him, you continued your questioning, asking how he really felt about you. Hoshi opened his mouth to respond, but no words came out. This was clearly unexpected for him. You explained that Katsuki had made it seem like Hoshi had feelings for you that went beyond friendship. You hadn't believed it at first, but now you couldn't shake the thought from your mind and wanted to know if there was any truth to it. The orange light of the setting sun spilled into the room as you sat working on your homework. Katsuki had joined you, wanting to spend some time together. The second semester of classes was nearing its end, and in an effort to be with you, Katsuki had suggested studying alone. This school year had felt like a roller coaster of emotions and events, but if you were honest, you wouldn't have wanted to change a thing. Well, perhaps a couple of things, but that didn't matter right now. As you continued to read a chapter in your textbook, you couldn't help but look up. The orange reflection of the light from the window brightened Katsuki's features. You could admire him all day if you had the time. It was as if he could read your mind. He looked up and caught you staring. He expressed disbelief, questioning how you could be finished with your homework already as he set his pen down. You smiled, twirling your pencil between your fingers, and explained that you were just taking a break. He rolled his eyes and told you that you were always taking breaks, urging you to get back to work. He picked his pen back up, returning to his homework. You didn't look away. Instead, you continued to watch him as he wrote. He stopped again, closing his eyes and sighing, asking what you were staring at. Ignoring his question, you asked why he did his homework in pen and what would happen if he made a mistake. He opened his eyes and replied confidently that he didn't make mistakes. You drew out your response, your grin widening. He huffed and returned to his work, but you let out a laugh and turned back to the book in your lap. As you read, you became lost in your homework, unaware that Katsuki was glancing at you, captivated by the way the light shone through your hair, making you look almost ethereal. He found it hard to look away, especially as you absent-mindedly tucked a piece of hair behind your ear. You broke the silence, asking if you were still going to dinner at his parents' house on Friday. When he didn't respond immediately, you waved your hand in front of his face, prompting him to acknowledge that yes, you were going if you wanted to. You expressed your excitement, mentioning how long it had been since you saw his parents. However, his attention faded in and out as he watched you talk, mesmerized by your animated expressions. He thought it was adorable how excited you got when discussing certain topics and secretly enjoyed listening to you. Then, unexpectedly, he confessed his feelings, saying he loved you. You stopped talking, looking over at him in disbelief. He hadn't even realized he had spoken, completely enchanted by you. You softly asked him to repeat himself, fearing it was a dream. You never expected him to be the first to say it, even though he had become better at expressing his feelings. After a brief moment of realization, his expression shifted to one of sincerity as he repeated, "I love you." Your jaw dropped slightly, and you felt as if your brain had malfunctioned. You needed to respond before he retreated, so you breathlessly confessed that you loved him too. A lopsided smile appeared on his face, making your heart soar. In an instant, he leaned in, kissing you and pushing the books off your bed. He pulled back slightly, his forehead resting against yours, his crimson eyes looking almost lost. He asked you to say it again, and you smiled as you repeated your feelings. He leaned in for another kiss, encouraging you to say it again and again, each time punctuated with a gentle kiss. You laughed, playfully suggesting that he should say it instead. He obliged, kissing you again and again, each kiss filled with affection. Your face flushed from his endearing actions. Finally, he pulled back to look at you with the most loving expression. You murmured that you hadn't thought he would be the first to say it, and a smirk crossed his face, leaving you curious about his thoughts. He remained silent, that smug smile still on his lips. There was something he wasn't telling her, and she squinted her eyes in suspicion. He spoke quietly, watching her reaction, revealing that he wasn't the first to mention it. She started to protest, but he interrupted, saying she talked in her sleep. She pulled away slightly, shaking her head in disbelief. He chuckled, insisting it was true. The first time he heard her was at his parents' house when she stayed over. He thought she was still awake, but when he spent the night in her room, he heard her again. Technically, she had said it for the first time just the night before. Uncertain if he was telling the truth, she wondered why he would lie. No one had ever mentioned that she talked in her sleep, yet here he was, with a smug expression, claiming she did. He suggested recording her to prove it, but she quickly declined, not wanting to hear the potentially embarrassing things she might say. He rolled his eyes and pulled her onto his chest as he lay back on her bed, his hand running up and down her back. Leaning in, he pressed a gentle kiss to the top of her head, reassuring her that even if she hadn't said it first, it didn't mean he loved her any less. In fact, he probably loved her even more. She lifted her head, resting her chin on his chest, playfully claiming that she loved him more, even in her sleep. Her voice held a hint of sarcasm as she spoke about her love knowing no bounds. He shook his head at her, tightening his arms around her and pulling her closer, calling her a dumbass. Her heart skipped a beat at his words, still not used to hearing him say, "I love you." He pulled her chin toward him, pressing his lips to hers lightly, repeating his affection with another kiss. It had been 10 years since she graduated from UA. Her time there felt like a blur in her busy day-to-day life. Her life had taken a turn she never imagined all those years ago. After some time, her relationship with Hoshi evolved into something more than friendship. He played a significant role in growing her social media following. Initially, she had tried the hero route, starting as a sidekick at an agency, keeping in touch with Jairu and Mina, who briefly lived together due to their close agencies. However, her social media presence began to skyrocket, gaining millions of followers during her time with Hoshi. Even after their breakup, her platform continued to grow steadily. At some point, it became overwhelming, prompting her to reconsider her career choice. Kyoko still represented her as a hero, assisting with public appearances, but it became clear that modeling and advertisements would be more lucrative. She decided to return to modeling, dropping her hero job. Many brands approached her, eager to have her as their face, and designers invited her to events like New York Fashion Week. Today, her Instagram boasted around 100 million followers, a number that still amazed her. She had become a well-known name in the industry, recognized globally, no longer limited to just America and Japan. Early on, she took an interest in design, even apprenticing with Mitsuki for a while. They collaborated on clothing, but despite working closely together, she never saw Bakugou. He was too focused on becoming the #1 hero, and when he did stop by, it was usually on days she wasn't there. Over the years, they drifted apart after their brief time together. It wasn't awkward for long, they occasionally spoke due to her brother, but by her 3rd year, they could hold a normal conversation. They weren't friends, but he remained a part of her life because of Ijiro. In those 10 years after graduation, she hadn't seen him in person, only through screens. He gained popularity for his heroic acts, climbing the hero rankings, and within the last year, he and a few other UA graduates reached the top 5. It seemed to be a fierce competition between Bakugou and Midoriya for the top spot. The last time the rankings were announced, Midoriya secured 3rd place, with Bakugou right behind him at 4th. She remembered Mitsuki complaining about her son's bad mood after that, and eventually, she stopped seeing him as he immersed himself in work. But everything might change now, or perhaps it would only worsen. The new rankings had been announced recently, and she recalled snippets of the news playing in Mitsuki and Masaru's office, where they proudly discussed their son's achievements. Midoriya ranked 2nd, which wasn't surprising. What shocked her was that Bakugou hadn't made it into the top ranks. However, he still secured a spot in the top 10. After his first appearance on the list, he remained a constant presence. Mitsuki and Masaru's nerves settled when their son was ultimately named the #1 hero. It became their main topic of conversation, and while she was happy for them and Bakugou, a tinge of sadness lingered within her. Their last encounter had ended on a sour note, leaving things unresolved. Today, she found herself in the middle of a shoot, but each day brought something different. Kyoko kept you busy with tasks throughout the day. Mitsuki had designed the last dress used for this particular shoot. It was a stunning satin material in a deep red hue, and as always, it was absolutely gorgeous. She had grown accustomed to using red when thinking of you. While it wasn't her only choice, she mentioned that the color began to remind her of you. During your breaks, you checked your phone and found messages from Jairu and Mina, both of whom seemed excited about the evening ahead. Their enthusiasm was infectious, and you felt a thrill at the thought of seeing them again. Yue had invited the entire graduating class back for a reunion, which included students from general studies, business, support, and hero courses. You hadn't seen Jairu or Mina in months, both of them busy with hero work while you traveled for your job. As the shoot wrapped up, you found a mirror to touch up your appearance while the set was being dismantled. Mitsuki had gifted you the dress from the shoot, so you decided to wear it tonight. As you applied your makeup, you chose to leave your hair styled as the hairdresser had arranged it, knowing it would turn into a mess if you took it down. It was styled in a bun with loose strands hanging out messy but not entirely unkempt. Honestly, you felt a bit overdressed for the occasion, but you didn't mind. After being under the media's watchful eye, you learned not to be overly self-conscious. This shift in perspective likely helped you overcome your previous disdain for this line of work. In high school, you had found your job unbearable, but now it left you feeling confident and secure. The ding of your phone interrupted your thoughts. Your brother texted to let you know he had arrived to pick you up. He offered you a ride since his agency was just around the corner. Gathering your things, you headed outside, and the two of you chatted about trivial matters like work as he drove. Ijiro didn't spend much of his money on extravagant things, but you managed to convince him to treat himself to a luxury car. The drive was short, and you both caught up on each other's lives. Yue hosted your reunion at the school, transforming one of their large conference rooms with an array of decorations. The moment you walked in, it felt like you were in a completely different place, far removed from your old high school. The theme was Casino Night, likely an attempt to entice alumni to contribute funds for the event. Standing next to your brother, you spotted Mina across the room. Grabbing his arm, you made your way over to your small group of old friends. The squeals of excitement were probably heard by half the attendees when Mina saw you. She rushed over to give you a warm hug. It had been far too long since you last saw each other, and you both expressed how much you missed one another. Mina complimented your appearance, her eyes widening as she gestured to your dress. You smiled and explained that it was simply what you had worn for work. Before your conversation could continue, a wave of applause erupted from the crowd, drawing your attention. You turned in confusion to find the source of the commotion. There he was, Katsuki Bakugou, now recognized as the #1 hero, making his way toward your group of friends with a confident smile that seemed to bask in the attention. His presence was even more striking than it had been in high school, his physique evident, even beneath his dress shirt. For a brief moment, his eyes met yours before he was swept away into a conversation with your brother's friends, Siro and Denki. The scent of old books filled the air as you sought refuge in the back of the library, needing a change of scenery from your room. It was the perfect place to work on your homework while avoiding the people you wished to escape. With your headphones in, you bobbed your head to the music as you filled out your worksheet. A pair of shoes stopped in front of you, prompting you to look up. You noticed his violet hair first. His expression held a hint of curiosity as he peered down at you, wondering what you were doing sitting alone on the floor. You removed one of your headphones, unsure if he had spoken to you. He asked what you were doing back there, and you replied that you were just studying, trying to smile even though it didn't quite reach your eyes. He stood there awkwardly for a moment before you asked if he needed something. He pointed to a shelf above where you were sitting, indicating he was looking for a book. You scooted over to give him room. As he searched for the book, He remarked that he had never seen you study there before and asked who you were hiding from. You answered honestly, mentioning your brother and his friends, reluctantly adding the last part and avoiding his gaze. He paused for a moment before picking up a book and then took a seat next to you. He gently inquired if that was why you had seemed sad the other day. You nodded slowly, unsure of what to say. He took a breath and offered that since you were friends now, you could talk about it if you wanted. Or if that's not what you want, they could talk about something else. He offered a suggestion. With pursed lips, she looked over at him, expressing her desire to change the subject. Shinso thought for a moment, trying to come up with a topic. He asked what she was working on. She couldn't help but smile to herself, at least he was trying. Friendship with Shinso was different from what she was used to, as he had a completely different personality than the people she typically spent time with. She mentioned that she was working on a worksheet assigned by midnight, tapping the paper with her pencil to draw his attention. He noted that they might have been given the same assignment and suggested they work on it together. She agreed, smiling at him. His gaze narrowed as he noticed a scratch on her cheek. Concerned, he reached out to graze his finger along the mark but hesitated, unsure if she would welcome his touch. She instinctively hid her face, explaining that it was just a sibling fight, the result of sparring. Shinso dropped the topic, sensing her discomfort, and pulled out his homework to work beside her. They exchanged comments and questions as they tackled the material together. She realized she had only worked with Shinso during physical tests and exercises, and she was surprised by how intelligent he was academically. While she had always known he was strategic, she hadn't recognized his book smarts. Glancing over at him, she felt a genuine smile spread across her face, grateful for the time he was spending with her. He didn't owe her anything, and they had only recently become real friends. Yet, she appreciated his efforts to be there for her. For the first time, she noticed the way the sunlight highlighted the violet color of his eyes, a beautiful and unusual shade she rarely saw in others. Meeting to study in the library became a regular occurrence, and soon they moved from the floor to a table. Their conversations grew more comfortable, and their friendship deepened as the days turned into weeks and then months. By the end of the semester, she found herself rarely thinking about Bakugou anymore, especially their brief relationship. They still saw each other in class, but their paths rarely crossed unless necessary. Her brother noticed her change in mood and later apologized for what had happened, but she felt it was in the past. Both she and Bakugou had moved on, realizing they wanted different things in life. After school, she and Shinso met in the library at the same table almost every day, studying for their upcoming final exams. It was strange to reflect on how different she felt at the end of this semester compared to the last. While Bakugou preferred to study alone, Shinso welcomed her company and wasn't afraid to ask questions when he needed clarification. As the weather grew colder, they sat by the window, watching snow flurries fall from the sky. The gray light complemented Shinsu's violet hair and eyes, making them stand out even more. She found herself captivated by the way the light reflected off his eyes. He caught her staring and asked what was wrong, his voice flat as always. She felt her face heat up, unsure why she was embarrassed. She complimented his eyes, noting how pretty they looked in the light. His expression shifted to one of surprise, and a hint of blush crept onto his cheeks. He responded with a hesitant thanks, clearly unsure how to react to the compliment. She laughed awkwardly, trying to explain that she had never noticed how striking his eyes were before. She rambled on about how their shade of purple matched his hair, realizing she was talking too much and finally forced herself to stop. He chuckled at her reaction, and she absent-mindedly thought about how cute his laugh was. He then returned the compliment, saying she had pretty eyes too, though he couldn't meet her gaze as he spoke, looking instead at the sea of books surrounding them. The blush remained on his face. She shook her head, thinking that her eye color, which she shared with Ijiro, wasn't particularly rare but also not very common. She had never seen the beauty in it, as the red sometimes seemed too intense. But Shinsu's eyes appeared softer and more inviting. She playfully called him a liar, looking back at her open book on the table. He gently lifted her chin to meet his gaze, his fingers lingering a moment longer than necessary. The seriousness in his expression indicated he wasn't joking. In a future scenario, She stood in her kitchen, mixing together a few of her family's favorite vegetables for a stir-fry dinner. Her daughters, Fumiko and Satsuki, were home for the weekend, both now attending UA after deciding to follow in her and Katsuki's footsteps. Fumiko had an interest in design, her intelligence earning her a spot in UA's support course. Mitsuki enjoyed spending time with Fumiko, often enlisting her help to redesign her office for the umpteenth time. Satsuki, on the other hand, was more like her father, determined to excel in UA's hero course, with a personality that rivaled his. Despite being twins, their personalities were strikingly different. Satsuki had the same ash blonde hair as Katsuki, while Fumiko inherited the dark color that Yu and Ijiro shared. Satsuki skipped into the kitchen, heading straight for the fridge to grab 2 drinks. She asked if her father was working that night, and Yu confirmed that he was. As she turned to leave, Yu noticed a boy standing a little further back, frozen in place. Satsuki looked at Yu, her eyes wide, and introduced him as Morikyo, her boyfriend. You could see her nervousness, which made it clear why she had asked if Katsuki would be home. This was the first time she had brought a boy home. Mori waved at Yu, managing a small, awkward smile while avoiding eye contact. You welcomed him to your home and asked if he was staying for dinner. His eyes widened in surprise, and he hesitantly accepted your invitation. You laughed, assuring him that dinner would be ready soon. Satsuki quickly grabbed his arm and pulled him out of the kitchen, dodging Fumiko, who was coming to get a glass of water. You chuckled to yourself, realizing how nervous Mori seemed. Most boys Satsuki had dated never came to your house, especially not in front of her father, Japan's #1 hero. It was understandable that he would feel intimidated. Fumiko teased that half the boys at school thought Katsuki was intimidating, but she suddenly stopped speaking when she noticed Katsuki standing in the doorway. He was dressed casually, his hair damp from a workout. You smiled at him, noting how he still looked as good as when you first met him, perhaps even better. Katsuki explained that he had come home early because it was a slow day at work. He approached you with a bouquet of your favorite flowers, asking if he could simply buy his wife flowers. He leaned down to kiss you, and Fumiko groaned from behind, suggesting they should get a room. Katsuki jokingly suggested sending her to her own house, and she rolled her eyes before leaving the kitchen. Katsuki turned back to you, giving you one last kiss before setting the flowers on the table. He offered to help with dinner, but you told him it was almost done and suggested he take a shower since he was sweaty. He wrapped his arms around your waist and playfully asked if you wanted to join him, but you giggled and pulled away. He left the kitchen but returned almost immediately, his mood shifting as he noticed Satsuki and Mori on the couch. You explained that Satsuki was your other daughter and that Mori was just her friend. Katsuki, however, was not convinced, his expression hardening as he questioned the nature of their relationship. You reminded him that Satsuki was in her second year and allowed to have a boyfriend, but you realized too late that you shouldn't have mentioned it. Katsuki turned your face to look at him, demanding to know why you hadn't told him about this. He declared a family meeting and brought Satsuki and Fumiko into the kitchen, questioning why he had come home to find an unexpected guest. Satsuki retorted that he wasn't supposed to be home, implying that he was being rude. Katsuki's authoritative demeanor returned as he declared Satsuki grounded for having a boyfriend, for hiding things from him, and for sassing him. Satsuki protested, suggesting he should pay more attention to you. His jaw clenched as he warned her about the consequences of her actions. She turned to you, seeking support, and you gently pushed her toward the living room, telling her to hang out with her friend while you talked to Katsuki. Once alone, you started to reason with him, but he firmly stated his disapproval. You reminded him that Satsuki was not a child anymore. He countered that she should stop acting like one and questioned whether Mori was in her class, expressing concern about him being near her dorm room. You stepped closer, bringing his face in line with yours, ready to continue the conversation. They had started dating at a young age, and he had always been in her dorm. His tone was still harsh, but his eyes softened as he looked at her. She questioned him with a laugh, curious about the difference. He declared that she was the love of his life and that they were meant to be together. She grinned up at him, rising on her tiptoes to press her lips to his. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, pulling her closer. He urged her to take a shower, mentioning that dinner would be ready soon. His expression soured at the thought of someone else joining them, and he asked if Mori was staying for dinner. She shot him a stern glare, but he rolled his eyes and left the kitchen. By the time he returned, dinner was ready. The five of them sat awkwardly at the table, with her and Katsuki at either end, while Fumiko and Satsuki sat across from each other on Katsuki's side. Mori was next to Satsuki, on her side of the table, while Katsuki wore a permanent scowl. To ease the tension, she asked Mori if he was in the same class as Satsuki. He jumped slightly at the mention of his name and admitted he was in the same class as Fumiko, his nervousness evident in his voice. She complimented him on being in the support course, implying he must be smart. He mumbled that he did okay. To fill the silence, she asked how Mori and Fumiko met. He explained that they became friends through Fumiko, but his voice trailed off as he glanced at Katsuki, who was staring him down. Trying to shift the focus back to herself, she recounted how she and Katsuki met at UA, playfully claiming that Katsuki had been obsessed with her from the start, sending her letters of devotion and asking her out daily until she finally said yes. Katsuki interrupted, denying her version of events. She teased him, asking how he remembered it. He insisted that if anyone was obsessed, it was her, and he pointed out that she had come on to him first. She countered that she hadn't been the one to invite herself into his dorm. He defended himself, saying he just wanted to spend time with her. Fumiko seemed ready to intervene, so she turned back to Mori and continued her story. She explained that Katsuki was best friends with Red Riot, her brother, and that she had stolen him away. She mentioned that they had briefly broken up before getting back together and had been inseparable ever since. A small smile appeared on her face as she absent-mindedly played with the ring on her finger. Once dinner was over, Katsuki stood up and declared that since her mom made dinner, Mori and Satsuki could clean up. He shot a warning glance at Mori, threatening him if he ever heard from the faculty that he had been in her room. His eyes then moved to Satsuki, threatening to have her transferred to Shiketsu High. Satsuki's eyes widened in surprise, and she turned to her for help, asking if she could do something about Katsuki. She laughed and got up, wrapping her arm around Katsuki, suggesting they leave the others alone. As they walked down the hall, passing photos of themselves and the girls, Katsuki sat on her bed, his face in his hands, lamenting why they couldn't have had boys. She knelt behind him, rubbing his tense shoulders, and he leaned into her. Suddenly, he turned around, wrapping her in his arms and pulling her down onto the bed with him. He pressed his lips to hers, but she reminded him that there were people in the house. He pulled away, breathing heavily, and told her she better be quiet. The story then shifted to the start of their third and final year of high school. Their class was excited about the beginning of the end of their time at UA. Katsuki walked with her to class, their hands intertwined, enjoying the chance to show off their relationship. She shared a funny story about her and Ijiro over the break, but her attention was caught by an envelope on Katsuki's desk. Curious, she picked it up and asked if she could open it. He shrugged, indicating she could. As she tore it open, she discovered it was a confession letter from a girl she didn't recognize, expressing admiration for Katsuki. She glanced at him, teasing him about getting other girls to fall for him. He smirked, playfully suggesting she was jealous. She quickly denied it, but his smug grin only widened, confirming her feelings. Who wouldn't want to be with the best student UA has ever had? He paused, taking in your glare, and noted how the tables had turned. You crossed your arms, already tired of his smug attitude, and questioned what he was talking about. He mentioned the number of guys who had tried to take you from him, emphasizing that none could succeed. Yet here you were, complaining after just one person had approached him. His smile remained unwavering as you rolled your eyes and shook your head. You insisted you were not jealous before turning to head to your desk. You pushed the conversation to the back of your mind, trying to focus on what your teachers were saying. How dare he insinuate that you were jealous? That wasn't what you were feeling at all, or so you told yourself. By the time lunch arrived, you sat at your usual table, right between Mina and Jairu, both of them intrigued by what was on Katsuki's desk that morning. Jairu speculated that it was probably just a first year who didn't know any better, noting that Bakugou had calmed down since the two of you had gotten together. She suggested that the girl who confessed to him likely didn't realize how intolerable he could be. Mina chimed in, pointing out that the school year had just started, and since you and Bakugou didn't really hang out at school or eat lunch together, the girl probably didn't know. You raised an eyebrow at them, questioning if this was supposed to make you feel better. Jairu pointed a fry at you, insisting that the girl probably just didn't know. She reassured you that Bakugou would never leave you for anyone else. You were the best thing that had ever happened to him, and he wasn't foolish enough to mess that up again. You offered her a small smile, acknowledging her support, but admitted that it just felt weird. She tossed a fry at you, encouraging you not to let it bother you, insisting that everything was just fine. And she was probably right. You didn't dwell on it too much during the last half of classes, and before you knew it, the day was over. As you walked back to the dorms with Jairu, you faltered slightly when you overheard a group of girls huddled outside. One of them was being pushed forward by her friends, clearly nervous about approaching someone. You glanced in the direction they had nudged her, spotting Katsuki walking away with your brother. Jairu linked her arm with yours, urging you to keep walking. She quickened her pace, closing the distance between you and your boyfriend. With a laugh, she encouraged you to claim your man, giving you a gentle push toward him. The conversation Katsuki was having with your brother came to a halt as he looked down at you, a familiar smirk returning to his face. He asked if someone was done pouting, his tone still dripping with smugness. You huffed in response but found the courage to grab his jacket, pulling him down to you and pressing your lips to his. His eyes widened in surprise before he closed them, wrapping his arms around you and bringing you closer. When you pulled away, you stuck your tongue out at him, insisting that you were not pouting as you turned to walk back to Jairu. Katsuki paused, watching you walk away. He turned to Kirishima, stating that they would have to revisit this later. Without waiting for a response, he jogged to catch up to you, wrapping his arm around your waist to prevent you from walking away any further. He teased you, saying you were pretty hot when you were jealous. You glanced up at him, a playful look on your face, and reiterated that you were not jealous, but he cut you off with another kiss. Walking through Mitsuki's office building, you made your way to the second floor. When you had shared your interest in design with her, she was so excited that she had a small office set up for you to use whenever you pleased. Today was more of a day off. Kyoko didn't need you for anything, so you figured you'd spend some time there. Upon opening the door, you were greeted with a bouquet of roses. Your eyes widened at their beauty. The dark red color stood out against the white room. You walked over, eyebrows knitted in confusion. Valentine's Day wasn't until tomorrow. Why would Katsuki send you flowers today? And how did he know you'd be here? He almost always sent you things to your office at the modeling agency. Turning the bouquet, you couldn't find a letter or anything indicating who had sent the flowers. You shrugged, assuming it must have just fallen off. Just then, Mitsuki walked in with 2 coffees in hand. "Good morning." "Oh, did Katsuki send you some flowers?" she asked, stopping in her tracks when she saw the roses. You explained that you thought so, but there was no card, and since he never sent you things here, you weren't sure. Mitsuki revealed that she had told him you'd be there that morning, gushing about how cute it was. She excitedly noted that it was your first Valentine's since you two had been married. You couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. That was one of the reasons you loved her. While she could be rough with Katsuki, she was always so kind to you. The two of you went about your day after that, with Mitsuki showing you around the office and sharing some of her projects. It was a little after noon when you heard the sound of a familiar pair of combat boots approaching. "What are you doing here?" you heard Mitsuki's loud voice from down the hall. Looking up, you saw her standing with Katsuki, a smile on her face as she happily welcomed her son to the office. She tried to press a kiss to his cheek, but he pulled away, a look of mock disgust on his face. "I don't want your lipstick on me," he grumbled, pushing her away. "You're such a brat," she replied, her tone shifting to one of annoyance. He rolled his eyes and walked over to you. He gently held your chin, leaning in for a kiss, but you playfully pulled away with a smile. He responded by drawing you back to him, asserting that he would kiss you no matter what, and quickly pressed his lips to yours. You couldn't help but laugh and asked what had brought him all the way over. He explained that he was in the neighborhood and wanted to have lunch with you, his thumb brushing along your jaw as he spoke. You smiled back at him, saying you just needed to grab your bag before heading out. As you walked to your office, you chatted about how your day was going. Upon reaching the door, you remembered the flowers sitting on your desk. You expressed your gratitude for the beautiful bouquet, but when you turned around, his expression was one of confusion. He clarified that he hadn't sent you any flowers, and without waiting for a response, he stepped into the office to investigate the bouquet, searching for a card. You joked about having a secret admirer, but the look he gave you indicated that you had touched a nerve. He firmly stated that no one should be sending his wife flowers. His serious demeanor made it clear that he felt this was an obvious point. The two of you continued discussing the matter as you made your way to the restaurant Katsuki had chosen. He still seemed displeased about the flowers when he brought you back later. As you entered Mitsuki's building, he asked where you would be the next day. You mentioned that you would likely be there again, as Mitsuki had some things she wanted to show you. After a goodbye kiss, he returned to work. That night, he didn't bring up the flower incident, and you assumed he had moved on from it, believing it wasn't a significant issue. The following morning, you woke up to find that Katsuki had already left for work. There was no sign in the house that indicated he remembered what day it was. You tried not to let it bother you. You knew he had been busy and often surprised you on days when you least expected it. When you arrived at Mitsuki's office, you encountered her and discussed the day's plans. As you opened the door to your office, you halted mid-sentence, unable to step inside as every surface was covered in flowers. A card was attached to the nearest bouquet. The card read that only he could send you flowers, and if anyone tried to distract you from him, he would prove that he was better. He signed it with a declaration of love that made your cheeks flush as red as the roses surrounding you. After your face cooled down, you turned to Mitsuki and asked if she had anything to do with the flowers from the previous day. She simply smiled knowingly and refused to divulge any information. It was Ijiro's first week back at UA, and it felt strange to think that his class had already started their second year. Life resumed as normal, and each of them fell back into the routine of school, studying, and training. The day began like any other, with Aizawa entering the class in his classic yellow sleeping bag. He rose from the floor and surveyed the class. He announced that a new student would be joining them that day. An audible gasp rippled through the class. How could there be a new student starting the program so late? Before Ijiro could voice his concerns, Ida stood up, making his notorious arm-chopping movements, and asked what everyone was thinking. Aizawa acknowledged Ida's question, explaining that the new student was not entirely a newcomer to the hero course, as she was transferring from another hero course in America. The class reacted with surprise at the mention of America. Mineta, unable to contain his excitement, wondered if this new student would be attractive. Aizawa, visibly annoyed, urged the class to quiet down, informing them that she was finishing up some placement tests and would join them after lunch. As classes resumed, the excitement in the air was palpable. Lunch could not come soon enough, and the new student was the only topic of conversation as they made their way to the cafeteria. Mineta continued to speculate about her looks, while Bakugou growled at him to be quiet. Lunch passed quickly, and soon the class found themselves in the training room they had been using that week. Aizawa explained that they would work in pairs to spar with one another. Mineta, barely able to contain his excitement, shouted for the new student. Just then, they heard sounds of a struggle from the other side of the room. They turned to see the mysterious student fighting off one of Ectoplasm's clones. Her brightly colored hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and something about her felt familiar to Ijiro, though she was too far away for him to identify. In the midst of her battle, Ectoplasm sent her flying back. She quickly got back up, determined to continue. Mina began to speak, turning to Ijiro, but before she could finish, the girl turned to face the class, realizing they had joined her in the room. Ijiro's heart raced as he recognized her. He hadn't seen her in almost 2 years. He blurted out his surprise, asking what she was doing there. The class froze, shocked by his outburst. With a sly smile, she responded, teasing him about his lack of a warm welcome. The class gasped in unison as they realized the connection between them.